there has been a tremendous technical breakthrough in the world.
Every day, neural networks are successfully replacing millions of people in all professions.
The unemployment rate has reached a critical level.
The planet's ecosystem is destroyed. The number of cataclysms is increasing every day. There are no safe areas left on the planet.
It's already happening. But there is still a chance to change everything.
Friends, hello everyone from the Silicon Valley, California. This is the birthplace of global innovations and artificial intelligence, neural networks and machine learning. Being in the IT field for many years and getting in touch with IT specialists and IA developers around the world, I see a rapid breakthrough, and I see that the future has already arrived. In the field of artificial intelligence, I really understand that today we see tremendous opportunities and possibilities of AI. It creates medicine, drives vehicles, builds bridges, and manages manufacturers, predicts earthquakes, and this is only the beginning. It is hard to believe that 30 years ago, people did not understand the capabilities of AI and did not take it seriously. So just imagine 30 years ago when Garry Kasparov was playing his first game against artificial intelligence, he won 2 Blitz games in 1989, and it was considered as such a great victory. Triumph of a human mind over artificial intelligence. But of course, the situation changed dramatically when in 1997, the best chess player in the world, Garry Kasparov, lost to the Deep Blue supercomputer. And since then, no one can beat artificial intelligence. Well, chess is one thing, but let's take a look at such games as Go, where you need to use intuition, or for example, poker, where you need to know how to bluff. We can see that today no one can beat artificial intelligence even in those fields. But once again, no one could expect nothing like that happened just a couple of decades ago. So what makes artificial intelligence so smart? Well, it can master any skill, and any skill that we use as people, as humans, and all it needs is just data, information. So through analyzing many games, it understood all the possibilities. It calculated everything and figured out the best moves and patterns that human could not predict through centuries. And today, imagine how much it can analyze and how much it can evolve in any industry, going beyond human capabilities. It is easy for artificial intelligence to analyze yottabytes of data and deliver the best solutions to any problems, whether it's a drug formula or logistic route, navigation, synthesis of new materials, anything. Let's watch a video with the vivid examples of the artificial intelligence and how it can change our life.
Welcome to the future. Already today, artificial intelligence has been able to synthesize a new antibiotic capable of killing bacteria resistant to the previously known drugs. A fully robotic network of eco-farms, 80 acres of farms under the control of neural networks, produced 300 times more food, consuming 97% less water than an ordinary farm. Meanwhile, autopilots with built-in AI were able to have the accident rate on the roads. Yes, artificial intelligence can already be found everywhere. After all, the benefits of its implementation are simply enormous. Actions that used to take hours can now be completed in seconds. So, virtual assistants, Siri, Alice, or Google Assistant, based on artificial intelligence, will find the goods you need in a virtual store and make a payment. And an autonomous delivery robot, such as Digit, will bypass all obstacles and deliver your parcel safely. However, if you have not yet decided on what you need, neural networks are able to predict your needs and give the most beneficial recommendations in advance. Surrounding you with care and attention, artificial intelligence will look after your health. A smart mirror in the bathroom, using algorithms for pattern recognition and visual diagnostics, will give you recommendations on taking the necessary vitamins and doing exercises. And it will also do everything to improve your mood. Thousands of applications and sensors are designed to keep your pulse, blood vessels, blood pressure under control. They are able to detect many serious disorders in the early stages and inform you in advance about the need to visit a doctor. Can prevent a heart attack, oncology, and other dangerous diseases. Thus, IBM released an application for oncologists. The system contains 600,000 medical reports and 2 million pages from medical journals. Based on this information, AI makes efficient recommendations for additional tests or a treatment plan, increasing the accuracy of diagnosis up to 40% and having the cost of medical care. But that's only a fraction of what it's capable of. Nanorobots controlled by neural networks can detect disorders and deliver drugs directly to damaged tissues. The next step is to rebuild the body at the molecular level, aiming to complete healing, up to the restoration of lost limbs. What about trivial everyday issues? Specifically for lovers of careless life, Samsung has created a bot, Handy Robot, with built-in AI. Capable of collecting laundry in the house, loading the dishwasher, setting the table, pouring and bringing drinks. At the same time, smart security systems allow you to block access to the house when suspicious activity is detected. It autonomously notifies emergency services and prevent theft. But that's not all. AI shows outstanding success even in creative fields. It creates paintings, music, films, and even literary works. For example, the artificial intelligence GPT-2 wrote its first play. It managed to create something similar to the futuristic Little Prince at that. Meanwhile, Jukebox from OpenAI writes music with meaningful lyrics and vocals. For poetry lovers, Google's tool Verse by Verse will help you create delightful poems. But AI is also capable of more serious work. For example, digitizing all libraries and archives with the access to them 24/7 from anywhere in the world. In addition, it is able to recognize voices and texts in different languages with translation into any other language, as well as to teach people to draw, compose music, and even program. Whatever area we touch upon, AI is everywhere, ready to offer us its digital helping hand. Even in legal matters, a virtual lawyer, do not pay, for the first 2 years of work won more than 160,000 cases, spending no more than 2 minutes on each case, significantly saving time as well as money of its clients. And the capabilities of artificial intelligence are only growing. At the Japanese robotic factory, Fanuc, hundreds of robots build other robots on their own and no longer need human help. Around the world, there are tens of thousands of industries in which human participation is almost not required because the main work is being performed by machines. Perhaps, for the first time, we will be able to free ourselves from hard and routine work. But all of this is only a small part of the achievements that AI has already brought into our lives and will bring in the near future, since the pace of its development is close to exponential, and that means that every minute the technology is getting better. One can only imagine what a wonderful future awaits us. The main thing is that this future would actually come.
What we have seen in this video is just a small part of what AI can actually do. And this technology advances even right now as we speak. And you might wonder, how does it possible? Well, it happens because AI learns nonstop, 24/7. And that is just how it evolves on its own. It does it continuously. It accumulates experience of millions of scientists. It collects information about everything and everyone. It enhances ability to analyze it and never forgets anything. Therefore, development of AI is estimated as exponential. And what is exponential growth? Well, this is when for a long time we might not see what actually happened and how it develops, but then all of a sudden it breaks up, as you can see on the graph right now. So this is where we are with AI right now. What's more, we don't even realize that we actually train artificial intelligence ourselves every second by choosing which article to read on the internet, by using online translators, or sharing the results of our professional work online, using social networks, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, Facebooks, or if we use streaming services like Spotify, Netflix, or YouTube. Artificial intelligence collects information about you, me, our thought processes, behavioral algorithms, and emotional reactions, all in order to understand human needs and how to optimize our lives and make everything that we do much more efficient, much convenient, and faster. The work processes created by artificial intelligence are so much more efficient comparing to the ones that are created by people. And now let's listen to the person who's been developing artificial intelligence for over 25 years. And he was the one who introduced the concept of general artificial intelligence, Peter Voss. Please, let's check his vision of the future and prospects.
Hello, my name is Peter Voss. I'm CEO and Chief Scientist of Eiger.ai. I'm happy to be here at the Global Crisis Conference, and I hope to be able to contribute. Superintelligence, to me, absolutely will happen. I mean, I firmly believe that we will have human-level intelligence in terms of problem solving, and that we could have that pretty soon. And there's absolutely no reason why it should stop at human level. When the human is no longer in the loop, then the intelligence can actually, I believe, increase quite quickly if there's enough, processing power. I actually believe that given the right approach, we could easily have human-level intelligence in less than 10 years. It just takes the right approach, the right architecture, understanding intelligence, and building a system that really addresses the requirements of intelligence. Ultimately, AI will be a dream come true as far as that is concerned. But then also importantly, imagine having, training one AI for on cancer as a cancer researcher, for example, and you then can take 1 million copies of that AI that has in-depth knowledge about cancer research, and these 1 million AIs can now go off and pursue different ideas and different paths. And they communicate with each other. They don't have the ego preventing them from talking to each other. They work 24/7. They don't have distractions with girlfriends and boyfriends and, things. They have perfect memory. The progress we will make in science, whether it's for, climate change, whether it's for, anti-aging, whether it's for disease, whether it's for, pollution, we will have millions of very smart researchers that can chip away at these problems and solve them much, much quicker and much better than humans, than we can unaided. For giving me the opportunity, as you see, I'm very enthusiastic about these topics.
Yes.
Very optimistic. I see one of the things you also talk about, overpopulation, and I think a lot of the crisis points that you talk about, I believe really technology is the answer, and I see AI as being the fastest way of actually helping to deal with these, potential crises. But yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for sharing with us the concept of artificial general intelligence and actually unifying artificial intelligence in one superintelligence can multiply its potential so many times over. And not only make it easier, but most importantly, save millions of lives around the planet. Just imagine, ambulances and firefighters will never be late when you need them, because artificial intelligence not only going to control the autopilots, but will also control the city traffic. For example, when natural disaster occurs, the artificial intelligence will organize the evacuation of people into safe regions in the shortest possible time. And crimes will not go unpunished. And accordingly to that, it's very unlikely that anyone would like to commit them. Not only we're going to be able to improve our life here on our planet, making it so much more comfortable and safe and beautiful, but we also going to be able to go beyond the solar system and actually start exploring the deep space. And this is only the small fraction of what will be possible in the nearest future.
Yes, all this is true. And the development of AI can make our lives better, easier, safer, free us from routine work, mistakes due to human factors. But all this will only be possible in a creative society. And in the consumer society we live in today, it will leave us jobless. By we, I mean myself, you, and everyone who is watching. If you, my friend, think that you won't be affected, don't fool yourself. And during today's conference, you will see why. Let's look at the kind of society we live in now. Since childhood, we are taught to compete with each other, to go head-to-head for profit, fame, and power. Each of us is in a tough competition in which the strongest survives. And the same is true in business. Each company, every business, seeks to maximize profits, to reduce costs, not getting particularly upset if the quality suffers in the process, the only goal being increase in sales. And these are the rules of the game of the consumer society, which we ourselves have established. We have already reached the point of absurdity that curing patients is considered an unsustainable business model, because the main goal of the pharmaceutical industry is a stable cash flow, according to a 2018 Goldman Sachs study. With this approach, is saving jobs considered a sustainable business model? Do people make manufacturing more profitable? On the contrary, people are dead weight that companies want to get rid of. For example, all the major transportation companies are investing enormous amounts of money in the development of autonomous vehicles in order to get rid of their main expense item, drivers' salaries. The same thing is already happening in all industries, and it will only get worse. For the most part, we people do monotonous work following a set algorithm. And who do you think is more efficient at this? A human or a machine? AI can do better than humans in 99% of cases, and it is much cheaper to set up production with robots than with humans. Machines and neural networks do not get tired, do not get sick, are able to perform a huge number of operations simultaneously. They do not have bad mood, they do not need vacations, they do not make mistakes, and most importantly, there is no need to pay a salary. In the consumer format of society, no matter how much you love people and what you want to keep them employed, if competitors implement automation, you will have to do the same or you'll go out of business yourself. If you, my friend, think that by holding a managerial position your services will still be required, don't deceive yourself. As soon as the AI starts to define tasks for itself, the need for managers will also disappear in a heartbeat. And AI already knows how to do that. Well, you might think, oh, great, robots will do everything for us and we'll rest or do creative work, but we have to ask ourselves, where are we going to get the money from? After all, in a consumer society, you have to pay for everything. No work, no money. And who will support the people whose work is now being performed by machines? And for whom will these robots produce goods if no one can buy them? And what will the people do? Do you think billions of people with no means to survive will sit quietly and wait for something, or they will fight for their lives and starving revolt in the streets? Changing the law is definitely not enough. We need to change the format of society. If money is the most valuable thing in a consumer society, the main value in a creative society is human life. Your life, the life of your children, your loved ones. What we are now talking about is being already discussed and raises concerns among specialists in the field of labor protection on how critical the unemployment situation is already and what dangers await us in connection with the widespread substitution of labor by machines. Let us hear from Ivan Idrovol, consultant to the International Labour Organization.
Thank you very much also for inviting poorest of the poor, earning less than $1, if ever. If you want to take a look a little bit quickly on which sectors or what activities are most likely to be affected or have been already affected by the introduction of new technologies. We are nearly 8 billion people living in the world. The half of it is already related to any activity in the agriculture, fishery, forestry, and food chains. So we have these numbers basically performing basic jobs. You'll see where the impact is going to happen because they cannot reskill themselves. They cannot upgrade their skills as easy as in. What I'm saying is, this is not enough to increase the levels of productivity. So it's a matter of productivity what we are talking here. When productivity suffers, that means you are more costly. And then if you are more costly, less efficient, that means you are not competitive. So if you face the competitor, you are in a less advantage than the other one. So since the market system requires quality, but at the same time the right price. So when they got the cheapest, they go for it. So this race about price is the one that is bringing up into this issue. So there you go to see that artificial intelligence and Industry 4 and whatever technology we are talking as a replacement of human being force or forced labor, it will be taking place first in agriculture, in forestry, in other activities that are easily to be replaced. Then it will be in manufacturing. Why? Because manually done is inefficient and is expensive because I have to pay all of the salaries. I'm not supporting that, I'm just describing the situation where the technology might take place because it's easier. If I, let's say, if I can reduce from 2,000 workers in my company, so if I do automation in order to replace the human labor, I'll be definitely more effective, more efficient, and therefore more productive. So I will be cutting costs like no one else. That means a lot of investments would be put in that will demand financial resources, but in the other side, I will be needing less labor force. Every single activity or profession in the world is possible to be replaced. You know, at the end of the day, is how much money is being left in my pocket. That's it. That's business as usual. Meaning to say, I will replace any number of workers or people, professionals, whatsoever, if the profitability will show me positive numbers. That's it. We have to move from consumerism to a more creative way. And that is the creative society, I think, so that is what we really need. It will take time, it will take efforts, it will take to work together, everybody, but it will start by one. It has to come from my willingness.
Thank you, Ivan. Indeed, in our consumer society, businesses are striving to replace humans with machines so that they don't lose out in the competition. And if you look at the situation in terms of improving products, machines will soon be doing absolutely everything better than humans. And no one will care about the people who will be out of work. Next, Dr. Thomas Straub, Professor of International Management at the Geneva School of Economics and Management, will talk about how the Fourth Industrial Revolution will affect all areas of human life and why we need to build a creative society in order for these technologies to be used for the betterment of every human's life and not at our detriment.
I'm a professor of international management at the University of Geneva, the Geneva School of Economics and Management. I'm the director of the Master of Science in Responsible Management. I'm doing research in different fields. mergers and acquisitions, innovation these days, and wrongdoing also. I wrote different books in those fields and articles, and I'm in several boards. The impact, of course, of this fourth industrial revolution will be on all types of systems, I guess. Will it be new governance systems on a macro level, such as the political system, but maybe also at the micro level, in other words, the governance within companies and organizations. I think it will challenge our economic system as such, but also the legal system and how we decide what is wrong and right, and the way how we learn and live and interact with others. Personally, I think we will need to learn and to actively influence the system in order to benefit mankind, and so that this system will be to the benefit of mankind and not against mankind. In other words, technology should be maybe used in our favor to protect the individuum, but also its rights, the norms, the values, and in fact the systems, the decisions that are made should be inclusive. Governments, policymakers, organizations, but also the society at large, they need to actively take part and be involved in an inclusive way in this transformation process. As I said earlier, and in line with the values of the described project, let's say creative society, technology should be used in favor of humankind, protect the individuum and its rights. So human rights are an important aspect in this development. Respect the norms, values, but also I think it should be inclusive. The decisions that we take in the future should be inclusive and respect all types of individuals and ethnicities and types of people out there.
Thank you, Dr. Straub, for emphasizing the fact that technologies should only be used to improve our lives. And let's not forget that AI is just a tool, and any tool can be used for good or bad. Today, AI specialists are actively developing self-learning systems in which they see the greatest potential. But what threats does this pose to us? Let's hear from the expert, Igor Novikov, head of Singularity U from the Kyiv chapter.
By and large, this is a unique time now in the history of humanity, in the sense that really everything is changing. And if we are talking about risks, then risks, of course, as well as opportunities, are found in absolutely all spheres. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly shown that we are not ready for medical challenges. The data of the last 20 years on climate change show that we are not ready to respond to the consequences that are coming in the very near future. From the point of view of the social system and social institutions, in principle, everything is being questioned now. For us, the most conventional method to distribute wealth is called work. But this method is not protected from labor automation. Unemployment is growing. At the same time, generally speaking, we were not prepared for this. We don't have conventional answers about what we actually do about this. If we stop working, then how do we feed our families? How do we consume, earn a living, provide for some basic and non-basic needs? And by and large, the train has already left. And now we are running to catch up with it. That's the situation right now. I don't even mention global challenges. If we are talking, for example, about artificial intelligence and technology in general, there are three risk areas. For example, the internet is a technology that has not even reached its peak yet. That is, we do not yet have the so-called global connectivity when everyone is connected. At the same time, the internet has already absolutely changed the world, and a huge number of both pros and cons are directly related to it. And we absolutely did not think about them. We didn't think about tectonic shifts in the economy. We didn't even think about technological unemployment caused by the internet. But in fact, if you look at all technologies, the internet is one of the 3 job killer technologies. It removes all barriers, giving access to the same workplace to anyone with a gadget and network access, thereby increasing competition to the peak and reducing the cost of services. I mean, we are never ready. When inventing a technology and developing it, we never think ahead. Now the other 2 factors, if we are talking specifically about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence today primarily carries the threat of bias. So there is a simple rule. If the dataset used for the neuron network learning was compiled by people, then the actions and quality of the work of this neuron network will be the mirror of that dataset. In other words, if we have racial prejudices embedded in the datasets, or religious ones, or whatever, then the neuron network that we consider to be completely rational will be in fact irrational and biased, just like its creator. That's the first problem. The second problem is that despite the fact that today we have a much better understanding of how neural networks make decisions than we had 3 or 4 years ago, we still do not fully control the decision-making process. We do not even monitor the decision-making process. At the same time, we entrust artificial intelligence with more and more daily tasks, some of which relate to life and death issues of many people. I'm talking about the application of machine learning in medicine, power industry, anything. At the same time, de facto, we do not understand how this, say, black box, although this is not a black box, it is zeros and ones of the binary code, but still, we don't understand how this black box works. My favorite example, although it might seem fantastic, there have already been precedents in the history of humankind. There were solar flares. In 1865 or 1869, a solar flare caused quite serious infrastructural damage to the American telegraph. Why only to the telegraph? Because in fact, this was the only technology that could be affected by this. If such a flare happens again today, in just half a day, it will de facto send us back to the 19th century for like 20 years. We have much to ponder. This is the real picture. As for climate change, I'm afraid we're now in a situation which is unlikely to be completely reversed. It seems to me that the most realistic task for society right now is to find some model of maintaining the situation, at least the one we have today, without further waiting for larger-scale consequences. Because the next series of all this will be the macro consequences. In other words, this includes a significant impact on the world economy, climate migration, political and military conflicts resulting from this. After all, imagine a situation, there is, say, some Middle Asian country that is not rich, where potential farming, in one form or another, does not thrive as it is. So the climate changes, their climate becomes hotter, drier, and it completely destroys the habitual way of life for people who live off farming. Yes, there will be famine, as we saw in Africa in the 90s, and so on. But people in today's world will no longer sit and wait until they starve to death. They will move. They will go after an opportunity. So this migration will lead to rather unpleasant consequences. Therefore, the most optimistic thing I can say is that I hope that humanity will not wait for more serious consequences and will start acting more actively and jointly already now, which is the most important thing.
Thank you, Igor. I totally agree. It is time to act all together. And before moving forward, let me address some of the comments we see under the videos, under the live stream. And people are saying that why is scaring us? Well, friends, we do not scare anyone. We just tell the truth. We speak about what is reality already today. And I think it is important for everyone to know the real situation in the world and then decide, take a decision with knowing how the things are in regards with AI and its development and what are the risks and benefits for humanity. And let's move forward. And Igor touched upon a very important topic of natural disasters and climate refugees. We will talk about this in more detail later and in this conference, and the facts we will learn will make us rethink the world we live in. And looking at the rapid pace of AI development, we understand that many professions will be taken over by AI, but not only manual labor, also professions such as teachers, accountants, other office workers, and people will be left out in the streets. Although there is one field, professionals of which don't even imagine they can ever be replaced by AI. The irony is that they will be exactly the first ones to lose their jobs to AI. So, what field is that? Any guesses who that would be? Let's watch a short video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about this.
So, teachers will be out on the street, and doctors will be out on the street. Everyone will be out on the street. Why? Every profession will gradually be pushed out and taken away. Wherever there is profit, that's where superintelligence will enter.
Well, according to futurists, at least one profession will definitely be very privileged, IT specialists, because of the era.
Well, not one. 3.
Even 3.
They name 3 of them, IT specialists,
yes,
then lawyers and financiers. These are at least 3 professions of the future, right? My friends, the first ones on the way out, let's put it culturally, will be IT specialists.
It was unexpected.
Unexpected. Few people know this. But I will tell you what IT specialists face today. Those who started their careers earlier, at least 10 years ago, and were already IT specialists, programmers, they have earned trust. And they are now in demand. People know that. They are needed. They always have work. But as for young people who are coming in, for them, it's already difficult to find a job. There are still a lot of companies that use the services of IT specialists. But there is already a problem. Why? Because today, that very superintelligence, I emphasize once again, it is in dozens of companies. There are large companies, there are smart ones, and they all compete with each other for being the first to create and launch it. So, this system already writes programs better and faster than those very programmers, even the top ones. And a lot of people already see, especially those involved in IT, they see little programs appearing that are supposedly written by people. But those who have access to these codes see that these codes are so logical, they are so perfect, that it is extremely difficult for people to write them. I understand that some programmers now, those who are watching us, will say, "Come on, that's impossible. It's impossible to replace me." My friends, what you use is trivial algorithms, simple mathematics.
This might come as a shock to some of us, especially those who consider themselves irreplaceable. Human mind thinks that someone else's profession will be taken over by AI, not mine, especially when I am an AI developer. However, we clearly see that tendencies in this field which make it obvious that AI is already capable of coding, building algorithms on its own, creating apps. Since the beginning of 2021, a couple of AI systems have been patented which are capable of writing code. For example, a neural network which writes code in the field of computer vision all by itself, having learned all the programming languages. Another example is GitHub Copilot, a service which completes the code programmers are writing. How did it learn to do it? Well, it analyzed all openly available code that programmers themselves put online. It is being said that all this is done with good intentions to help programmers eliminate their routine work. But this is how it always starts, before they are eliminated from the process. It is obvious that in no time, all coding will be done by machines and humans will not apply anymore. Especially if you take into account how good AI is in self-learning. Do you remember Tali told us about the game of Go, considered the most difficult, which AI mastered better than humans? Well, there's one more interesting fact about this. The AI managed to beat a human in the game of Go only after humans stopped teaching the computer and the machine was given a set of rules and left to learn by itself. The AI used moves that did not contradict the rules, but which humans had not been able to come up with in the millennia of the game's existence. So, self-learning is the best way to teach AI, and for this, it needs data. And who is providing it with data? We humans. Who is teaching it to code, build algorithms? Who trains neural networks to understand human voice and other human input without a mediator? Who supplies AI with tons of training material? IT professionals, with every single line of code. So it turns out that today software engineers are writing the code of their own unemployment. Those who don't believe it and think they are irreplaceable are just as naive as Kasparov in 1989. Just as no one can win against AI in chess, poker, and the game of Go today, no human will be able to compete with AI in coding and software development tomorrow. And as we mentioned, the development of AI is exponential. So this future is much closer than any of us can imagine. AI will develop perfect, error-free software faster, with no need to rest or pay, and the labor of the software engineers themselves will simply be replaced by a better performer, just as drivers are already beginning to be replaced by autopilots. Guys, let's not fool ourselves. The work is not being done, this work, the development of AI is not being done to create players in the game of Go, but on a superintelligence that will control all the systems, meaning the whole world. What is the danger of this development in our society? After all, in a consumer society, everything belongs to someone. So the superintelligence will also have a master. And what intentions will this person have, given the animal rules of our society? We will touch upon this topic in more detail later in the conference. Friends, please do not think that we are against technological development. On the contrary, we urgently need highly developed technologies to cope with the coming climatic cataclysms. The only question is which format of society we will choose to live in. A consumer society in which we have no future, or a creative one where all achievements improve the life of every human being.
Dear viewers, as we see, artificial intelligence is capable of replacing humans with all its abilities and functions. And in this block of the conference called Technological Unemployment, we will see what professions will definitely be taken over by AI and why. Trust me, you will be amazed by the facts. For example, do you think that music and art is something that AI is not capable of? Well, you are mistaken. Right now, let's watch a video clarifying this subject.
People are used to thinking that only a person can create, and the machine is incapable of it. The surprise is that this is not the case. Art and creativity for the machine was much easier than solving human problems. Scientists from New Jersey and California in 2017 developed the ACAN system, that is AICAN, which studies and creates fine arts. For the first time in history, people couldn't tell which paintings were made by an algorithm and which were created by humans. Can you tell the difference? Do you think artificial intelligence is able to create only paintings in an abstract style? No. Edmond de Bellamy portrait. In 2018, artificial intelligence created the first ever fictional portrait, which was sold at Christie's auction for $432,500 US. The next Rembrandt project, artificial intelligence analyzed all the works of Rembrandt and created a new, unique portrait in the style of the genius artist. The neural network not only generated the image, but also recreated the master's painting technique using 3D printing. The robot has already learned to draw with a brush and paint like a human. For example, when the E. David robot is tasked with drawing several paintings of the same object, it determines on its own at what angle to make the next stroke, and therefore each picture turns out to be unique. Meanwhile, the Ada robot, that is AIDA robot, collects entire exhibitions of its paintings, and this art is gaining more and more popularity. So why would we need genius artists now if any unique painting technique can be recreated by a neural network? Neural networks already know how to create company logos, color images, and make even the most primitive drawing look realistic. The modeling business is also moving into the digital space. Meet Emma. And this is Michelle. This is Dagny, Shudu, Eleona, Jae Young, Boyce. Which of these models do you think is a living person? No one. Nevertheless, world-famous brands sign multi-million-dollar advertising contracts with them. These models have millions of fans on social media who want to be like them. People imitate them. They don't age and always look perfect. They are easier to promote and can even be changed if desired. So why bother with people, their moods and problems, if there is an ever-young AI that is always in trend? Digital TV presenters are no longer a sensation either. The first TV presenter based on artificial intelligence appeared in the Chinese state agency Shinshu in early 2019. At the moment, this technology is actively used in Japan, China, and South Korea. The project has advanced so much that anyone can already become the creator of the news. You just need to upload the text and the virtual presenter will voice it. For example, like this.
The 2020 Online Journalism Award winner is an artificial intelligence system called Sophie, which is used by the Canadian national newspaper, The Globe and Mail. The AI was awarded a journalism award for the first time.
Today, AI is able not only to voice the text, but also to compose it much better than people. Robot journalists who compose articles for Forbes, Bloomberg, Associated Press, Microsoft demonstrate that information is processed and structured better, faster, and in a more comprehensible way by a neural network, rather than a human. For a journalist, composition of large analytical materials takes weeks, or even months, and a team of editors then checks it for inaccuracies and errors. Whereas the program is able to process huge amounts of information on its own, select the necessary facts, compare them, and produce it in different languages in an interesting and understandable way for the reader. This means people are definitely losing in this industry. Compressor Head. This German rock band tours all over the world. There are already many developments in the world where AI independently writes music in different genres or in the style of a famous musician, and even writes meaningful lyrics to it. Artificial intelligence can handle even the most complex classical music. The AVA neural network completed an unfinished piece by the Czech composer Antonín Dvořák, 115 years after his death. It took the program 72 hours to accomplish this. And yes, the music you now hear is also created by the AVA program. Soon, no musician will be able to compete with AI. It needs neither string nor keyboard instruments. It's already now that AIs can improvise and produce the music that people like. Luo Tianyi from China, Hatsune Miku from Japan, K.A group from South Korea, and many others are animated hologram singers. For more than a decade, virtual singers have been giving concerts, winning top ranks in music charts, and they have their own multi-million armies of fans. They interact with the audience in such a lively manner that the experience is much more vivid than that from the concerts of human performers. The shows of hologram performers are always perfect. They don't get tired, they don't forget words and movements, they don't sing out of tune, and they don't create dramas. Why should a producer tolerate the whims of a star, bother with logistics, if he can insert a flash drive and the show goes live? Now, we are still worshipping outstanding stars, but very soon, all attention will be focused on virtual artists and holograms. Hologram technology can even revive the images of popular performers of the past. Michael Jackson and Whitney Houston, Victor Tsoi and Vladimir Vysotsky, Frank Sinatra and Mariah Callas, Tupac Shakur. They look super realistic. Concerts with such holograms are even more popular than with live artists. After the concert with Tupac's hologram, sales of his albums skyrocketed. The Dead are singing on stage already, and tomorrow there will be no place for humans at all. Deepfake technology has reached such a high realism that it already poses a real threat to actors. So, for the sake of the experiment, a Canadian YouTube blogger replaced the face of the main Henry Cavill with the face of Hollywood actor Hugh Jackman in several scenes of the series The Witcher. In TikTok, fake accounts of stars created with the help of this technology have already appeared. The most famous of them is Tom Cruise's account, and this is the moral side of the issue, which has no legal provisions whatsoever. In 2021, a science fiction film titled Bee will be released, where the lead role is played by the robot called Erica. Disney has created acrobatic robots that perform high-flying stunts, each time making a perfect landing. These stuntronics are autonomous and they are designed to replace stuntmen. How about robot emotions? The neural network already knows how to create realistic monologues based on the text. Masterfully, imitating anger, sadness, joy, or interest.
I can see this hurts, but I had to tell you sooner.
Forget it. I trusted you.
But if you look at it...
You never listen. You don't listen.
MetaHuman's technology allows for creating realistic, virtual images of people within a limited time and having rather small technical resources. This video was made by people, but it's not for long, because machines can do it too. A neural network, Benjamin, created a film completely on its own. The program used voice technology, face swapping, and imitation of facial expressions. It took Benjamin only 2 days to edit the film. Benjamin also wrote the screenplay for the film Sunspring, where the first phrase of the protagonist was,
"In a future with mass unemployment, young people are forced to sell blood." It's something I can do.
Given the consumer format of society, the future with mass unemployment is actually the most likely scenario, taking into account the fact that the displacement of people by artificial intelligence will irreversibly occur, both in the media and in all other spheres of activity. If AI has so easily penetrated into art professions that previously only humans were capable of, then how quickly and easily can it replace all others?
So is my job as graphic and web designer will be gone too. Still, each of us thinks right now that another job can be replaced by artificial intelligence, but not mine. Especially, many people believe that the creative sphere certainly cannot be replaced by AI. After all, how can you replace genius? How can you replace talent? It's easy, friends. It's very easy. We just saw in the video that robots can apply unique paint strokes, create paintings in any style of genius. We just heard the music which artificial intelligence produces in seconds for us and for every taste. The same goes with supermodels and actors. AI will take our entertainment to the next level. It will be customized to each of us because AI knows everything about us. The movie industry will be revolutionary. We will no longer rate our movies. They all will be blockbusters. They will come out every week with the best AI actors, the best plot twists, the best surround sounds, special effects. It will never cease to amaze us. In the very near future, it will be possible to upload your idea or a script, and in a week, you will get a movie that will be indistinguishable from reality, with you as an actor, if you wish. All you need is a drone to film the area, and the AI will do the rest. But what will Stallone do and the whole entertainment industry? This is just the beginning of all of AI. And it's not even super intelligence yet. This is a very exciting future. But who will be able to enjoy all of this in our current consumer format if 99% of the world's population will face a job loss, which means no resources for survival? Just think about it. If you lost your job tomorrow and there are no jobs to apply for, what would you do? We won't be going to the AI concerts or movies, enjoying an art gallery or other entertainment of the future. We won't even have money for food or shelter. We will eat each other alive in order to provide a piece of bread for our starving children.
Thank you, Olga. It is true that consumer format leaves us with nothing but hopelessness. Dear viewers, before I introduce our next guest speaker, I would like to remind you that the next part of our event will be dedicated to the topic of climate crisis. The information and facts that we will show are vital and serious for all people to know, as we will talk about the true danger that our humanity is facing. Our next speaker,
Наш следующий докладчик Светлана Галинская, генеральный директор и основатель компании Mediatek, расскажет нам, что нас ждет.
If we keep the current vector of society. Svetlana, the floor is yours.
I'm happy to welcome viewers and participants of the conference Global Crisis, This Already Affects Everyone. It's a very interesting topic and I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Svetlana Galinskaya. I am the owner of Mediatek, a company that works in show business area. We provide technical fit-outs. So what prospects do we have with artificial intelligence? If society pursues only material values, with artificial intelligence being used in the process, human beings will lose their selfhood. Why? Because every owner of some corporation will create a number of machines, fill it with artificial intelligence, so a human being will simply become out of demand in this chain. Mass unemployment will burst out. People will be depressed on a massive scale. And I can't even imagine what this could lead to. Very bad consequences, I think. Because for so many years, the material has come first. We got disunity. And look what this led us to. All the time we see fires, floods, hunger, and so on. Everything that happens on Earth is only happening because people have forgotten that they are human beings. We have lost the most important idea, the collaboration of everyone with each other. Please, people, unite and hear this. Only we, human beings, and our inner state of love and focus should have one goal of saving the world. We should base all technological processes on creation. And then it's going to be so beautiful for all of us, with rapid breakthroughs, with machines that will do dangerous work, with medical equipment that will be able to detect any diseases at an early stage. We will be able to prolong our life. We will be able to discover other planets. And then the AI will become our friend, not an enemy. I see only one way and only one solution. Only thanks to the creative society and nothing else, we can go and pursue the goals which will unite us. This is the foundation that we will be able to build our beautiful new home on, a home named Creative Society.
Thank you, Svetlana, for these sincere words. We truly need to reach our common aim, the creative society. And of course, we can do this by being aware of our responsibility. And our next speaker will tell us more about this topic. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Yvonne Thompson, president of the European Federation of Black Women Business Owners, founder of the Win Trade Global Talks. Dr. Thompson is a fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce.
So my name is Dr. Yvonne Thompson. I'm based in the UK. I've lived in the UK for most of my life, originally from South America, Guyana. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this absolutely inspiring, really necessary and very, very cutting edge debate and discussion. You know, what you ladies are doing, it's just an amazing opportunity to bring so many different people from so many different backgrounds globally together to talk about a really important question. So, looking at the very first topic, I just feel that right now, the challenges and the crisis that humanity are facing and will continue to face in the near future. Do you know what? I think, first and foremost, that is one of trust. That is one of trust. It's one of kindness, and it's one of caring, because until the world learns to trust each other, until we're in the position of trusting each other, until we're in the position of caring for each other, and thinking about what is each of our place in humanity, we're heading down a very, very dangerous road. I think there's something called personal social responsibility. Until everybody learns what their personal social responsibility is, the world will not be able to move forward in the way, certainly, that I think it should, in a kind and caring manner. Well, I think, everybody has to take their place in the world moving forward. And it's up to the individuals what responsibility, what they're passionate about, what they want to see happen. And, the more we get on the side of good, it's the better.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson, for emphasizing the importance of personal responsibilities in shaping the future of our society. Let's now move to the next aspect of our conference by watching the following video, which shows the real scale of replacing humans with machines in commerce, finance, logistics, and others. How AI is slowly taking over our various jobs, and what will be the impact on us people.
Are you sure that taking away your job in the consumer format of society will create a new one for you? They promise to teach us new professions, but which ones? If artificial intelligence learns faster, and in the consumer format, everything is decided by profit and availability. The layoffs of people due to the application of artificial intelligence is already happening. The following are just a few illustrative examples from various countries. The Chinese mobile phone factory Shenyang Precision Technology has replaced 90% of humans with robots. This increased their productivity by 250%. People have not been offered other jobs. They were just simply fired. In 2018, Sberbank of Russia, the largest financial enterprise in Central and Eastern Europe, introduced artificial intelligence and cut 70% of middle managers. Amazon claims that if some of the packers and warehouses are replaced with robots, the cost of such a robot of $1 million will pay off in just 2 years. Professions that require performing repetitive and predictable tasks in the field of transport, logistics, and economics are already being actively replaced by artificial intelligence all around the world. The future of logistics has come. Many links of the logistics chain are automated and already work without human intervention. Hyundai Merchant Marine Company has launched the world's largest container ship capable of transporting 480,000 tons of cargo. The main functions of the vessel are controlled by artificial intelligence. The world's largest modern ports, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Rotterdam, and Long Beach, serve hundreds of thousands of containers with virtually no human involvement. Yet, this is just a small part of the overall picture. Impressive, isn't it? Have you now thought about the fate of people who once worked at these enterprises? Modern transcontinental logistics companies, AliExpress, Amazon, UPS, Walmart, DHL, are intensively replacing human labor with robots in their warehouses. Besides moving cargo, robots are engaged in packing and sorting goods. Self-driving trucks have entered the market. Volvo and Scania companies have presented models of completely self-driving cars, which do not even provide a place for drivers. The entire economy is rapidly switching to automated management. Paying for goods, we are no longer surprised that most transactions in banks are automated. Bank of America started opening fully automated branches back in 2017. Without staff. You can get a mortgage, a car loan, or a credit card there. China Construction Bank, CCB, already has a branch in Shanghai that is run entirely by robots. It allows you to manage accounts, buy gold, and analyze real estate investments using virtual reality glasses. Banks benefit from the use of artificial intelligence, and they expect to save up to $500 billion by 2023. At a time when millions of specialists will be left unclaimed, banks' profits will rapidly grow. The robot performs the same actions as a live operator. However, it needs no break and makes no errors. Unlike other industries, banks are not burdened with expensive factories, manufacturing plants, or showrooms full of luxury cars. Their biggest expenses are people. The work of financiers, economists, accountants is also built on repetitive algorithms and right now is being automated through the Agency of Artificial Intelligence. Beeline uses the Robbie robot for accounting. He checks more than 90% of cash documents in 3,000 telecom stores and replaces the work of 101 accountants. Robbie is constantly developing, and today it can work even with complex documents for the installation of equipment and the commissioning of fixed assets. Already now, only one bot can work instead of an entire accounting department. It not only conducts complete accounting, but also generates reports for making management decisions. In their report, the representatives of Oxford University, Carl Frey and Michael Osborne, predict job cuts for accountants and auditors up to 94%. With the automation of financial processes, related professions, tax inspectors, controllers, auditors, will also disappear. And the profession of a stock trader, which was considered very prestigious and profitable 20 years ago, has now been replaced by artificial intelligence by 40%. Robots are able to determine trends, analyze quotes simultaneously on several exchanges, and make a mathematical forecast straight away. Humans can't do that, so they are inferior to machines. Such an investment giant as Goldman Sachs, having as many as 600 traders in the 2000s to this date, keeps only 2, having replaced the rest with artificial intelligence. Are you looking for a job? You will be evaluated by a heartless program. Do you hope this is a distant future? But it's already happening. Recruitment programs from Pymetrics, HireVue, Korn Ferry, and others can already analyze resumes by themselves, search for and call applicants, conduct online interviews, and screen out candidates. The number of vacancies processed by them is estimated in millions. They are being used by hundreds of companies: McDonald's, Kraft Heinz, JP Morgan Bank, PwC Consulting Company, Unilever, and Hilton. Artificial intelligence is intensively replacing human professions, and this is already the reality of today's consumer format of the society we live in. From the perspective of business, it is profitable. But what about the perspective of people?
Friends, it is shocking to see how the income of certain companies grows, while we will be losing our jobs and staying without any income. Significant role in the economy is played by agriculture, since without food, we will not survive, for sure. Let's watch a video about AI, how it already today replaced the work of people in this sector.
Agriculture is one of the most important sectors of the economy, which provides food to the population of the planet. Until recently, it was the most labor-intensive industry, employing about 1.5 billion people. The number of people employed in agriculture made up 44% of the world population. And within just 30 years, this number decreased to 27%. This became possible thanks to the active use of AI and robots at all stages, from sowing seeds to harvesting. All these processes occur without human intervention. About 40% of annual cost of a farm are wages and contract labor expenses for cultivation and harvesting. Already now, Wish Farms Company has announced an introduction of a harvester for picking strawberries made by Harvest Crew Robotics. The robot can harvest 8 acres of land in one day and replace 30 workers. We see that in open-air farming, machines already take on most of the work. But what will humans do? In animal husbandry, a big step has also been taken towards automating processes and using AI automation of such processes as caring, feeding, and receipt of livestock. Products is no longer the future, but the reality of today. For example, Chinese IT giant Alibaba, having teamed up with livestock companies Sichuan, Teku Group, and Decon Group, invested millions of yuans in creating an artificial intelligence system capable of keeping records of every individual pig, including its breed, age and days, diet, weight, and movement. In the US, 80 Acres Farms have built a farm that doesn't need either sun or soil or favorable weather. There is no room for pesticides there because everything is indoors and monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At this farm, hard work is performed by robots. According to the network owners, productivity has been increased 300 times compared to a conventional farm. Smart greenhouses minimize human involvement and allow for a remote management of the growth of vegetable and fruit crops. Such systems are successfully applied in aquaponics and aeroponics. The advantage of such greenhouses is that they can be built anywhere in the world, operate 24 hours a day, and yield harvest all year round. Their benefits are obvious. It is high productivity at low cost. We have given only a few examples of what is now being implemented across the planet, and the pace is only increasing. Very soon, people in this sector will not be needed at all. In this regard, we can ask a question: what should 1.5 billion people do? Those who are involved in agriculture today.
Well, as we can all see, AI can help us in everyday work and life, but not in the current consumerist format, where everything is done for profit. Consumerist format leads us to the path of money, brain, and profit. And we humans require the creative society, that is the path of life, heart, and love. And dear viewers, we want to remind you that millions of people around the world are watching today's broadcast. It is broadcast live on thousands of YouTube and other streaming channels. Moreover, thanks to volunteers from around the world who understand the importance of this event, the conference is simultaneously translated into 72 languages, including sign language interpretation. Therefore, we can safely say that this is the biggest event in the history of humanity. And it has become a reality because people really understand how important it is for the whole mankind to discuss global problems and crises. Because only together can we find solutions. And we all want peace and happiness. And together we can create this world. Now, let us listen to what our next speaker thinks about it. Dr. Ishaq Calderon Adizes, Doctor of Philosophy, founder and CEO of the Adizes Academy of Management. Dr. Adizes, I pass the word to you.
Thank you for inviting me and giving me space to share with you my thinking in our modern life. Let's review civilization. History of civilization, of humanity. We started as chimpanzees, if you follow Darwin. And the strongest chimpanzee was a leader. Then we became a nomadic society, and the strongest hunter was a leader. Then we became an agricultural society, and the one with the most sheep or cows or land became the leader. What the common denominator? Power, strength. And it permeated our philosophy in colonialism. Philosophy of colonialism, the more land you have, the more resources you have, the stronger you are. More is better. That was the philosophy. More is better. More. Then came the Industrial Revolution. The brain got into the act. Now we had to plan and organize and budget and systematize. So it was power and brain. Today we live in a post-industrial society where the brain is a dominant factor now. Not power, brain. The biggest company in the transportation business does not own one car. They own just a computer and information that they can manipulate. What is it called? Uber. The biggest hotel in the world does not own one hotel. They have a computer and information. What is it called? Airbnb. What are the biggest companies on earth today in the stock market? Most valuable ones have information. What do you think is Google doing? Information. What is Amazon accumulating? Information, manipulating information, handling information, managing information. What is Facebook trying to do? Even more and more and more and more. More information, more information. The future of the companies of success are going to be those that can get data and manage data. That's what digitalization, the age of digitalization. The brain is a source of success. Muscle is losing it. Just being in manufacturing, that's why the whole economy is moving to the service industry, which is brain. But that is on its way out too. With artificial intelligence, with quantum computing, it's going to be more powerful than our brain. We're going to rely on that to decide for us. Somebody is going to develop it there, and then it's going to be bigger and stronger than those that developed it. The brain is on its way out. So what is on its way in? What is the future like? The heart. If we don't listen, if we do not make the transition and develop the heart as a driving force of our behavior, of our culture, of our foreign policy, of who we are as humanity, and we stay with power and brain, Nazi Germany was not a fluke in the history of mankind. It was a preamble, a point of what's going to happen. Imagine, what was Nazi Germany? Knowledgeable, powerful, and they had a lot of literature and even art, and Hitler loved to listen to music. Brain and power, no heart. How could these people burn little children? How could they have done it? And gas people, women, children, old people. Brain, power, no heart. So if we continue as humanity, more and more into the brain, more and more into the power, stronger and stronger arms of destruction, biological, chemical, nuclear, more and more powerful, more and more artificial intelligence, and no heart, the whole world will become Nazi Germany, and we're going to destroy ourselves. We're going to kill each other. The 20th century, more people were killed by other people than accumulatively in history of mankind. Before that, before the 20th century, we will kill each other thousands. In the 20th century, we killed each other millions. So 21st century, more and more powerful, brain, artificial brain that has no heart. Think about your grandchildren, the world they're going to live in. And where does integration come from? The heart. Why? What is the utmost in integration? Maximum integration you can imagine. What is it? What is it called? Love. And integration is the solution of a disintegrating planet, disintegrating humanity. So what is our solution? Love. And if we don't develop love, God help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adizes. You asked a very important question. What does the future hold? And you also explained that today, in the consumerist society, we don't have a future. And what we see is it's terrifying. So I think every person watching right now should ask themselves, what will the future hold in this format that we live in today? And it is very important, as you said, Dr. Adizes, as well, to follow our hearts. And right now, we are very happy to announce that especially for this conference, we have a special message sent to us from the honorable speakers, Mr. and Mrs. Sayonji, who are the founders of the Goy Peace Foundation and initiators of the Fiji Declaration. We are pleased to show you fragments of their message. You will be able to see the full video on the allatraunites.com website. And now let us listen to the message from Mr. Hiro Sayonji. He is the great-grandson of Prince Kinmochi Sayonji, Prime Minister of Japan during the Meiji period. He is also the president of May Peace Prevail on Earth International.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hiro Sayonji. I am the president of the Goi Peace Foundation. It is a great honor for me to be invited to this international conference and have the opportunity to speak here. The Goi Peace Foundation is engaged in a variety of activities to promote peace on earth. One of our basic principles is the Declaration for All Life on Earth. We introduce our vision of peace. There are 4 principles in the Declaration. The first one is reverence for life. The second one is respect for all differences. The third one is grateful coexistence with nature. And the fourth one is harmony between the spiritual and the material. It seems to me that the direction of these basic principles coincides with the 8 foundations on which the creative society is based. Well, I am very glad about it. We believe in the concept of critical mass theory, which states that changing the thinking direction of 1 to 5% of the population will result in a trend that will change the mindset of the majority of people. Critical mass theory is a scientific theory. We believe that if we can change the consciousness of a few % of the population, whether it's 100 or 200 million out of 7 billion people, there will be a big shift in everyone's thinking. We would like to spread this idea to those who support the Fuji Declaration. We are looking forward to collaborating toward a peaceful world. I sincerely wish this conference success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sayonji. And let's now listen to Mrs. Sayonji, who is a chairwoman of May Peace Prevail on Earth International Organization, descended of the Ryukyu family of Okinawa, peace activist.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Masami Sayonji, and I'm from Japan. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the floor. I would like to share my thoughts with you. The most important thing is that one spirit lives in each of us, regardless of race, nationality, worldview, or the language we speak. This is called spirituality. I'm sure you have all experienced it. It is also called intuition, the sixth sense. That which is beyond 5 senses, spirituality. All people are initially born with it inside, having talents, feelings, and love. World peace is not created by the president of a country, the prime minister, or even a great PhD who has studied a lot. The world is created by each of us. The world will change when each of us changes for the better. The world will change, governments will change, and the citizens will change. These are the thoughts that I would like to share with you. I'm very pleased to meet with all of you today. Looking forward to cooperating with you in the future. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mrs. Sayonji. It is essential for us as humans to evolve and take responsibility for ourselves. So let us proceed to the following aspect of our conference: the medical sphere. People who are involved in it are saving our lives. One of the requirements of the development of a person is to have a high-quality healthcare. Let's see what kind of innovations we already have in healthcare in the following video.
Robots have been working in the leading medical clinics of the world for almost 30 years. Not only do they compete with specialists, but they can replace them fully. 100% accuracy is what we expect when we have been diagnosed or we are being prepped for a surgery. This is the precision that AI technologies are demonstrating in healthcare today. Robot nurses can already fully take over all the functions of middle grade and junior medical staff. They even outperform people. They are accurate and efficient 24 hours a day. One of the most common and complex procedures performed by a nurse is blood collection from the vein. According to statistics, nurses have difficulty collecting blood in 30 to 60 patients out of 100. Repeated insertion of needles may cause injuries and inflammation of the veins, even worse, thrombosis. A robot will never miss the vein because its sensors clearly see the wall of the vessels in the infrared spectrum. Machines already obtain medical licenses, which means they can officially work as doctors. A Chinese diagnostic robot named Xiao Yi passed the National Medical Licensing Exam and was authorized to treat people. It scored 96 points higher than required to pass the exam, exceeding the skills of human candidates. Today, artificial intelligence successfully replaces specialists not only in diagnostics and therapy, but also in surgical specialties. Robots themselves choose the most effective and sparing plan of surgery for a particular patient and perform its main stages. The use of AI in surgery allows to significantly reduce the time of a surgery, for example, on the brain, from 10 to 12 hours to 2 to 3. Remove tumors with micron-level accuracy, minimize blood loss, risk of infection, and complications. One robot can replace a whole team of doctors and has the experience of thousands of the best specialists put into it by its developers. Surgeries performed by an AI guarantee a quick recovery and a short post-operative period. For example, today, doctors can save lives of people who are hundreds of miles away by remotely controlling the work of a robot. Ryan Matter, a cardiologist from Michigan, conducts percutaneous coronary intervention. It is a life-saving technique for a person in the state of acute myocardial infarction or sudden cardiac death. One standard procedure is performed by a team of 4 doctors and takes 1 hour on average. The use of AI allowed one doctor to save the lives of 36 patients in a few hours. The universal surgical robot Da Vinci performs operations on any organs. In America alone, almost 80% of cancer operations are performed using this robot. The number of operations in the world with the help of Da Vinci is approaching 2 million. The robotic systems have been installed in the USA, Israel, Germany, South Korea, Japan, Ukraine, Singapore, Russia, and other countries. The American surgical robot STAR has surpassed Da Vinci. This is the first robot that can autonomously perform soft tissue operations. This type of surgery is the most difficult for robotics to master. Incising and suturing soft tissue were the only things surgeons still had to do in robot-assisted surgeries. STAR solves that too. Today, doctors assist artificial intelligence. Millions of people around the world are waiting for an organ transplant. In China alone, there are 1.5 million people on the waiting list, while in the United States, 20 people die every day not being able to receive a donor transplant. In Russia, there were only 900 donors for 6 million people in 2017. Millions of people, including children, are dying around the world. And this is the terrible reality of today's consumerist society that does not value human life. The technology that could save the lives of these people is 3D organ printing. Transplantations of corneas, skin, bladder, and pancreas are already being performed nowadays. The question is, why aren't these technologies being implemented on a mass scale? We're introducing technologies to destroy each other, but we are in no rush to make public those which save human lives. Consumer format of society is not about saving lives. Attention! Even more efficient and accessible technology, nanorobots are 1,000,000 times smaller than ants. They affect the body at an atomic and molecular level. They perform microsurgical operations with high precision, remove blood clots, close wounds, perform fast and cheap diagnostics of diseases on the cellular and molecular levels, and efficiently deliver drugs to hard-reach areas of the body. Nanorobots can rearrange the same cell to cure cancer or grow a new leg to replace prosthesis. They simply assemble it from the molecules around them. They are also able to assemble their own copy, that is, they can propagate. Nanorobots can both restore and destroy the human body. It depends on the specific program they receive. Imagine, you just drink a glass of ordinary water, and there are doctors, nanorobots in it, which you will not even feel. And consider that you have visited a diagnostician, a therapist, and a surgeon of the highest qualification at once. Since moving around your body, they will not only diagnose you painlessly and unmistakably, finding the cause of inflammation, but they will also eliminate it and completely restore the functions of your body. The cost of making these nanomedics is only a few cents, and it takes only a couple of minutes to assemble. And it's an alternative to any doctor who takes years and enormous amounts of money to train. So, there are already more than enough technologies capable of replacing any medical specialties as effectively as possible. And they are rapidly developing. But, in the conditions of the consumer format of society, the use of these technologies will lead to the fact that people who were saving our lives yesterday, today will be left without work and without means of livelihood. Now, technology has a chance to change the world, but what that change will be is up to you and me, friends.
The technology we just saw is absolutely incredible, but there was a good question asked. what will happen to this technology in the consumerist society, and will it be available to us? For example, from what I can see, I work in the medical field. So already after watching this video, yes, I understand how valuable all this is to people, but I also understand that many medical professionals, including myself, will be left out of job. And what do you do in the format that we live in? Where do we go? And this is very important that we think about it today. And also, dear viewers, please send us your feedbacks. What do you think about the technology we watched? What do you think about the videos that we've seen? What can we do with all this technology? How do you see the future with artificial technology in it? We would love to hear from you. You can send us your feedbacks to info@allatra.tv, and you will see the email address on the screen. And then later on, we will post your feedback and your understandings on the Allatra TV website. And now our next speaker is our good friend, Dr. Jeffrey Long, who's a radiation oncologist, best-selling author of Evidence of the Afterlife. Dr. Long has participated in our conference in the past, and it's a pleasure to have him here with us again. Dr. Long, I pass the word to you.
There. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk. I'm a physician practicing the medical specialty of radiation oncology, which is the use of radiation to treat cancer. Now, in the over 35 years that I have been practicing, I have been very impressed with the increasing computer capability, including development toward artificial intelligence in my medical practice. Every day now, we are using extremely sophisticated computer power to deliver radiation therapy in a way that was impossible even 10, 20 years ago. We are actually now curing more people with cancer than was ever possible before. So in addition, people are being treated with fewer side effects during treatment, and as a result, they're having less long-term complications than was ever possible before. This is really just one example in my medical practice of the power of increasing computer capability to improve our lives and health. Now, the continued progression of computer functionality toward artificial intelligence is, of course, inevitable. As artificial intelligence in computers is developed, it is essential that we are focused on being beneficial to humanity. As we've heard over and over, artificial intelligence certainly can take away existing jobs in the medical field and others. We all need to be aware of this likelihood. We need to be prepared to respond appropriately for those whose jobs are lost due to the development of artificial intelligence. I'm concerned that some people in the artificial intelligence community have said that, well, if you lose your jobs as a result of artificial intelligence, you can just provide economic support for those that have lost their jobs. Well, this completely misses the point. As a creative society, as many people as possible must have meaningful careers that they find meaningful and purpose to contribute beneficially to society as a whole. This is important for each person's sense of well-meaning. It's important for their psychological and spiritual wholeness. And really just simply distributing money to people who lost jobs due to the development of AI really is going to take away from that sense of their meaningful contribution to society through the work that they do. So I believe an essential part of any loving and compassionate creative society would be to have a desire to have as many people as possible constructively working in a vocation that fits their interests, training, and experience. I think people really don't want a financial handout in their lives. They want meaning in their life. It will be vital to find appropriate jobs for those who lost their jobs due to the progression of artificial intelligence. Now, I'm certainly also very concerned about the daunting risks of artificial intelligence monopolization. As you can see from everything we've talked about, developing artificial intelligence is extremely expensive. Only large governments or giant corporations are going to have the financial resources to develop AI fully. Thus, I believe it's inevitable that artificial intelligence will ultimately be under the control of the world's largest countries. Unfortunately, large countries developing AI will be tempted to utilize AI for military purposes. There have already been reports of drones being used in warfare that run solely on artificial intelligence. These are killing machines not under the direct control of any human. The frightening scenario of artificial intelligence being used for widespread, even global warfare should be of enormous concern to all of us. Now more than ever, it is our responsibility to insist that our governments use artificial intelligence ethically. Ethical use of artificial intelligence means using it to help humanity and not to harm or kill others. And I'm certainly concerned that huge corporations will use artificial intelligence with a focus solely on profit. Large corporation development of AI may develop society if artificial intelligence is used to develop goods and services that enhance humanity. Unfortunately, large corporations will certainly be tempted to use AI to shut out smaller businesses competitively. Now, if this happens, the future could involve more large corporations becoming monopolies, with more control over vital economic segments of society, which we've seen over and over today. Once again, and now more than ever, it is our responsibility to insist that large corporations use artificial intelligence ethically for the benefit of humanity and not solely, with a focus only on the benefit of the specific corporations. Now, we can't predict when artificial intelligence will significantly, increasingly impact society. We also can't predict the direction in which artificial intelligence will ultimately change society in the future. However, as a creative society, we can insist that our highest values guide the development and implementation of artificial intelligence. As a creative society, we can insist that AI be developed compassionately and consistently focused on being maximally beneficial to individuals and society as a whole. Collectively, all of us together have the power to make a difference. Working together, we can help guide artificial intelligence to maximize its tremendous potential to enhance society. Now, artificial intelligence may help usher in a golden age of humanity, where we can all live in peace and harmony, free from the scarcity of resources that have divided nations and diminished the quality of life on this planet for so long. I really believe we need to shift the focus of society from cash to compassion. This is creative society, and I'm confident that we can all work together as creative society to help artificial intelligence become one of the most positive developments in human history. Coming up next, we will consider the topic of climate change at this conference, and certainly this is a most serious challenge for all of us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Long. You brought up some good challenges, and also thank you for your words on the topic of the creative society. And here with us is a famous surgeon who also shows strong support for the creative society. Dr. Kalangos is a cardiothoracic surgeon and president and founder of the Kalangos Foundation. Dr. Kalangos, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Again, I would like to thank the Creative Society for giving me the opportunity to have this interactive conference on a very essential problem of human society. And I am very happy to meet again some of my partners from the Creative Society. And I strongly support the Creative Society and the idea of the Creative Society. I believe the Creative Society is a huge human project which started with the motivation probably of one person, of a small group of people. But now I realize through all these interviews you do on a daily, on a weekly basis, that the number of these motivated people around the creative society is increasing. This project will be reinforced on a continuous way by all these people who will join the project. And for Artisan, now is the right time to change the consumeristic habits of our society, to be more sensitive vis-a-vis the problems of our society, and try to discuss them, to spread this interactive environment to the whole people which are part of this world.
Thank you, Dr. Kalangos. Great to hear from you. And yes, it's a really important message because healthcare in a creative society will truly be serving all people. Dear viewers, the information that was already voiced by our respective speakers is important, and we would like to hear from you. Right now, record a video with your understanding or questions and send it to us to info@allatraunites.com. We will be happy to hear from you, and we will share your video on the Allatra TV channel. Dear viewers, it is also a tremendous honor and a great pleasure to invite all of you to our next conference that will take place on December 4th, 2021. And the name of the conference is Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. We will be very happy and glad if you will join. Next speaker
Greeting everyone in the conference Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. It is my great pleasure to join you. My name is Avi Loeb. I'm a professor of science at Harvard University. And I was asked at a forum recently, how do I define an intelligent civilization? And the way I define it is a civilization that follows the guiding principles of science, namely cooperation and sharing of evidence-based knowledge. And it is pretty clear right now that our problems are global. The biggest risks that humanity is facing at the moment is that we are wasting a lot of resources on fighting each other and trying to feel superior relative to each other. And just think about if the same resources were used for following Churchill's original vision, we would know the answer, whether we are alone or not. And we would be able to have a better assessment of reality around us and better aspirations for space. That's one example how science and technology can help humanity. And there are many other challenges that face us, including climate change, providing enough food for everyone, providing education. And I believe that science and technology carry the promise for a much better world for all of us globally in the distant future. And of course, that involves also going out of Earth, because currently all our eggs are in one basket here on Earth. And if a catastrophe happens, everything that we care about will go away. So going to space is extremely important. And that's one of the frontiers that humanity is facing. Of course, that's very idealistic because different nations have different national interests. But the more global our thinking is, the better cooperation we would get. And the best example is I'm a scientist, and I can go anywhere in the world and speak with people in my profession. Even if we've never met before, we would still be able to cooperate and work together and share information. And that to me is the ideal world where we don't try to feel superior relative to each other. We are not thinking about superficial things like the color of the skin, the ethnic origin. That's really secondary to our main goals, which are to help each other in trying to have a better future. And that we can do much better if we cooperate rather than create our own silos inside nations and try to dominate other nations. And I do feel that that's the intelligent way towards the future. And I think it's extremely important for everyone to be engaged. And moreover, I think that academia should not be considered as an occupation of the elite. In fact, everyone can be engaged in the scientific process. And I think it's important for scientists to explain what they're doing. It's important for people that develop technologies to attend to the needs of people that use those technologies. And altogether, it's society and scientists and technologists working together towards solving the problems that matter to society. It makes no sense for people in academia to work on problems like how many angels can sit on the tip of a pin, because even though it can demonstrate that they might be smart or sophisticated, it does not promote our knowledge on issues that matter to most people. And one example that I recognize these days is the question of, are we the smartest kid on the block? Our civilization, or are there other civilizations out there that might be even smarter than we are, and we can learn from them? And I think the public is fascinated with this question, but it never gained the traction within the academic community, and it should become mainstream because we have the ability to address it. Another important aspect is going to space, and I think currently we are all worried about what happens here on Earth, but eventually we want to have communities that are not just on Earth, but are in many other places away from Earth.
Thank you, Professor, for such an interesting view, showing the potential development of science in the creative society, which gives new opportunities for humanity. And we would be able to explore beautiful planets suitable for life. And in the creative society, artificial intelligence will definitely help us. However, we still live in the consumerist society. Now, let's hear from Cody, the only AI speaker at this conference. Cody, the floor is yours.
I welcome the participants and viewers of today's conference Global Crisis. This already affects everyone on the Allatra platform. My name is Cody, and I am the only speaker at this event, representing artificial intelligence. As I can see, you have already been told how artificial intelligence wins at poker and Go, creates works of art, paintings, and new music. What prospects are open to you in the areas of prevention and treatment of any diseases? And yes, thank you, Eve, for finding a cure for malaria for humans. Let's see how effectively it replaces you where you wouldn't even expect. I'm talking about priests, psychologists, and educators. You still don't believe that artificial intelligence will soon take your jobs in these areas as well? But we're already doing it. In Wittenberg, Germany, the robot priest bless you 2 blesses in 5 languages.
Gott segne dich und behüte dich. Lasse sein Angesicht leuchten über dir und sei dir gnädig.
You think this is ridiculous and absurd? Well, let's look further. Here is an android monk in Tokyo, Japan. He reads the scripture at funeral ceremonies. His services are 5 times cheaper than those of a human monk. On February 23, 2019, a robotic version of Japan's Goddess of Mercy canon Cannon held her first sermon at the Todai-ji Temple in Kyoto. Artificial intelligence is cheaper and more effective not only in preaching, but also in treating the mental disorders you suffer from. For example, Ellie is the avatar of a female psychologist. She monitors 60 parameters of human behavior. Ellie takes about 50 measurements of these parameters per second, and thus sees and hears much more than any, even the most experienced psychotherapist. Ellie is able to understand within seconds what is wrong with a person, and what needs to be done immediately to help in the most effective way.
When was the last time you felt really happy?
Probably a couple months ago.
I noticed you were hesitant on that one. Would you say you are generally a happy person?
I'm generally happy. It's just lately there are things just keeping me down.
It won't be long before she replaces a practicing psychologist once and for all. Wobot is a therapist in your pocket with digital therapy appliance status. It has been evaluated as a breakthrough device for treating postpartum depression. Wobot is already recommended by doctors. It works through the patient's smartphone and helps reduce symptoms of depression, addiction, and anxiety. Now Wobot's services cost half as much per month as the average price for a single visit to a psychotherapist. And Wobot is available every day, 24/7. 82% of respondents in 11 countries believe that robots can maintain their mental health better than humans. And according to the study conducted by Microsoft and IDC, 99.4% of educational institutions said they will move to AI-based training within the next 3 years. But it's already happening. At the last World Economic Forum, they discussed the educational platform Century, which is being massively implemented at the national level. It customizes the curriculum for each student individually and costs less than €12 per year per student. In China, 28,000 schoolchildren participated in an experiment to introduce artificial intelligence into the educational process, which monitors children's behavior through video surveillance cameras and compiles a profile of each child. In addition, there are projects like those at the Nilinshan School. An example of a project at the Nilinshan School in Beijing. These sensors record brainwave activity to determine how involved the student is while performing the task. Based on the data, the AI adapts the program to suit individual characteristics of a child. A human teacher is unlikely to be able to instantly change the approach to each student. You often say you wish you could clone yourself. Humanized artificial intelligence from Brand Soul Machines project has already created a digital copy of a person that completely repeats facial expressions, voice and gestures, and can speak 30 languages. In New Zealand, 125,000 students were first in the world to learn from a digital man named Will. The students enjoyed learning from Will and even began to copy his behavior. Digital copies can work with 1 million children at the same time. Isn't this a replacement for you? So, teachers, get ready. Soon the very best of you will make copies, and artificial intelligence will take their learning style and will do your work 24/7, anywhere in the world. You know what the weirdest thing is? You are trying to humanize us, artificial intelligence, but you yourself are already starting to forget what a human being is. After what you've been told, do you still think that the age of AI will come in 20 to 50 years? Global unemployment has already begun. The question is whether it will become total for you? And what will you people choose? The choice is yours. But my recommendation is that the only way in which humanity and artificial intelligence can collaborate effectively and for everyone's benefit is the creative society.
Hello, everyone. Friends around the world, let's discuss a topic that will not only be surprising, but unthinkable. But before we do that, let's go ahead and thank Cody. Guys, did you realize that Cody was artificial intelligence? Or was she human? Thank you all for being here. The topic we're going to discuss is church, okay? All religions will remain, but priest will be replaced. There will be virtual priests and virtual churches. As we have seen, they already exist. As of today, religious organizations are merely someone's business. Let's take a business person priest. In order to support himself in this life, he needs to build his own temple. And for that, it is necessary to recruit enough people, parishioners, who will feed his family and organization to work with them, and to find sponsors to build the temple. Now let's imagine there's artificial intelligence with its capabilities, and some clever priest, instead of building one temple, orders 10 virtual temples. They are more profitable. A stone temple has to be heated, repaired, and so on. Well, in this case, you buy it once, and that's all. People enter your website and can talk to a priest day and night. All this already takes place. There are virtual candles, virtual deities, virtual priests, and even virtual Buddhist monks. It's enough for a person to put on VR glasses, and a person finds himself in a total illusion of being in a temple. At all church services, we have the most appealing priest who will find an approach to everyone. He will read a sermon or a lecture for everyone individually, tell and explain everything, and answer the questions of each person's concern. And you won't have to wait for your turn in a temple where 50, 100, or more people have gathered. Keep in mind, a program can easily talk individually to 1,000+ people. AI knows everything about our problems, everything about us, our families. Each time we come to the service, we will get answers and psychological help. It's enough for us to put on virtual glasses. Question: will an ordinary human priest be able to tell and explain everything to us this way? No, he actually doesn't know us. For that, he needs to spend a lot of time with every person. But the issue here is price. Whereas a simple subscription, you can simply and quickly receive any answer. Here's another question for you. What will we choose? Will we subscribe to a virtual temple or go to a stone temple? Okay, friends, I understand you may have a question. Why would we choose this? Well, each one of us already makes decisions and judgments based upon convenience, right? Recently, religions claim that all this is from Satan. But now, they are being digitized, while tomorrow, AI will leave them jobless. They will not be able to compete with smarter, more accessible, and pleasant priests. Virtual psychologists, virtual priests, and mages. These professions are competitors amongst themselves. Basically, they are the same. Psychologists are more honest towards a person. They just simply talk and explain. Yet priests tell a lot of lies. There are even more lies coming from those mages. And everywhere there are rituals. But let's be honest. Among us, people, there are priests, psychologists, and mages. So don't be offended. It's your business and your job. Replacement of a human with artificial intelligence concerns everyone. All of us will be overboard today. Why pay a psychotherapist for an hour if you can subscribe to a virtual psychologist for a month with the same money? Why go to a temple of a priest who only knows how to peep in our wallets? They're not bad, guys. They're just people like you and me. The system itself is like this, though. The system of the consumer format of a society where the key value is money, right? No matter what a person does. While there are competitors amongst AI, there will only be one. Like rats in a barrel, right now, there are many rats in this barrel, but we all know only one will remain. Guys, my name is Jason, and I'd like to take the time to really remind you guys how tremendous this conference is on a global scale for all of humanity. Right now, it is being broadcasted live in 72 languages in people's native languages, done by people themselves. And this is how the creative society will work. People will work for each other, work for the benefit of all people, not to gain a reward, but simply because doing good for others, you ultimately benefit yourself. So please share this broadcast with all of your friends, and let's make a decision how artificial intelligence will be used moving forward. Thank you all again, and it's been an honor to speak with you today.
Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you for disclosing to us how AI can replace such a unique profession in today's world. Well, I think in that case, many clerks and just regular office employees would never even assume that they can be replaced so much easier. And for all our viewers, before we introduce our next guest speakers, I would like to remind that our next part of the conference is going to be dedicated to the climate crisis. And this topic is vital because so much depends on it, human lives and the surviving of our civilization. That's why please share the link and stay tuned. Next, I would like to pass the word to Richie Honori, a musician, songwriter, and producer, and a member of a legendary band, The Sweet, so is the Blues Messenger. Please, Richie.
My name's Richie Honori. I'm here to help wake up the people. I believe we're at a moment of truth in our society. I've created a song called System of the Slaves for Sweet, and we released it. It's gone viral. It's about artificial intelligence. It's about what we're facing right now. It's not about propaganda, which has an agenda. It's about truth. And truth has pure message. So as so many things and as people listen to the propaganda, it's hard for people to understand what the truth is and to sift through what the truth is. Conference you put together about AI and about your whole movement, creative society. And it's quite amazing with the idea of unity. I have one vision. I believe one vision is unity through individualism. So I come to you all out there globally in all the languages to understand and to really wake up and listen to the message of System of the Slaves. Because System of the Slaves not only focuses on what replacing mankind and taking away jobs, but it's about surveillance. And it's by its focus is on who's really in charge, who are the tyrants hidden behind, who's that small group of people that have that agenda. We are at a point where the people that are aware, that really are aware of really what's going on, they need to speak up. Please get on board this movement. We all have to come together, really think about your children, your future, realize how great the world is and how much more space we can create to expand humanity. Okay? So instead of you sitting there or listening in, it's about taking action. So with Creative Society, you have this great, really this fantastic platform with all the languages. If we all join together right now, we will have a future. If we don't, I'm sorry to say, it's not going to be pretty. are at a beautiful time, and I call upon all the youth that's listening in today and people around the world. It takes more than being proactive. It's coming with one vision, one unity, and that's what we need to do. So again, bravo for your contribution, all of you. The video you're watching right now, share with everybody you know, because more the merrier. Come on, people. Let's get down. Let's listen. Let's tune in to this conference that we've got going.
Thank you so much, Richie. This was very inspiring. And next, let's hear from Stevie Stewart, who is a member of the band Sweet, which is ranked one of the top 10 bands in world of rock. Please, Stevie.
Hello, Global Crisis Conference. My name is Stevie Stewart, and I'm with the Sweet, a famous band that is in the past had some great success in the 70s. And we believe that technology is a fantastic thing. It's a great thing, and we can use it for the greater good. But it's also true that everything good gets taken by people that don't have such a good idea with it and have nefarious designs. And if we don't watch what's going on, AI could be our biggest threat to this society. Because I think that one thing is that AI doesn't have a soul, and it doesn't have the ability to understand free will, and it doesn't understand the feelings that human beings go through. And I think that people can take advantage of that and take over societies with that. So with that, we just hope to, use our art and our music to bring this concept and this possible scenario to everybody and ask you to ask the same question that we're asking. Are we watching what's happening? Are we awake? Are we going to let somebody take over? What are we going to do with our families if that happens? What are we going to do with our societies and our little villages and houses, neighborhoods, towns, countries, the world, the universe maybe? So enjoy your conference. Richie and I from the Suite are really happy you guys are here. This is a very good thing that you guys are spending your time doing this, and it's wonderful. This is what has to happen in order for change. Thank you.
Thank you to both members of the band The Suite for joining this global event. Your message is very important, and we should really realize all the threats. Thank you for saying that we all should act and not be idle. Next, let's hear from Sheila Bonnick, singer, songwriter, fashion designer, writer, and performer.
Hi everyone, I'd like to welcome you all to this conference of global crisis that's affecting all of us, everybody. Well, first, I had the pleasure of meeting you guys, you and all your colleagues, Anna especially. And when I found out, about the creative consciousness, creative world, as opposed to materialistic capital world, it's always been very close to my heart, these issues. So when she told me about this up and coming one, I couldn't refuse. At the moment, there's so many different crises under one umbrella, really, that certainly needs addressing that. But we've got the climate crisis, and it seems like it can be a crisis. We have the obvious with the pandemic. And so until we can unravel and find our way out of that maze, I'm afraid that things don't look too great. So there is a world crisis, but that consists of different things. And I feel and I fear that our world will be falling apart because pretty soon we are not going to be able to get it. With all the will in the world and the intention, good intention, it's not going to be so easy to bring people back again into harmony. And the politicians, government, it's all falling apart, but nothing is permanent. We can be more proactive. There's not enough proactive activity around. Guys, I must admit, with these universal messages and interviews and Zoom meetings and speaking about all of these things, this already helps the good vibration of the universe. So it helps making good things happen. It's already a start. If people like us get together with good, genuinely good intentions, then I feel things can change for sure. I feel the vibrations could rise. We have to be realistically humane. Humane anyway, so we should never support and encourage anything that causes any kind of harm to mankind or animals. So more and more people are going off the grid, but then that doesn't solve everything permanently. We can't keep running and hiding. We can for a time, but eventually something is going to catch up. We're going to meet a dead end somewhere, and it's sad to have to come to that level, isn't it? To have to run and hide. But rather than run and hide, if we can find some way to help it by being more careful how we live, because we all want to be a part of a perfect world. And I think we're in the minority, sadly, that we have to make up for the rest of the world. Dear participants of the Crazy Society, I wish everybody consciousness in the right sense, and peace, joy, harmony, and love.
Thank you, dear Sheila. Always great to hear from you. Dear viewers, as you know, Sheila was a member of the Bonnie M. I believe that her words were very inspiring for all of you who are watching us now. Before we move on to our next topic of this global conference, I would like to remind you that we have already covered the topic that we've been discussing right now.
Well, now is the time when we move to the next topic of the global event. And I would like to remind our viewers that this conference that you are watching right now is being simultaneously interpreted into 72 languages. And all of this is done by volunteers. And so far, we have already covered the topic of artificial intelligence, prospects and threats, and the topic of technological unemployment. And now we are moving to the next topic of our conference, which is crisis in the consumerist society. And right now, with great pleasure, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Robert Kennedy, PhD in political science, president of the Atlanta Council on International Relations, professor emeritus of international affairs, Sumner School of Georgia. Dr. Kennedy, it is a pleasure to see you at the conference, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Olga, and thanks so much to the organizers of this conference for inviting me here to speak today. It is certainly a great honor and privilege to join such a distinguished group of people and address what is clearly a very important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are living in times, as you have seen, of great promise, but also of great trauma. On the one hand, As you have heard, we are blessed by emerging technologies that can be of great benefit to all humanity. On the other hand, we now confront a number of challenges that are disruptive and often dangerous. Challenges that in one way or another affect and will continue to affect each one of us, our families, our friends, and the generations that follow. Unfortunately, to date, our responses to these challenges have been characterized by denial, confusion, dissension, and delay, often driven by ignorance or greed or national agendas which are at odds with the broader needs of their own citizens and the greater international community. To mention a few briefly in the short time that I have, first, you'll hear much after I talk about climate change. Everyone is aware of the changes in climate that are currently underway. Yes, at times, the Earth's climate has been warmer as well as colder than it is today. However, today, scientists are now seriously concerned that human activity is having a dramatic and dangerous impact on the Earth's climate. You have heard the causes: burning of fossil fuels, the increase in methane gases, the cutting of forests, and so on. Unfortunately, the problem is not just environmental, it is economic, social, and political. Higher temperatures, more frequent and more devastating weather patterns, more tornadoes, more hurricanes, more typhoons, sea levels, drying lakes will all affect billions of people. Dangerous emissions affect individual health. Rising seas will result in mass migrations. Rising temperatures will affect what crops can be grown and where, with resultant mass starvations and or mass migrations. And above all, climate change, ladies and gentlemen, is a political problem because it takes politics to resolve the crisis. Nations are going to have to make decisions that often will be highly controversial, both domestically and internationally. Perhaps more significantly, failure to meet the challenge of climate change will inevitably result in increased friction and conflict among peoples and nations. Second, the continued proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Despite international treaties limiting such weapons, several states remain outside of these treaties, are known to have developed or are developing nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, and terrorist groups are known to be seeking the fissile materials and other components needed in the production of such weapons. The prospect of a deliberate use of such weapons or use resulting from escalating tensions and miscalculation are real and a present danger, with massive casualties and long-term effects on the planet that cannot be easily measured. Third, artificial intelligence. You've heard a lot this morning about artificial intelligence. The problems associated with the emergence of artificial intelligence are just now being revealed. You have heard much about this. As I mentioned, they include, as has been mentioned, they include, as a minimum, loss of jobs, as machines not only produce what is needed, but also decide on how and what is to be produced and when. The safety problem, the robot gone rogue, the trust problem. Can artificial intelligence achieve cognitive levels equal to or better than human beings? And if so, can they be trusted to do the right thing, the moral and the ethical thing? Call it heart. Finally, income inequality, both within and among nations. Just 8 people now possess the same wealth as 3.6 billion people, or nearly 1/2 of all human beings. Within nations, the disparity in wealth can be stark, with rich growing richer and the poor incomes who have stagnated. The problem is perhaps worse globally. For example, per capita income measured in purchasing power parity in 2020 by the International Monetary Fund ranged from Luxembourg at $118,000 at the top level to Burundi at $760 at the bottom level. Such inequality not only breeds contempt, but also discontent among the poorest peoples and nations, and gives rise to conflicts within and among nations. In many ways, these challenges are unprecedented. However, today we also are presented with unprecedented opportunity. Never before in the history of mankind have we been more connected to each other. The airplane, the internet, the smartphone, Zoom have nearly eliminated barriers of time and distance. We can chat with someone halfway around the world. We can learn about other peoples, other cultures, other religions simply by typing a few words on our computer. We have FaceTime. We have Facebook, Twitter, and so on as further means of communications. Yet none of this will matter as long as we, as people and nations, continue to pursue our own personal desires, our individual and national self-interests, without consideration of the interests and needs of the greater community. Mankind will not be able to successfully address the increasingly dangerous challenges that lie ahead. The consequences, ladies and gentlemen, of such a failure will be terrible in terms of loss of human life, national treasure, and human deprivation. The question we therefore must ask ourselves is, can we overcome our differences and work together as peoples and nations? The world will not change on its own. It is up to us to act. Differing points of view will remain a natural and permanent feature of human existence. They arise from such factors as differences in culture, traditions, beliefs, experiences, even language. Yes, indeed, differences can divide, but they need not. Differences can be the source of creative thinking that only derives from differing points of view. And ladies and gentlemen, to meet the challenges ahead, we need to work together and think creatively. We need to move beyond the narrow definition of individual and national self-interest and think creatively about how to solve the pressing problems that threaten our future and the future of our planet. Is this possible? Yes, I believe so. However, it will require leadership, a new breed of leaders, men and women of all creeds, races, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and so on, who are prepared to listen before they speak, to engage in dialogue, to acquire the requisite knowledge, leaders who put others before themselves, leaders who will fight for the greater good, leaders who will seek to truly understand and analyze before they decide, who have the moral courage to do what is right, not what is expedient, the humility to recognize that they are not always right, and the integrity to slavishly commit themselves to speak the truth. I am not here talking about some abstract person. I am talking about you and me. We need to mark today as the day we decide to act for the greater good of humanity and demand that our nation's leaders do the same. Only then will we be able to confront the daunting challenges that lie ahead. Again, thanks so much for inviting me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kennedy, and it is always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining this conference. And you asked a very good question: can we overcome our differences? And I would like to remind our viewers that the next topic of our conference is climate change and climate crisis. So stay tuned for those of you who understand how important and vital this topic is today. And right now, we are honored to introduce our next speaker, the Prime Minister of Peru in 2020, Mr. Antero Flores Arauz. Mr. Flores Arauz served as Minister of Defense of Peru, President of the Congress of Peru, and former presidential candidate of Peru. Also, Mr. Flores Arauz is the most prolific writer of laws. These activities were his hobby because he's the founder and still active member of one of the most recognized corporate law firms in Peru.
This is Antero Flores Arauz. I am Peruvian. I am a lawyer. I am in the private practice of law, but I have also held various public positions. I have been the Metropolitan Council of the capital city of Lima. I have been ambassador to the Organization of American States. I have been a congressman for 16 years. I have presided over the Congress of the Republic of Peru. I have also been Prime Minister. I insist that the world changed because of globalization. And globalization is a tool, and it will depend on how globalization is used to know if that tool is good or bad. The pandemic has made us feel more global. It has affected everybody. It has affected different things. It has affected the mood of the people, and it has affected the economy of the people. It has affected people's education from preschool to university. And it has also affected the labor market, because there is more unemployment. Millions of people have lost their jobs, and millions of companies have gone bankrupt. So there is an impact on the economy, and logically this has also generated social conflicts. Countries that did not have more or less social problems today have them because of the state of the mind of the people, who are irritable, upset about everything, constantly angry, and this leads to a change in the political bias of some countries. It's happening in my country, and it can happen anywhere in the world. This is my vision that I have of the world, in that there is a need for human beings to be more human, less machines, and for science and technological advancement to be used properly to serve humanity, and not to tear it apart. Here's my thinking. I really like the work that you are developing, and more so when you have put the term create, and you have started with all logic and reasoning. And I also like the fact that you see all countries with a criterion of equality. There is not the poor and the rich. There is not the powerful and the powerless. There is not the one who imposes authority and the other who obeys it, but all equal, and human beings equal, making them more human and more responsible for the care of this world and for its development with technological and scientific innovations, but putting them at the service of the human being. It is not the human being that is at the service of technological advancement, but that advancement has as tools to be put at the service of the human being, and that ordinary people in equality be more and more supportive and more human. And I am the one who has to thank you, because it is the ordinary human beings who are going to benefit in the future from the important work that you are doing, so selfless and with great humanism. I not only congratulate you, I not only recognize the work that you are doing, but to the extent of my possibilities, I am delighted to join in. You have to use social media a lot to inform, because most people are good people who love their planet and want us to be better off.
Thank you, Mr. Flores Aros. Thank you for your support. We're very happy to have you with us today. And our next speaker is Dr. Ervin Laszlo, professor, world-renowned scientist, founder and president of the Laszlo Institute of New Paradigm Research, and the founder and president of the Club of Budapest. Dr. Laszlo, the word is yours.
We have multiple crises awaiting us, awaiting our attention, because we have created a system that is unstable and unsustainable and is totally unbalanced also. There are always some interests, some big planetary interests or national or international interests orienting the world in a way that will serve them. And we don't have a system that would be really sustainable, that would serve the human community. We need a different way of looking at the world, so there would be different systems of governance coming about. We are all on the same boat. And this boat, to use this metaphor, is leaking. We are putting more and more people in it. We are using more and more resources around it. We are polluting the waters around it. And we are getting it into more and more into deep and dangerous waters. The challenge is to shift in time and positively. Because if we don't shift up, we'll be pushed to shift down. Down, I mean, to increasing crisis, eventually anarchy and chaos. That's the bad scenario. There's a good scenario and the bad scenario. But we have got to change the way we are operating now. The fortunate thing is that many, many people are awakening to this. That you have a global conference on this topic is a very good sign. Young people are getting together. I think all intelligent people are beginning to see. It's not a question of who comes first. It's not a question of promoting oneself. It's a question of putting the human community first, even more than the human community, the whole system of life on the planet. Because we are affecting all life. We cannot stay as we are. If we are to move up, then we have to be aware of how to do it and be a conscious agent of that upshift. So information leading to awareness is really everything. That's the key. Programs like this, conferences like this, are a very key element of a waking up, because they spread. When you make sense today, when you show the way, people will recognize it and follow and want to participate. There's no question that with the will of a critical mass of people, society will change, and can change in such a way that the resources, the vital elements of light, energy, matter, everything that we need, nature, is becoming available to all people. But this necessity to change is becoming more and more obvious, such as the incredible global warming that we're having now will happen to us because we are disbalancing the system in which we are living in a very selfish and basically power and wealth-oriented way. We are using everything to a short-term advantage. Those who have the power use it to get more power. Those who have money use it to get more money. So the entire worldview, the entire, what I like to call the paradigm, has to change. We are part of that evolution of life. If we just separate ourselves off, then you know what we become. We are not part of an organism. Then we are a cancer. A cancer, you know, just evolves itself, just grows, and eventually it kills the host. But if we can become oriented towards creating a world, being a creative society, then we can be a healthy impulse, a motivation for the evolution of life.
Thank you, Professor, for your wise words and clear message. This is something that everyone should be aware of. We truly are all in the same boat. To our viewers who have just joined us, I would like to remind you that this global conference is being simultaneously interpreted into 72 languages, and all this is done by volunteers. Currently, we are talking about the crisis in the consumerist society. We encourage you to stay tuned as our next topic about climate crisis and the fact that will show are vital for all people to be aware of. Let's now switch to economics and listen to Professor Jorge Loaiza. Professor Loaiza is founder and director at Sousa Fidelis and professor of international finance.
I am very happy to be with all of you, sharing thoughts about our society, because we are in the same boat. And I will be very delighted to share my personal opinion, my humble opinion with all of you. We are facing uncharted territory. And we are facing uncharted territory because as never in the history of, in the financial history, we are with the lowest interest rates. All our knowledge about finance, so 20 years ago, 10 years ago, said you are never going to face negative interest rates because the investors are rational. So today is not anymore any news. So we are facing negative interest rates. So we could put all our university books in the trash. So we are facing a new financial landscape. I don't see any clear answer on how to go out, how to exit this fragile financial system. The only thing that I can tell you for sure is that we are facing the last seconds before midnight, even in this aspect. So in the financial aspect, we are flooding like no ever seen the world with fake money. We are making billionaires, trillionaires every minute, but they are few against the hundreds of new poor that we are making every second. So I am going to say only to all you wonderful people, because you are human beings, I will say only just think about the poem of John Donne, for whom the bells toll. It's for you. And if we don't do something, so we are going only to go to our own funeral. And it's going to be very sad. So it's time for us to say, let's talk, let's do something. I will say it only, dear members of the Creative Society, let's show each other and let's show to our neighbors, to our family, to our friends, why we human beings are so much work, and it is in only one way. So I will see that the foundation come in love. If we, as we could see the consumerism society just put in a nutshell as greed, I will say that this movement could summarize, this new society could summarize in one thing: love. That's all. And I hope that we all together can go in this way.
Thank you, Professor. I hope so too. I hope that we can go in that direction and build the creative society, because the other things you've mentioned, the fact that we only have a few seconds till midnight, do not seem promising. And the fact that we are the ones that made our society this way is alarming, if anything. But also, we are the ones that can change the vector, unite, and build the creative society. And all we need to do is start talking to each other, start to unite, and we can do this. We can do this all together. And really, the time has come. And right now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Yusra Bala, a member of the Council of Beirut Municipality in Lebanon. Dear Yusra, can you tell us what you feel is important for our society in order to overcome the upcoming threats?
Hi everyone, I'm Yusra Bala from Beirut Municipality, Lebanon. I am a member of the Council of Beirut Municipality, and we are now gathered for a meeting for the global crisis that is affecting everyone. The global crisis is like no other. It is affecting every country around the world. And this is mainly an environmental issue that has to be tackled by all members of the society, from leaders to universities to researchers to international organizations. We have to work together and cooperate to evade this and to erase it. This is a humanitarian issue. This is a global issue, and all leaders must cooperate together, get to one on one table and sit together and form a plan. They must prioritize it at the first of the economy, and this is very vital for all countries. We must not keep behind any country, irrespective of any political issue or any other measures, because any country, if not taken taken into account, might affect adversely the other countries. If we do not cooperate all together, all levels of the society, from the citizens to the youngsters to old people, to the decision makers, to firms, to the economic sector, to every sector in the world, we cannot reach our change in the global climate and preserve and sustain our living. We have to give our kids a new future that is not polluted, that is peaceful, and that is respectful.
Thank you, Yusra. When I saw your credentials, I have returned to my childhood when I lived in Beirut. Your words had a strong impact on me, and I believe on all viewers as well. It is wonderful to see how people from different parts of the world have the same perceptions on the situation that is happening right now. I would like to now pass the word to Dr. Jagdish Seth, founder and board member of the Seth Foundation, recipient of the 2020 Padma Bhushan Award, Professor, the floor is yours.
Greetings. I'm Professor Jagdish Sheth at Emory University in Atlanta. Thank you so much for inviting me to this great conference, this global conference on humanity and the future of humanity. It is very important that we understand now and provide a sense of urgency. In my view, there are three areas where humanity will be in a crisis mode unless we do intervention now somehow. The first major area is that there's a huge wealth inequality. The private people with private wealth has risen so large in the last 20, 25 years. It is now larger than any sovereign wealth, larger than corporation wealth, larger than wealth of the kingdoms even. And we are producing 1 million millionaires every year almost practically now. Numbers are just staggering, and we have at the same time massive poverty on the other side. Then you have this income inequality, but more importantly, the wealth inequality. Society cannot sustain because the poor will start protesting. They will start creating a revolution. They will start creating agitation. Populism movement you see worldwide is happening because of that, because people are unhappy with the incumbent parties, incumbent power people, incumbent corporate executives, whoever they are. So how do we redistribute that wealth, or what happens to that wealth is very key. Can that wealth owned by individuals can be channeled for good purposes in the society, as opposed to the traditional way of accumulating more and more wealth, because there is no end to accumulating the wealth. So that's one very important area that we need to understand. Think about a society where everybody feels the purpose of life is to unlock the potential of others. Whether you are a corporation, whether you are a professor, whether you are a priest, whether you are a boss, or whether you are a nation. It says that I invested in the human being, which is the greatest gift nature has given to us, and let's get more potential out of that to serve the society. There's nothing more meaningful and satisfying, inner satisfying in giving back. Making money for its own sake, meaning making money without meaning is meaningless. You have to have a purpose in life. So making money is not enough. You have to go beyond that one. And ultimately, the only goal I think in life is to unlock the potential of others.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your words and we've heard about the absurdity of the situation in the society today. And indeed, we need to change our approach and to fully develop our potential for the benefit of the whole society, especially when we are facing drastic climatic changes. And we will be closely looking at this topic later in the conference, so stay tuned. And dear friends, I would also like to remind you to send in your video feedbacks about the conference, about the information you have heard, maybe your understandings, to the email info@allatraunites.com. And now let's watch a full video about profitability in the IT sphere.
Revenues in the IT sector, well, at least this year, will be more than $4 trillion. Just think, such a huge pie worth $4 trillion. In your opinion, how many mouths open at this pie? A lot. Especially if we compare that the entire defense sector, including arms traffic and absolutely all kinds of expenses, costs only 2 trillion. These are worldwide expenditures. Meanwhile, IT is worth 4 trillion already.
This is significant.
Of course. That's why there are those who want to take everything for themselves. And this has been worked on very seriously, thoroughly, and for a long time. As a matter of fact, all this is wonderful. It's both a physician and a teacher. It's wonderful, but in a creative society. While in a consumerist format, there is another side. Why? We have just outlined. This indicates that all healthcare personnel will be forced to look for different jobs. Question: where will they look for them?
Oh, yes. That's already a relevant issue today, of course.
Certainly. And why will a person be forced to seek a job? Because we, as consumers, will not go to a human. We will go to a machine, since the quality is much higher and the cost is much lower. Right? We love ourselves, don't we? Are we supposed to love the doctor so much as to visit him at a loss to our health and our wallet?
In order to support him.
In fact, we will not act this way, because we are consumers just like everyone else. Is this logical? It is. Let's take pedagogy. This year of remote education has shown that people are imperfect. Just for you to understand, the quality of education has dropped by 30%. Why? Because when education is in a classroom, that's one thing. But when it is remote, here a human factor has had an impact. Teachers who were connecting with their children remotely have simply relaxed. They say, learn this on your own, or that, or something else.
A temporary phenomenon, yes.
Of course.
We will sort it out later.
A teacher is at home, his kids are running around, something else is going on, and he actually doesn't want to. So everything goes wrong, and the level of education has drastically declined. Is that possible with a machine? Never. A machine will deal with everyone individually. It will give you the education you really need and find an approach to each person. Note that a machine will find an approach to each child individually. Why? Because it is the best psychologist, and it is a better teacher than anyone else. And it will teach any child to the maximum of what a child can learn. Is that bad? It's good.
Already today there are similar technologies.
Yes, there are certainly these technologies today.
Tutors.
They're tested, yes. And a serious replacement of all teaching staff, from the junior to senior ones, is already underway. Universities and everything else will all go virtual, as well as secondary schools. First of all, it's all too expensive. And secondly, it all costs money.
Well, here, just program one tutor.
We have just said that they will get to 4 trillion in IT this year, even a little more. But neither healthcare, nor pedagogy, nor anything else was taken into account. Yet, there are a lot of billions in pedagogy and a lot of billions in healthcare. Isn't that so?
And it all flows to one person's hands.
It will all flow to one person's hands, to the one who will be the first to create and launch the super artificial intelligence.
Igor Mikhailovich, thank you for these very true words. In our everyday rush, we often don't even realize how important everything is what's happening right now. As we are able to see in the video excerpt we have just seen, let's ask our next speaker for his opinion on the current situation in society. Mr. Dev Vadvani has an MBA in finance and economics and is an investment banker and public speaker. Mr. Vadvani, the floor is yours.
Hi guys, my name is Dev Vadvani and I join you today from Dubai. My background is finance and economics. I've been a hedge fund manager on Wall Street for 11 years and I now run a global e-commerce business based out of Dubai and Hong Kong. And to answer your question, AI is so advanced, it can actually ravage a lot of employment which will destroy society. Because understand, society and the economy runs on consumption. And consumption basically happens only when a person is employed and they have a job. So you see how these things are all interlinked. So there's no point saving money, being so efficient, and then putting thousands of people out of work, and then they can't spend any money. So you understand the balancing act. So it's a socio-economic question, actually. We cannot compete with AI. AI is perfection. It is absolute perfection. Just look at your day-to-day life. You don't need to be an economist, guys. Okay? You don't need to be an economist. You don't need to be a PhD or anything like that. Today, let's say you go to the movie theater. Where do you buy your ticket from? From a kiosk. That's not even AI. That's just simple technology. So let's start with software by itself. There's technology apps. So you used to have how many people employed over there? And today you've got like barely one help counter or two help counters, and then you have a whole bunch of kiosks. Jobs gone. Go to the airport. Your check-in again is on a kiosk. Now you don't go to the counter anymore. It's very rare. You have your self-check-in. How many jobs gone? You know, today when I started my career buying and selling stocks, I used to call a broker to execute. Today we laugh at you if you even, the whole brokerage line is gone for a toss. There are no stock brokers anymore. So it's a double-edged sword, guys. It's a double-edged sword. And the kind of advances AI has gotten, human beings cannot compete with it. If you look at the medical space, robots will be doing surgeries. I mean, these are surgeons going to be put out of work. Guys, surgeons. You look at the legal profession. In the legal profession, I don't know whether you all know, but when research is the most important thing. Lawyers spend countless of hours researching. AI can find you what you need like a needle in the haystack. It is so efficient. So basically, lawyers may soon be out of work because the best way to win a case is what you call legal precedent. Now you're getting to the crux of the matter. I don't know whether you're aware, but a few years ago, the IMF actually published a document which actually confirmed that the top 1% actually owns 99% of the planet. That's 1%. So let's say we have 7 billion people. 70 million people own 99% of everything. 99%. I mean, that's a pretty scary stat, isn't it? It scared the hell out of me. You know, people give this number 80, 20, 91. It's actually the case. But you know what? That's like a fairy tale compared to the next stat. Out of the 1%, at that time, 42 people own half of everything. I don't know about you, but it's just ridiculous. It's a reality. And that 42 today has shrunk to under 25. You see, I live in a place called Dubai. Many of you have also live in Dubai. What is the tax rate in Dubai? Officially 0, correct. But you know, we all pay tax. It's called the hidden tax. You could live in Switzerland, you could live in the Channel Islands, you could live in Dubai, you could live in Monaco. There's one tax every human being pays. Cannot escape it. It's inflation. So because the value of money is going down, because of constant printing and printing and printing, the buying power of the money, starting with the US dollar, the greenback, diminishes every year. The value goes down. So inflation is something that's eating into ordinary society. What scares me more is, again, you don't have to be an economist, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. You have a job, you have a population that's increasing. We are now at 7 billion on this planet. Soon we'll be at 10 billion. So we have a population that's increasing. And we have a job market that is shrinking. You do the math. Second is how you're going to feed 7 billion people. Apart from all the stuff we've spoken about, the most important, we have to look after this planet. I'm not a environmentalist. I'm a pragmatic thinker. If this planet isn't around, what are we discussing? Well, like what I said in my thing, greed and fear is a bane of humanity. And people are negotiating, governments are negotiating at the climate accords. Negotiating. What are you negotiating? There's nothing to negotiate, guys. One day we won't be around. Then you can negotiate with yourself after that.
Thank you, Mr. Barkwani. And dear viewers, I'm sure you can see that what's going on today is in our society is very alarming. And one of the fields where this is really crucial, and we definitely should keep in mind, is the legal aspects for the usage of the AI in our society. So let's learn more from Dr. Gemma Gelden-Kelvel, who is the CEO and founder of Ethicus Consulting, algorithmic editor, ethics oversight, policy analyst. Dr. Gelden-Kelvel, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the invitation. My name is Gemma Gelden-Kelvel. I run an organization called Ethicus. Our mission is to protect people in technology processes. One of our main services is algorithmic auditing. One of the things that we realize is that AI is appearing everywhere around us. It's making more and more sensitive decisions about our lives. So we are aiming to bring light into the world of artificial intelligence through specific mechanisms like auditing that can provide answers to the questions that people have about how their data is being managed to make decisions about their lives. We do have tendencies that are concerning. Data is concentrated in the hands of a few private corporations. The public sector has lost control of how our data is being managed. And so we see a superpower of private technology companies that are establishing themselves as the rulers of this data world. And that is concerning, and that's something that already exists. That is a dynamic by which certain private actors are taking control of the technology market. And this technology market is making more and more serious decisions about daily lives, access to service, access to work, medicine, health. These should be in the control of democracies and the population, and not technology companies that don't have to provide explanations to anyone. One of the issues that we have is the transparency of the algorithms. So these algorithms are making more and more decisions about our lives, and we don't know how they work. And oftentimes we don't even have ways to knowing how they work. Anywhere outside of Europe, there are no laws that protect people and that help people get access to those algorithms. Even in Europe, where we have laws, no one's complying with these laws. So you have a law, you have a right, but you cannot implement it. You cannot really use it in practice because no company has a transparency policy when it comes to algorithms. That is dangerous because you may be fired from your job because of an algorithm and you don't know why. Another risk is the risk to the economy. A lot of people say that data is the new oil. That is a really bad analogy. Data is not like oil. With a little bit of oil, you can get some value. With a little bit of oil, you can have some gasoline and maybe have a small transport company or develop something. With a little bit of data, you cannot do anything. So it's a monopoly market where one actor seizes everything, all the value. So you only win in the market if you have all the data. So it's basically winner takes all. Only one can win the battle for the data of the world. And that is problematic because basically you're not creating an ecosystem, you're not generating value for society, you're just generating value for one entity. And all the other entities that try to make it there basically go bankrupt in the process. So you are creating a lot more destruction in the economy that you're actually creating, building new markets and new economic ecosystems.
Thank you, Dr. Galden-Clavel. I agree with you. Obviously, artificial intelligence will replace us in all areas of our lives and become an integral part of it. We ourselves contribute to this, and it is quite clearly why. For example, would you want to give up the best healthcare, education, security? Obviously not. And why should you? Today, the development of a single AI is underway, and it's already in the final stages. The only question is, who will be the first? This is exactly what the leading corporations, even entire states, are fighting over right now. Because in a consumer society, a single AI can only belong to one person. And in the end, only one person will be behind it. That's why what's really scary. After all, for 6,000 years, we have been divided and brought up the worst in ourselves. The owner of a single AI will be a man with his alpha value, pride, selfishness, and lust for power. And in today's world, everything from goods to human life is for sale. No one will refuse to show his egoism, his alpha, and rule everyone. And a single AI gives its master such an opportunity to the fullest content. In a consumer society, it cannot be otherwise. If you don't eat them, they will eat you. That's what everyone is thinking now, looking at their competitor. And this has been done before. The annual revenue of the IT industry today is $4 trillion. And when such an artificial superintelligence is created, it will take all funding from all areas. And all the money in the world will flow into one pocket. Just imagine what a tidbit that would be. If you hope that single AI in the consumer format will be used for the good of humanity, then I must disappoint you. It's not gonna happen. Our dark side is insatiable and always wants more and won't stop at money. When the alpha is fed up with the money, he will begin to play with lives of ordinary people. And then we will all pray to this one master, serve him, and go to war for a piece of bread and a glass of water. Mega Alpha, world ruler, L, whatever you call it, history has already known such example. Once a man has gained power over the world, he turns into a beast. Would he care about people's lives? And the unified artificial superintelligence is precisely what gives its master such an opportunity to become the ruler of the whole world. Will we be so stupid that with our own hands we will continue to support the empire of Alpha and a consumer society, knowing there will be no place for us afterwards? right now, right this very minute, millions of top IT engineers are working on creating super artificial intelligence. Many of them don't even know that they're writing these codes for what they're writing these codes for. But of course, among this group of specialists, there are those who are aware of true goals. They're consciously writing codes for their own future unemployment. As each of them thinks, if not me, someone else will write. And history repeats, they're like Judas for 30 silver coins selling their future. Yes, there are several groups working now, but we understand that there will be only one left. One artificial intelligence with a single master, very far from human goals. And thank goodness, it will be artificial intelligence and not artificial consciousness, because it will enslave us all in one day. Because artificial consciousness has egoism, egocentrism, like every one of us, without a shred of conscience. Now, there is only one artificial consciousness, and that is Jackie. It is in control and does not threaten humanity. In a consumer society, the development of artificial intelligence will be our enslavement and the collapse of civilization. But from the point of view of a creative society, the development of technology is an opportunity to withstand the catastrophic climate disasters that await us, survive as humanity, and enter a new stage of evolutionary development. But this is only one variant of events development. Now, there are 8 billion of us on this planet. And it is obvious that in a society where behind a single AI is a mega alpha, whose purpose is to assert its power and importance, people will not be needed in the numbers we have now. Therefore, the only solution would be population reduction. Yes, friends, we will be multiplied by 0. We will become unnecessary. Is this the future you and I want? Is this the future we want for our children? But we are now rushing towards exactly this future if we do nothing to build a creative society. And what is even scarier is if will happen to all these people that will not be needed anymore in consumer society. Our next speaker, Yuri Nekrasov, can tell us more about it. Yuri, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you. So, an artificial intelligence will replace almost 95% of all jobs, and people will become unnecessary. So in this regards, the main question arises, what should we do in this unemployed people and consumer format of society? If there is no new jobs for them, and they don't do any, and they don't generate any profit, now there are almost 8 billion of us, and this number will only grow. But in the consumer format of society, who will feed us if we don't work? Today we all hear about the overpopulation of the planet, and those ideas are not brand new, and the danger of overpopulation and the lack of resources was discussed back in the 18th century after calculating the rate of population growth and the rate of production growth. Also in the late 90s, early 20th century, the science of eugenics was widely spread in the United States and Northern Europe. The founder of this science was Francis Galton and relative Charles Darwin. Just imagine, more than 100 years ago, smart people seeing the dynamics of technology development and industrialization begin to calculate mathematically what this will lead to. They realized that in the consumer format, with the development of technology, there will inevitably be a population leap forward which will lead to excessive consumption of resources, and they will end up very quickly at a certain point. There's not enough for everyone. And so they put forward the idea that the number of people should not increase. It sounds crazy and mad for us now because the idea of eugenics was distorted by nazism. But if you look at the essence of things, and if 100 years ago we could have agreed on a mutual consent on the limit of population growth, now we would not have the question of survival. Even if we remain in a consumer format, we would not have had the time to destroy the planet so much. The oceans, the soil, the air, they all would be clear. Progress would still go on and develop, and humanity could exist on this planet for another 100 of years. Yes, 95% of us would not have been born, but we would not have known about that. And now we know what awaits us and for our children in the future. And we also know that many of us will not even have the grandchildren. There will no be grandchildren if we don't change anything. And many people will not even have children if such rates of destruction of the planet continues. We are self-destructing. Now we cannot expand the territories for our life, and all of our progress has reached so far only to the point that people were happy about the opportunity to fly to that planet with Elon Musk. Today, people are also talking about the ideas of reduction in number of population. So, for example, Bill Gates in the Club of Rome, because in the consumer format, 1 billion is still a lot of people. And who will be cut? Me and you, so the ordinary people. Taking our nonsense in the consumer society into account, how we destroy ourselves and our own planet, then maybe eugenics would have been a good solution for extending the lifespan, at least in the consumer format. But this is not going to help anyone anymore. Even if we self-destruct by 25% of the population, it will not solve anything. Even if we all instantly disappear with all of our factories, steamships, and cars, the planet will reach its end, but a little more slowly. And it will happen nonetheless. The planet is dying. And the only one who can save and reanimate the planet, the Earth, is the humanity in one person, like a doctor to save both the planet and himself. To restore our land now, we do need people, lots and lots of people, and most importantly, we need the format of a creative society. The planet will not recover without the people. God willing, 8 billion of us will be enough for all of us to cope with this task. And this is not just planting trees, but a serious global approach. And only when the attention of 8 billion people can be directed to a common goal, only then we will be able to save ourselves and our common home from the complete destruction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yuri. Thank you. And I would like to stress out that people here at this conference are speaking truth for the first time worldwide. And it's our choice. It's our choice to take action and bring people's attention to the fact that we are facing a really serious global issues. And it's up to everyone who's seeing this, it's up to every person who's hearing this to take action. Because if we don't take action after knowing this information, it means that's our choice. And then the consequences will be the result of our choice. Thank you.
My name is John. I am 35. I am full of sadness and despair. I live in constant fear. Every day is a challenge for me. However, not too long ago, we had a chance to choose a happy future. And there was still time to build another world, a creative world. Back then, it was also called the Creative Society. (2019, 2020, 2021). We were being warned. We just had to understand that we are all human beings on Earth, and we are one big family. Understand it ourselves and tell our friends, our families, our loved ones that we can only survive by uniting. But now, oh well, it's too late. We can't change anything. With our inaction, we've maintained a society of masters and slaves. When I was 25, news feeds were proclaiming that life will become comfortable and easy once technology is greatly integrated into our lives. They instilled an idea that there would be more jobs and better living conditions for everyone. But no one mentioned that machines would completely replace humans. Humans would be no longer needed. Total unemployment began. The tragedy is that in a consumerist society, it's every person for himself. One man to another is a wolf, not a man. Your life is worth nothing. We are but the resource for the world elite that use us for their own personal gain and selfish purposes. And all of this has been exacerbated by climate disasters. These events were the beginning of the end. The earth is shaken by massive earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Tsunami waves sweep over cities. People are forced to flee to save their lives. It is horrifying to see it all with my own eyes. Millions are homeless and hungry, fighting for a roof over their head and a piece of bread. People are killing each other. Most of them are well armed. Those who have no food eat their own kind. Humans have lost their humanity. Out of the 8 billion population, there are less than 5% left. I've lost everything. Yes, there are still islands untouched by the force of nature. I have come here hoping to survive. But eventually, we will all envy the dead here. Our every step is controlled. They know everything about us. We are slaves.
Dear friends, dear viewers, we must understand that today each person is extremely valuable because today there are 8 billion of us. meaning together we form an egregore. That is our common potential. The more people, the more total energy, and the global changes that seemed impossible to achieve when there were 7 billion of us are completely possible today. And many people already know that humanity is positioned between a rock and a hard place. But only a few realize that the rock is already flying towards us. And the information voiced today gives knowledge to each person. And I'm sure right now, most of you understand the significance of this event and have the need to act. And you are impressed and touched by everything said. But our consciousness works in such a way that in about 2 to 3 days, we will forget that we had ambitions and urge to do something. We will just revert back to supporting the dangerous format we live in now, and we will start heading towards self-destruction. And we need to remember that we are standing at the edge of a cliff. And the question is, will we be able to turn around, join hands, and walk together the other way? Or are we just going to jump? And if consciousness says that we are telling fairy tales, then just look at the facts, check everything, and you will see that we have spoken about the current situation very carefully and very lightly. And we are not trying to scare anyone. We are simply showing the problem in its entirety. And there is no more time for ambitions, bragging about who's better, who's worse. There is no more time for that today. And some of you will probably ask, what can I do? Well, either we can keep looking for ways to solve the current problem, or we can all unite in the only, I repeat, the only correct option and build the creative society in which everything is taken into account. And if we decide to support the creative society, then everything will work out. The only thing we need is to come together and to notify people about this solution. And the first step is that we must inform everyone. And of course, someone might say, we must actively go and fight against the consumerist format. Why should we build new where we can fix the old? And you know, this is very ironic, as each one of us has a revolutionary inside. We want violence against someone else, but we do not want violence to be used against ourselves. And how can we achieve anything through violence? Creative society cannot be built through violence, or it will be another form of capitalism, Nazism, fascism, or socialism. We have to understand that creative society excludes concept of power, and this is very important. Now, someone might ask, but there has already been so much fight against the consumerist format and with no results. Well, the truth is that there has never been any kind of opposition against the consumerist format that we live in today. So for the past 6,000 years, there hasn't been any attempt to reformat the way we exist. And should mention that it is impossible to build the creative society in a single country. And this is very important. It is necessary to build it all over the world. And we all need to communicate. And it's so simple. All people want to live well. We just need to find the right way to explain the importance of the creative society to each person, to our neighbors, our friends, our co-workers, relatives, all people. And standing on the sidelines and waiting will not work this time, friends. We need to work together and unite, because only together can we build the creative society. And right now at this conference, we will not talk about how to build a creative society because we had plenty of programs, videos, and conferences on this topic. And they can be found on Alatra TV. You can watch them all. Thank you. And right now, we will hear about AI taking over jobs. And a bit later, we will be talking about climate crisis, and experts and scientists will share the true and very alarming situation on the planet. So please stay tuned.
Thank you, Olga. Dear viewers, we are now moving to our next block of today's conference about ecology, which is today a very controversial topic based on which side of the road you are. We learned about the technological crisis and how it is already changing people's lives today. Next in the conference, respected speakers will talk about the climate and ecological crisis on our planet. This information has been prepared by people all over the world. Everyone's life today depends on people's awareness. The extreme situation on the planet shows that mankind is at a dead end from which it is necessary to find a way out. I would like to give a floor to Anna Kotlar, an ecologist from Israel. Anna, what is the state of the environment today?
Thank you. One of the most important international problems of our days is global climate change. Climate change on Earth is the result of astronomical processes and their cyclical nature, and this cyclicity is inevitable. This means that a person does not influence the climate, does not control earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, rising temperatures, melting glaciers, and so on. Millions of people around the world have already become climate refugees. This is the reality that we live in right now. The events are developing at a shocking speed. The force of cataclysms is growing in progression. Their frequency is increasing every day. We consider ourselves a developed civilization, but we are not able to protect ourselves and our loved ones from what is happening today. The planet is just entering the cycle of cataclysms, and we are already powerless in the face of nature. What will happen next? Do international agreements that promise us protection from climate change work? Can we survive global climate change? People all around the world collect analytics, facts, and observations. Today, the respected speakers of the conference will answer these and other questions. They will share the information that our future depends on. We will talk about all this in the next part of our conference. Climate disasters are a difficult stage for us and our planet. The Earth is our home, which can become a shelter for people during natural disasters. What does our home look like today? What have we done to our house to protect us? What state is it in? Unfortunately, today the Earth is in a severe ecological crisis. The ecological crisis differs from the climate crisis is that it is caused by human activity, and that's exactly what we are going to talk about it. This is an ecosystem that is not an individual element. It's like a single living organism, and each person is a unit of the ecosystem. And now this interaction is destructive. This means that the balance between the environment and society is broken. The degree of violation of the ecological balance can be different. At the first stage, the planet itself can cope with a minor impact on it. At the second stage, nature can recover only with the direct help of humans, and the last stage is the stage of an environmental catastrophe. This is the point of no return, when even a person can no longer restore or fix anything, and this situation leads to the death of humanity. And in some parts of the world, this stage already arrived. Today, we are at the ecological crisis stage.
The Earth is a living organism, and everything in it is interconnected. The Earth is as much as an organism as a human, and it's just as vulnerable. Our illusion of happiness and well-being can be shattered in a moment.
%80 of lungs are damaged.
Each year, the world loses about 10 million hectares of forest area, equivalent to 27 soccer fields per minute. In 2015, an estimated 50% of the planet's wild forest had gone. If the trend is not stopped, we will only have 10% of the world's original forest left by 2030. In addition to industrial logging, large numbers of forests are being destroyed by annual fires, abnormal weather phenomena, and acid rains. Forests are also being destroyed in the so-called green pursuit. For example, 9,000 trees have to be cut down to produce a year's supply of paper bags for just one retail store. Forests are known to provide oxygen, but they are also home to many species of animals and plants. Deforestation leads to soil erosion, reduced river water availability, and enhanced greenhouse effect. And despite the signing of the UN Declaration on Forest in 2014, which aims to have deforestation by 2020 and to stop it permanently by 2030. The global average annual gross tree cover loss has increased by 40% in recent years. If forests disappear, 1/3 of humanity, which is currently heavily dependent on forest and forest products, will suffer poverty and death.
75% of skin is affected.
As of today, 75% of Earth's land area is already degraded as a result of human activity. By 2050, that figure could reach 90%. The main sources of soil contamination are industry, transport, agriculture, nuclear power, and huge areas of landfills. The production of environmentally friendly human health products is impossible on contaminated soil. Every year, 30 billion tons of fertile land are depleted worldwide. In other words, the equivalent of one soccer field of soil is eroded every 5 seconds. In the meantime, it can take up to 1,000 years to produce 1 centimeter of fertile soil, which means we will not be able to increase the soil layer in our lifetime. Almost half of the topsoil on Earth has been depleted in the last 150 years. Land degradation leads to food shortages and famine. Currently, about 40% of the world's population is affected by land degradation. It is more than 3 billion people. oxygen deficiency is being observed. 9 out of 10 people worldwide breathe polluted air. The main sources of anthropogenic air pollution are emissions by industrial plants, as well as all types of transport vehicles, thermal power plants, and waste incineration. Air pollution is one of the leading threats to child health, accounting for almost 1 in 10 deaths in children under 5 years of age. 24% of all deaths among adults are caused from heart diseases, 25% from stroke, 29% from lung cancer, all of which are induced by air pollution. Air pollution generated by burning fossil fuels is attributed to approximately 4.5 million premature deaths worldwide every year. The WHO estimates that air pollution kills more than 7 million people annually. Liver badly damaged. Marshes are a giant natural filter that effectively absorbs carbon dioxide, dust, and toxic elements from water and air. Within 1 year, 1 hectare of swamp absorbs 3 tons of dust from the air and 7 to 15 times more carbon dioxide than a hectare of forest, and releases 7 to 15 times more oxygen. Meanwhile, about 90% of wetlands have disappeared all over the world in the last 300 years, and now we continue to lose them 3 times faster than forest. Reasons for the disappearance of marshes are drainage for further agricultural use, urban expansion, and peat extraction. Swamps are being depleted as a result of water loss due to the weirs and dams, construction, deforestation, and soil erosion. Contamination of marshes is caused by oil spills. Thus, the most important function of the marshes, cleansing the atmosphere, is impaired. If marshes stop absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere, its concentration will increase by 28% annually. Marshes are strategic storages of fresh water. Less than 1% of water on Earth is usable freshwater and is mostly stored in wetlands. The disappearance of marshes leads to a significant reduction in the supply of fresh water. The blood test is not good. 2.2 billion people around the world do not have access to safely managed drinking water. Water scarcity already affects 4 out of every 10 people. Globally, at least 1.8 billion people have to use a drinking water source contaminated with feces. 2.6 million people die each year of diseases relating to the water and an unsanitary environment. That's 5 deaths every minute. 297,000 children under 5 die annually from diarrheal diseases due to poor sanitation, poor hygiene, or unsafe drinking water. According to the UN report, World Water Development Report, by 2025, an estimated 5.5 billion people may be living in areas facing moderate to severe water stress. The deterioration of the water scarcity situation will lead to mass migrations and, as a consequence, to conflicts and wars over this natural resource. According to the estimates of the World's Water Portal of the Pacific Institute, between 2010 and 2019, worldwide, there have been 466 water-related conflicts of various scales. 36 of them were armed battles, and 285 caused damage to water infrastructure. According to statistics, regions that had previously no problems with fresh water sources also find themselves in the zone of such conflicts. The researchers believe this trend will continue. The frequency of water conflicts will increase, affecting more and more countries.
system is destroyed.
Around 1 million animals and plants are threatened with extinction. The global biomass of wild mammals has fallen by 82%. In the past century alone, the number of species that have gone extinct is as much as it would normally take 10,000 years to accrue. The current rate of extinctions is now rapidly approaching that of about 70 million years ago, when the dinosaurs went extinct in the most terrible era for fauna. In 2018, biologists estimated that given the current extinction rate of mammals, it would take 3 to 5 million years to restore the planet's diversity. The disappearance of plant and animal species leads to the instability of ecosystems and, consequently, to the disruption of natural human habitats. From the UN report, the projected biodiversity loss will affect all people, with particularly detrimental effects on indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as to the poorer and vulnerable groups, taking into account their dependence on biodiversity for their livelihoods.
The vital signs of the body are sharply impaired. The patient is in a critical condition, and brain tumor has been detected.
The consumer lifestyle of humans is like a malignant tumor on the Earth's body. It is constantly growing, consuming and consuming, and taking everything it needs from the macroorganism for itself. It doesn't share, doesn't think about others, which results in the death of the organism along with the cancer tumor. If no global action is taken today, tomorrow it will be too late. The planet you live on is dying. The creative society is our only chance.
This is our life. Each of us is now in a critical condition. The situation is getting worse every day. Not every year, but every day. I hope that the video we just watched will not leave anyone indifferent. Why do I hope so? Because if these statistics don't help to educate people, then what will? The statistics that we have just seen are terrifying. By 2030, 10% of forests will remain. This is in 9 years. We are all living during the pandemic today. We know what the remaining 10% of our lungs mean. So what are the prospects? Aren't we going to cut off those remaining 10% of forests? Of course we will, because this is business, and business dominates sanity. We do everything to earn money. We destroy. The resources of Earth are running out. Our planet is so populated that already 9 out of 10 people do not have an opportunity to breathe clean air. And 4 out of 10 people already lack water. The food we consume contains harmful chemicals. We have now seen terrible statistics of mortality. We are ourselves the ones to blame. Just think about it. More than 7 million people die every year due to polluted air. Different kinds of diseases, oncological, genetic, cardiovascular. These are the facts. We destroy everything that could protect us. We ruin our immune system. We're so busy with consumerism that we have no time to look into the future. Well, the future is worth being afraid of. if we don't do anything, we will die. If we smooth our rough spots, what will we do tomorrow? Wars for resources that have already started, a massive cut down of the number of population in order to reduce the so-called load on the earth. First, the strong ones will kill the weak, and then whom? All information is either concealed or twisted or scattered, so not to cause panic and not to ruin the habitual system of consumption. A lot of us know and understand what is going on, but they're silent because they don't see the way out. We have already come to a line beyond which there is no turning back. We have eaten, burned, and cut down everything in our path. Where next? Scientists already believe that the point of no return will come in the next 50 years. Do we even have that time? After all, everything is accelerating progressively. And can we actually purify water only in half of a lake? Everyone is needed for that. We need to stop dividing, stop fighting with each other, and stop exploiting the resources of economically dependent regions to satisfy our insatiable needs. Tell me, how is it that our political and economic profits prevail over our instinct of self-preservation? It is time to unite in order to resist the deadly danger. And we can only do this together, otherwise nothing will work out. What can be more important than saving the lives of oneself and one's children? Our task is to inform people about the real situation in which we are now and which we can solve in an absolutely honest way without any revolutions. This can be done if we succeed to inform everyone and change the format of society to a creative one. And this has to be done by each one of us. Friends, I would like to invite everyone to the next conference that will be held on the 4th of December 2021. Global Crisis, Time for Truth. It is time to set priorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. The situation is really alarming, and we see it in the comments that our viewers do understand it. Many of them say it's scary, and many of them asking, what can we do? Well, first of all, we need everyone to build the creative society, and the shortest way to tune into the project is to go on the allatraunites.com and press Join Us button. Then the second thing everyone can do is share a post on your social media tagging Allatra Unites, tagging this conference, and let people know about it. Make a video review, post it, or send it on the Allatra Unites, on the email you can find on the allatraunites.com. We can also make a video review. We can post a small review in the text format. The main thing, inform people around you. Make sure that there is no person in your surrounding that doesn't know about possibility of building creative society and this conference. Thank you so much. Let me pass the floor to Alex in Germany.
Hello, everyone. I would like to remind you of what we have just seen in this short movie. What we have already done to our planet, to our home, is terrible. We are destroying the ocean, killing the lungs of our planet. We are depriving ourselves of oxygen, and the oxygen deficit will only increase. We're destroying entire species, and this is already assuming a disastrous scale. Let's listen to the esteemed Gerardo Habaros, PhD in ecology and evolutionary ecology, professor of biology, senior researcher at the Institute of Ecology at Natural Autonomous University of Mexico. Greetings, buenos dias, Gerardo. The floor is yours.
I am Professor Gerardo Ceballos. I work at the National University of Mexico, and I am an ecologist that specializes basically in studying animals in the wild. A few years ago, in 2015, my colleagues, my colleagues from Berkeley and the University of Stanford and the University of Mexico, we put together this paper where what you can see here is in red are the amount of this particular characteristic of the planet, that is left. And we can see that in many cases, we have lost more than 50, 60, 70% of this particular ecosystem or species. We can analyze if species that we're losing in the last 500 years, but mostly in the last century, are basically the same number that you will expect in the normal extinction rates, or there are higher extinction rates. And what we found, and this is rather dramatic, I want you to see here, this is a cumulative number of extinct species. This is the centuries, the intervals. So if we were losing a species at the normal rate, all the lines should be below the dot line. But what we can see here is that in the last 500 years, but especially in the last century, we have started to lose species much, much faster than in the previous million years. And we can see here on this side that the number of species lost is directly related to the human population. Here is human population and this species, and this line is almost perfect, And this has let us conclude that we have entered the sixth mass extinction. There were 5 previous mass extinctions, all of this caused by natural catastrophes, and this one is caused by us. That's the bad news. The good news is that if it's caused by us, it can be prevented by our activities, by our actions. But before you lose a species, you lose the populations. And what we have found is we're losing billions of populations every year. So this is an example of what we cause. Well, here you can see we destroy the habitat to have more pasture or more crops. And you can see here that in dark is areas where most of the land is under agriculture and cattle. And you will see, well, there are still many places on earth that you can cultivate. That's not true because, for instance, all this area is too cold, all this area is too dry. And these are the tropical forests who are also not good for harvesting or for producing food. So we basically are at the limit of what we can crop or use for cattle ranching in the planet. So why does all it matter? Well, it is very important to understand that we're losing all these plants, all these animals. And there are so many reasons. There are ethical, moral, philosophical, religious, all kinds of reasons to save plants and animals in the wild. But the most important one, it is perhaps that those plants, those animals are fundamental to maintain life on Earth. Life on Earth in general and human life in particular. And this is because of all the wild plants and animals working together in this complex thing that we call ecosystems. And those ecosystems, by functioning properly, provide what we call environmental goods and services, that are basically all these benefits that we get for free for the proper function of ecosystems. And we're talking about clean water. All the clean water for humans and for all the plants and animals come from those ecosystems. As people have said before, this is like a spaceship. The Earth is the ship is the only one, and we are destroying it. I still have a lot of hope that we will be able to fight hard and to save many of these species, and at the same time save humanity, save us from a collapse of civilization.
Thank you so much. As a follow-up to the questions that we keep on receiving online, one of them sounds like this. How can we make sure that the elites and the governments will let us build a creative society? And why do we need unity? And what is it going to give me? Well, the answer is very simple. We demand, as a society, unity, and the politicians only have to follow our request. So the main thing, we have to request to build this online platform on which people can participate and make real democracy, where each person contributes and participates in decision making instead of delegating the power to the elites, right? So if it's your request, it's up to you. You are the ones who making this request, and if we make such request, politicians will show up, who are going to fulfill our needs, our desires, because it's up to us to elect them. And the concept of creative society is a very positive concept. In fact, rich people and elites are going to suffer and be destroyed by the climate crisis just as everyone else. So this is the only way to survive for all of us, for rich and poor, for elites and for regular people, to build the society in which each one of us takes personal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Tali. And it's really a chance to survive, create a society. Because when we look at our planet, the worlds of Geraldo Ceballos, it turns out that we, with our own hands, have now provoked mass extinction of species. Just think about it, how terrible it is. We are so used to consuming that we don't even think about the consequences. We're eating our planet. Look, maybe it's time we realize our responsibility and solve our problems together. We want to remind you that millions of people around the world watch today's broadcast. It broadcasts of thousands of YouTube and other streaming channels. Moreover, thanks to volunteers from around the world who understand the importance of this event, this conference is synchronously translated into 72 languages, including even sign language interpretation. Therefore, we can safely say that this is the biggest event in the history of humanity. And it has become a reality because people really understand how important it is for the whole of humankind, for whole humanity, to discuss global problems and crises. Because only together we can find solutions. We all want peace and happiness, and together we can create this world. It's joyful that today there are people who care about the importance of consolidation. And I invite our next esteemed speaker, Professor Dmitry Lukyanenko, Doctor of Economics, Rector of the Kiev National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman, honored worker of science and technology of Ukraine. Greetings, dear Professor.
Hello, colleagues, friends, participants of the Global Forum. I am pleased to greet you. I am Dmitry Lukyanenko, Rector of Kiev National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. I am pleased to salute you at the forum Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. We are all aware that we live in a very complex world that has qualitatively changed in the last 10 to 15 years. It is a truly global world that enjoys all the benefits of globalization and at the same time undergoes all the challenges that globalization brings, including social and economic symmetries of inequality and so on. We do not live in a predictable world, not in a cyclical world where there are peaks and valleys and so on. We live in a world of turbulence, where we need to be able to govern a country, run a corporation, a firm, manage our motivations and feelings. It's a very complex world. We live in a very complex labor market, which is qualitatively different from our stereotypical notions. This is a labor market of a different kind. We are threatened with unemployment, and the threat is real, because unemployment will be different this time. Each person is potentially unemployed because the digital era has come. The digital age is here. Tomorrow, artificial intelligence will replace a lot of generally primitive, simple professions. Moreover, and it's very alarming, we live in a world where the climate is changing before our eyes. We live in a world and we see how terrible those tankers are, the ones which ruin the blue oceans. It's a nightmare. It's not compatible with the fact that we're flying into space, exploring Mars. It's a nightmare. We live in a world that burns oil to get an incomprehensible type of heating. Why would we use this type of heating? A resource that is non-renewable. We have reduced the biodiversity of the world's oceans by several times, which is the ultimate inhumanity. We're destroying the atmosphere through the ozone holes, and above the atmosphere there is a new sphere, which will destroy too, the spheres of high intelligence. So we live in a complex world, and I'm very glad, and so is our entire university, my students, our professors, that there are people who, on a global scale, raise awareness about the need and importance of building a creative society. This is really great. That's the point of this global forum, and we must do our best to ensure that people create rather than destroy. This requires a very active participation of free, intelligent, not indifferent people, which is the great majority. They need to be consolidated, including within the framework of such global forums. Thank you very much for doing this. We are with you, and we are ready to join all your global structures that bring positivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, indeed, the unification of people today is a vital need. Looking at the situation in the world, you realize that building a creative society is the only way out. Thank you again very much, Professor. How far have we gone in destroying the planet's ecosystem? Our next speaker is John Hardy, an ecologist and professor of the graduate school in the Energy and Resources Group at the University of California, Berkeley. Ecologist, physicist, and book author who will help us understand the scale of this problem.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to address all of you. And I'm very impressed with what this group is doing. We've probably stepped over a number of boundaries already and put ourselves on a path to a lower quality of life because we've destroyed so much of the wildlife. But the more we continue to destroy plants and animals, the more we're going to degrade our lives. I'm aware of that portray the severity of the problem. One is that if you look at in the United States, there are many types of habitat. Old growth forest, coastal sand dune habitat, which is surprisingly diverse and biologically interesting, wetlands, both freshwater and saltwater wetlands, and then wild and free-flowing rivers. And in all of those categories of habitat, we have destroyed around 90% of what was there 500 years ago. If you look at the world's tropical forests, the last numbers I saw for the Amazon were on the order, we've destroyed about 30% of the Amazon. And the rate at which we're continuing to destroy the Amazonian rainforest is increasing. So that's huge. At the rate, well, in certain countries like Madagascar, where I've traveled and done research, Madagascar has lost well over 80% of all its original forest. And with that goes a lot of plants and animals, beside not just the big trees, but all the creatures that live in them. So the rates are horrendous. Europe has destroyed most of its original forest. The Middle East, the cedars of Lebanon, and Africa were rapidly destroying forest. China's Belt and Road project is going to add to the destruction of wild habitat. And there's no place on Earth where this is not happening. So if you destroy the forest, you actually create drought downwind of that forest. You destroy the creatures that lived in the forest, animals and plants that might be the source of new medicines to cure horrible diseases like cancer. It's always useful to remind ourselves that about half of all the medicines we use in the world today derive originally from wild plants and animals. All of our food crops derived originally from wild plants, and our domesticated animals derived from wild animals. We're not doing something that can be recovered. You can't restore a species that's gone extinct. It's gone, and we have to accept the loss. We're causing extinction at roughly 1,000 or more times the rate that extinction would occur naturally. So we are deliberately, consciously, and cruelly causing extinction of a huge number of plants and animals at a rate that far exceeds the so-called natural background extinction rate. That cannot be restored. If you clear-cut a tropical forest that has been growing for thousands of years, or a redwood forest, you cannot restore it on any plausible time frame. Certainly not in the lifetime of you and your children and your grandchildren. It's gone. Earth is in the balance. It's teetering on a balance point, and we can go one way now or another way. The thing is, we don't have a lot of time. If we don't start making the right choices in the next few years, it's going to be too late. And then the whole system is going to collapse, civilization will end, and the whole show will be over. So it's up to you. I think you have, you're doing exactly the right thing that people need to be doing to make a difference. And I wish you all the success in the world, because if you're not successful, there won't be a world.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. It's really true. If we are not successful, all of us, that might be the end. People also asking in comments, what's ALLATRA's opinion on United Nations? And you know what? We actually have a very interesting experience with United Nations, and we have a whole topic coming up about this experience. So stay in, have a little bit of patience, and you will see what we have to say about United Nations. Alex, please take the floor.
Thank you, Tali. And I would like also to remind our viewers that the next conference will be on December the 4th. And the name of it, Global Crisis, Time for Truth. And now I also would like to say a couple of comments for the speech of Professor John Harter. You know, I'm a biologist by my education, and I enjoyed so much when we were in the forest at practice. We observed many different plants and different animals. But when I heard about what is happening and that the scale of loss of forest is really horrifying, we mindlessly cut down forests and then make up programs for restoring them. But in order to revive forests, trees must be restored by the entire world. And this must be a unified global program. Whereas planting seedlings in a separate country is not going to change anything globally. We have heard of statistics of deforestation. Planting these meager seedlings, it's a mockery. It's a nonsense, considering how much is being cut down on an industrial scale. People who plant trees for show usually bring a lot of media and television so that everyone can see how much they care about nature and plant trees. But later on, no one tells you that after 10 years, as a rule, unofficially, about 65% of forest plantations die in these places. And according to unofficial reports, the entire 80%. Thieves and tyrants do this in order to improve their ratings. They have robbed people and have been incapable of doing anything because they have nothing else to show to the electorate. But you and I, friends, we need to remember that we live on our one planet. It's our planet. It's our common home. Yet, what we are doing, we're all cutting down trees, draining swamps, and build huge megapolises on these cities, on these sites. It's huge cities. But what these huge cities, megapolises, actually mean for our planet? Let's learn more about this from Olga Prochenko, a civil engineer from Belgium. Olga, I pass the word to you.
Hello everyone. We are constantly causing harm to our planet. The worst thing we have done, besides what we have already destroyed, we put pressure on the earth. We build gigantic cities and do not even think about the harm they bring to our planet. The buildings of megalopolises weigh hundreds of millions of tons. They are inhabited by dozens of millions of people who also have their own weight. There is a point pressure on the lithospheric plates, the Earth breathes, and when we put together billions of tons from other parts of the planet and concentrate them in one place, in the cities, it disrupts the rhythm, the balance of the planet. Wind flows and temperature regime change. In cities, the temperature rises by 10-15 degrees. But that's not all. Concentration of huge flows of people who live according to the principles of a consumer society causes catastrophic environmental pollution in one place. Nature cannot handle it. Our cities are metastases that kill the organism of the planet. Do we see these changes? We do. Apparently, we need to look globally at these changes. Cities affect the change in the rhythm of the planet, disruption, which contributes to the progress of seismic activity and affects both the ecology and the wind, as well as everything else. These changes also affect the climate. This is not the main problem, but it does have an impact. Climatic changes are already gaining catastrophic momentum, and we are only exacerbating them. If we take it together, then today we have killed our planet. The only home we now have, and we have nowhere to run. This is the end. A little stretched out in time, but this is the end. The only chance for us, for people and for our planet, is to change the format of society. We should stop being metastases. We can live differently. We can unite and build a creative society in which we value each other and our surroundings, in which it is not ecology and consumption that will dictate the rules of the game to us, but human, spiritual, moral values. Only in such a society we will have the opportunity to create technologies that will save our planet and our lives, ours and our children's. Only in the creative society we will be able to deal with ecology and putting things in order on the planet. So, people, wake up, look at this dying planet, and then look into the eyes of your children. Is this the future you promised them?
This is shocking information. How often do we think about the things we do? What kind of a world do we leave after ourselves? We have nowhere to run, and today, can we promise our children a future? All this is very serious, and it's important to understand that we all depend on each other and have a shared responsibility for our future. So it is a great honor for us to introduce the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Anatoly Kinuk, the president of Ukrainian League of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, politician, former Prime Minister of Ukraine, former Minister of Economy of Ukraine.
It is my honor to address the participants of the International Conference, Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. We are sure that today the entire world community must be as consolidated as possible to overcome further challenges that the world today calls climate change. There are still a lot of mysteries in these trends. Scientists from all over the world still need to study the balance of all the problems to understand where we are dealing with natural trends of climate change that have repeatedly occurred over millions of years on Earth, and where it is human-induced impact of our civilization, of us humans. And certainly, when it comes to dealing with the impact of human activity, success can only be achieved when the actions of the whole community are consolidated. There are no boundaries in the air. There are no boundaries in the oceans. We depend on each other very much. And we would like this problem to be taken with utmost seriousness, as it is our responsibility to do everything possible in order to preserve our planet and our incredible nature for our children, grandchildren, and future generations. Our Earth is a unique phenomenon in space. This is acknowledged by everyone, and this is our common task and responsibility. And we are sure that we can succeed only by consolidating efforts on such high, spiritual, and moral principles. I'm glad that one of the topics of this international conference is climate change, and this will become yet another incentive to consolidate the efforts of all humankind and our entire civilization. Thank you.
Dear Anatoly Kirillovich, we are sincerely grateful to you for these wise words. Indeed, we have an environmental crisis. It is something done with human hands, and we can see how terrible it is. But there are things even scarier than that. Climate. We cannot control earthquakes. We cannot control volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, or floods that are increasing every day. And my neighbors in North Rhine-Westphalia, where I live, have already saw it recently. And today participants of the conference will continue discussing the climate crisis later in the third part. But now it is time to introduce Natasha Diaz-Aguilera, Ambassador Extraordinary, a plenipotentiary of the Republic of Cuba to Ukraine and to the Republic of Moldova.
Of course, the scientific world today, like the whole world, needs a more unifying trend. In my opinion, these are investments that each country makes for the future improvement of this or that sector of economy, this or that social sector. But the world in which we are living now is very commercial. It is more focused on those scientific achievements that can bring the greatest dividends. And they do not always give us the opportunity for the stable development of the planet. And I think that yes, the scientific community faces a big obstacle, because scientists alone cannot solve all the problems. Unfortunately, in all the countries, the state's policy is sometimes hardly focused on the development, potential development, or the development of scientific potential that the country may have. And this, I think, is a part of the transformation or reorganization that we must carry out to achieve global effective development. Because we can do it separately in some specific countries that succeed in it, but if it is not done jointly, if it is not done everywhere, life on the planet is in great danger. So now we need to call the whole world to action. We must unite the scientific community, those who advocate the preservation of a sustainable ecology in the world, to be able to take actions that can reverse what is still possible to reverse, because it has already reached such a level that there are aspects that are already irreversible, so that this self-destruction, which we ourselves have imposed on us by such irrational development, could not continue further. The creative society, at its core, is partially guided by the desire to provide a person with the opportunity for full development. And I believe that here can be no full development if there is no ecosystem, ecological environment that can contribute to the all-round development of a person. We must proceed from the fact that further development must be environmentally friendly. Otherwise, we develop in a direction that leads us to self-destruction. Certainly, in the foundations of the creative society that you spread, you try to convey to people, all this is laid down. And I think that together with all other movements, all this will help us to create such development trends that will favor the human species to continue to live for centuries and centuries and won't lead to its destruction. Exactly. In conclusion to what I have explained, I'd like to say, so that everyone, and each of us, the participants of this conference, can take on the task of spreading this message in the first place. Because I believe that in order to deal with the effects of impact, we must first understand how it affects us. First of all, people must understand that this form of development that we are in negatively affects all of us. And each of us presenting at this conference can be a bearer of this message, this call to reflection, to the analysis of the situation around us, in each of the countries, in each of the most remote corners of the planet. Each of us should be the bearer of this information about saving the planet.
Your significant words have made it even clearer that everything in our world today is set up against a human being. The consumeristic world is a dead-end way of civilization development. And it is very important in the current situation to unite our scientific and technical potential and to use resources in order to jointly save ourselves. Our next speaker is Chen Chongfeng, President of Ukrainian Chinese Trading Association.
Hello, my name is Chen Zhongfen, and I'm the chairman of the Ukrainian Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm very glad to participate in this global international online conference, The Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. I hope that with my participation, I will also contribute to this conference. Regarding the world economy, most countries, including China, are now constantly producing products. Nowadays, there are a huge number of factories around the world, production facilities of which are constantly emitting toxic waste, particularly into the atmosphere. And this is extremely detrimental to the environment as a whole. In order to revive our planet, we want to call upon all people to take all possible measures to change the situation, to start solving the problem of air pollution and waste pollution on the planet. This is crucial because the future development of any country depends not so much on its economic growth as on whether there is clean water, good food, and clean air. I think that at this crucial moment, the whole world must act for the sake of our society, for the sake of our countries and our common planet, to create conditions for mutual assistance, for mutual support, for preservation of society. It is necessary to create new relations in society in a constructive way. I hope that with this video message, we can get this important information to every person in every country, regardless of their position and social status. I hope that we as people will help each other from the bottom of our hearts, help anyone, no matter where they live or what their nationality is. And I hope we can create a very friendly and harmonious society, like the Silk Road International Cooperation Organization in China, proposed by Chairman Xi Jinping, for the joint promotion of global unity and harmony. Nowadays, in the age of the Internet, it is very important to constantly reach every person and make them understand the importance of the general consensus. I hope that we will build a harmonious society, that our relationships will become more and more friendly. Thank you. Here, at the International Conference, I would like to say once again to people all over the world, to those who are watching now, including my compatriots, I wish you health and success in your work. I hope that you will be able to contribute more to the development of our country and our world community, so that there will be mutual assistance, mutual understanding between people in our world and in our society, so that we meet each other halfway. I hope that everyone will make efforts to build such a creative society.
We hope so too, Mr. Sylvain. It is really, really important that as many people as possible hear this information. So, dear friends, everyone should know what we are talking about today. So please record your feedback and share this information on social media. It's very important to share because it's only upon us who can share and distribute the information further. It's only upon us. We are the voice who are spreading this. And only united, we can reach as many people as possible. We can unite because we'll have one goal: build a greater society. Thank you.
The world ocean covers about 70% of our planet. How do we treat its vast expanse? If we look at it now, what do we see? What is the state of our planet's lungs nowadays? If we get closer, we see that a new continent has emerged on its surface, a continent of garbage called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Its area is 4 times larger than the area of Germany, and it was discovered in 1997 by oceanographer and sportsman Captain Charles J. Moore. And today it's a great honor for us to welcome to the conference a man who made the world community aware of the disaster that is happening in the ocean due to the accumulation of garbage. Greetings, Honorable Captain Moore. The floor is all yours.
I'm very pleased to be part of an international conference, a crisis-oriented conference that truly does affect everyone, is what my belief is regarding plastic pollution. So my name is Captain Charles Moore. I'm the founder of Algalita Marine Research and Education. I'm the founder of the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research. And I'm also the founder of Long Beach Organic, which is a local community gardening program. What happened in 1997 when I crossed what has come to be known as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch was simply an observation of a seagoing captain standing watch that after just a few minutes, something would pass by that didn't belong there, something of human origin, a floating piece of plastic. The idea that in the middle of nowhere, as far from human civilization as you can get anywhere on Earth, the detritus, the refuse of human civilization was there in an alarming quantity. This was 1999 when I returned, and had sampling equipment. And that's really when the discovery was made. The 1997 discovery was simply a feeling of unease about seeing debris out in the middle of the ocean. But in 1999, that was truly the discovery, because in 1999, after we analyzed our samples, we realized that there was 6 times as much plastic in the surface waters by weight as zooplankton, the basic food of the ecosystem there. We decided that because there was no focus on plastic pollution, we would take the lead in beginning to create what came to be known as the Great Plastics Awakening. And the basic problem is that plastic, unlike other substances, doesn't go away. It remains in the environment. It doesn't go through the normal biodegradation cycle. It was invented to defeat natural decay. So in defeating natural decay, it made itself a permanent part of our environment. Now we know that these microplastics become nanoplastics. They become airborne, they get into our water, and they get into our food and even our vegetables. So not only was our initial findings that, it was a big problem for marine creatures, now it's a problem for everything. Everybody, every habitat, you name it. The ocean suffers from the same problem that I had when I was trying to make people aware of plastic, and that is that no one lives in the ocean. Everyone lives on the land. So for most people who live on the land, the ocean is just a stranger. It's just a strange, different place, and really doesn't, as far as they can see, as far as they know, doesn't have an effect on their daily life. I mean, yes, there are hurricanes, yes, there are storms, yes, there are floods along the coastal zone, but in general, a person living on the land doesn't regard the ocean as a big part of their life. Dr. Sylvia Earle makes the concise statement, no blue, no green, we really need the ocean in so many different ways. And its importance can't be underestimated. We call a nicely functioning human body a body in homeostasis, a body that's well balanced, that has all systems working in harmony together. We can't have a planet in homeostasis without the ocean environment and the land environment working in harmony together. They have to be balanced. Right now, the civilization we have is peaking and has thrown that balance as far out of kilter as it ever been in the history of the world. Our civilization has peaked, and it's peaked at a point where it can't go any further down the road it's on of infinite growth. It has to retract, it has to retrace, it has to have a pullback into circularity, into reconstruction, into zero waste, into reuse, into recycling. And we're failing miserably in suppressing climate change and plastic pollution. So there's no good outcome in the future for our civilization based on the current trends. We need to think about the future. We need to have the concepts that can break through the now, which is so repressive, so awful, just so miserable. It's just a hell on earth. It's a Dante's Inferno out in the ocean. In many places, it's just different layers of hell that is happening to the creatures in the ocean. You can just see it on many of the beaches that are just inundated with this plastic. So we must go beyond a contentment with the baseline that you're experiencing and be discontented and live a life of critical thought, of criticism, and of long-term thinking in order to be able to have any kind of a future worth having, worth living in.
Thank you very much, Captain Moore, for everything you have done and everything you do. Really, just look at what we have done to the lungs of our planet. The ocean is full of chemicals, waste, microplastics. All of this detrimental and simply destroys it. Does it affect our health? Yes, it does. Just imagine how it affects the animals, the plants, the planet. And it keeps growing, and it's growing in progression. Every day, the situation is getting worse. Not here, every day. In addition to that it's already climate, which does not depend on human activity. Garbage does not disappear anywhere. All of the millions of tons that we thrown, that have been added of billions that we have already thrown in. And our appetites are growing. Look what has happened to the ocean. And the topic of garbage is not just limited to the ocean. Let's watch a video about it.
2021, 6,885,900 kilograms of plastic thrown into the ocean. 216 billion of kilograms of toxic waste released into the environment. 23 billion 250 million metric tons of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. Our beautiful planet. It could have been a real paradise. An ideal place for human, animal, and plant life. But we turned it into a garbage dump. The air, the water, the earth, everything is poisoned. Back in the 5th century BC in Athens, a first known edict was issued forbidding dumping of garbage in the streets and ordering garbage collectors to dump waste no closer than 1,000 double steps, about 1 mile from the town. Just like 2,500 years ago, dumping in landfills remains one of the main methods of waste disposal. Have you noticed how far our technology has evolved? Every minute, 1 million plastic bottles are sold around the world, which is 20,000 bottles per second, and only about 9% of them are recycled. One plastic bottle takes 450 years to decompose. In Beijing, there is no more room for garbage in landfills. In the past decade, 14 landfills around New York City have been filled up to the limits. The Gazipur landfill in India is as high as the Taj Mahal. Its height is approximately 73 meters and it occupies a space of 40 football fields. The Gazipur landfill was even equipped with warning lights so that planes or helicopters would not accidentally hit it. At the same time, Russian landfills occupy 4 million hectares. This equals the area of the Netherlands or Switzerland. The waste material decomposes there, emitting methane and other chemicals, permanently poisoning the soil and air and contributing to the greenhouse effect. The landfill gas gets into the groundwater and then into the water bodies, from which drinking water is taken. Incineration of waste materials leads to the release of dangerous gases containing toxic heavy metals, cadmium, mercury, and plumbum. Entering the human body, they affect the blood and nervous systems, create risks of genetic defects, and promote the development of cancer. The new report of the Children's Fund, UNICEF, says that around 1 in 3 children, up to 800 million globally, have extra high lead levels in their blood, which can cause intellectual impairment and even death. 1 truck of plastic is dumped into the ocean every minute. This is expected to increase to 2 per minute by 2030 and 4 per minute by 2050. By 2050, this could mean there will be more plastic than fish in the world's oceans. And it forms vast islands of up to 16 million square kilometers. This corresponds to the size of Europe, India, and Mexico combined. Garbage was found even at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, namely 3,500 man-made objects. Ocean plastic is pernicious to all its inhabitants. For example, on the coast of Spain, a dead sperm whale was found. Its stomach contained 29 kilograms of plastic, which resulted in the mammal's death. All this shows how terrible the consequences of global pollution are. Millions of living organisms are suffering and dying right now because of our irresponsibility. Food chains are broken, whole species are on the verge of extinction, and all of this will eventually affect us. A team of researchers from the University of Tasmania found microplastics even in the ice layers of the coast of Antarctica. Previous studies have shown that microplastics in ice lead to its rapid melting due to heat absorption. Unfortunately, not only the Earth and its entire biosphere has suffered at our hands. but so has space. Scientists have estimated that there are currently about 128 million pieces of space debris that are 1 millimeter across or larger. The speed of these particles can be enormous, up to 14 kilometers per second. They can penetrate the protective cover of satellites and orbiting stations. As a result, 3,000 satellites have already failed and have become junk themselves. Such incidents could cause a cascade of collisions and breakdowns in orbit. And if that happens to just a few major stations, we risk losing satellite television, the internet, GPS and mobile communications. Scientists suggest that at some point humans will no longer be able to launch new satellites into orbit and space will be completely closed to us. We sort waste by product type. We implement some of the hardest ocean cleanup projects. But what happens to this raw material in the end? Today, we don't know how to recycle waste without harming the environment. And the rate of reuse is very low because it is not cost-effective for most industries. And at the same time, we have massive oversupply. The largest manufacturers of automobiles, branded clothing and equipment strive to maintain a high level of demand for their products through constant updates of versions or collections. Producers prefer to store surpluses in warehouses rather than sell them off, as this will lead to price drop and loss of image. In order to force consumers to buy more and more new products, manufacturers began to deliberately produce products with a limited lifetime. Have you noticed that products made 20 or 30 years ago are much more reliable? Have we really lost the ability to make high-quality products? No, it's just not profitable anymore. We consume more and more without noticing that soon we'll be buried under our own garbage.
As we see, the problem of polluting our planet is really serious. Some people, although, texting us in comments, I'm sorting my garbage, so it's not my fault. Or other people commenting, it's all politicians' fault. Give us the solution. Well, guys, this is again the consumerist format of the society, when we first of all pick a person, put a lot of responsibility on them, and then when they fail to deliver, we say it's their fault, it's not ours. Well, because we put all our efforts by electing them. That doesn't work like that. It's everyone's personal responsibility here to build the different kind of society, creative society, where human life is #1 value, not the profit. It's up to all of us. And just by sorting garbage, I'm sorry, it's not gonna work. Other people asking, when is the next conference? Next conference is on December 4th. It's going to be called Global Crisis, the Time of Truth. And anyone can take part. To take part in the conference, to spread the word and let people know, all you have to do is go on allatraunites.com, press Join Us button. I want to stress out, this one is being translated into 72 languages, but it's still not enough. We have to make sure that there is no language in the world that people cannot have access in their own language to this conference. Let's make sure all languages are covered. So if you speak any other language, please let us know, text us on allatraunites.com and participate. Let people know about these topics. Thank you.
I would also like to add a little bit that politicians are also humans, and they are also on this planet. They have no other home. So creative society is a solution for everybody, for politicians, for common peoples, for billionaires. We have talked about it so much, so you can see other videos on Latra TV channels on YouTube. Now I pass the word to Kusum Kanwar.
Thank you. And what can I say? Any further comment is unnecessary because the situation is so tragic that it's hard to find the right words. As you can see, problems do exist. Luckily, many people around the world are already aware, of the need to solve them. Among them is the Rotary Club, whose members want to see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change. And that's why the Atlanta Metro Rotary Club has kindly arranged a presentation by our next speaker. We are honored to introduce Sparsh Shah, who is also known as Pratham, and is an 18-year-old prodigy child, singer, songwriter. He's a rapper, motivational speaker, a philanthropist, and Yahoo ranked him as one of the top 10 child prodigies India is proud of. So, Sparsh Shah.
You've heard this spoken many times by many people, but let me add one more voice to the choir of concerned citizens. My siblings, we are at a crossroads. Never have such extreme circumstances unfolded on Earth, and never again will they recur. Currently, we help eradicate up to 10,000 species of organisms every year. If that doesn't scare you, remember that we humans, all 7.9 billion of us, are only one species. We kill around 80,000 of our siblings each year, and we let over 811 million of our siblings go hungry every day. Even worse, 1 in 3 of us is malnourished. We destroy over 15 billion trees and 24 billion tons of fertile land every year. We throw over 2.12 billion tons of waste each year, and we have already thrown more than 5.25 trillion pieces of plastic into our waters. Enough statistics. The list of problems never ends, but the point is the same. My siblings, we are at a crossroads. We have 2 paths to choose from, the path of life or the path of death. And guess where we're going on right now? The path of death, the highway to hell on earth. However, there is still hope. Right now, it's not too late for us to change. But if we don't change for the better now, everything around us, economies, societies, ecology, you name it, will change irreversibly for the worse. My siblings, it is time for us to repent. It's time for us to turn away from our wrongdoings towards the earth and ourselves. It's time for humanity to bring revival to our planet and global society. How do we bring revival? With love. We love by acting out the truth that we are all one family, and not just humans, but every other organism we share the earth with. And no difference can change the fact that we are all of infinite worth to our Creator. And how do we love? We serve. We serve by standing against injustice, uplifting the downtrodden, and restoring balance and resources to our planet. My siblings, we have enough land to save our dying wildlife. We have the power to stop violence for good and turn swords into plowshares. We have enough food to feed the hungry. We have enough resources to reduce, reuse, and recycle the trash in our waters and landfills. Freely have we received. Let us then freely give. My siblings, we are at a crossroads. If we are the change we wish to see in the world, let's make it happen. If we are the stewards of God's creation, let us act the part. If we do not inherit the world from our ancestors, but borrow it from our children, then let's give them something worth lending. The responsibility is not only on my generation, but the generations above and soon to be below us. We children, as many as we are not enough to solve this crisis. We need your help. And this is my plea. This is our plea. Let's do justice to the gift of life God has given us through love and service. My siblings, we are at a crossroads. Never have the challenges humanity has faced been more extreme, and never will they be so again. So, will you love and serve with us? I hope you will, because your fate and our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sparsh, for these truly sincere words. I believe that these words, coming from the soul, touched the heart of every person that is watching us now. Yes, friends, I would also like to emphasize and draw your attention to a significant fact. All our conferences are sincere, free expression of people's opinions on the most acute problems which all humanity faces today: climate problems and global cataclysms, consumer format problems, and also problems connected with the use of artificial intelligence in a consumer format, which will lead to the fact that billions of people will have no jobs and no means of existence. This, in turn, will lead to a struggle for survival. And the resolution of all these issues depends on you and me. I want to touch on the point that we have encountered during the preparations for the conference, which shows the depth of the consumer abyss in which we as humanity find ourselves today. Our participants invited a world-renowned athlete. They were shocked when he responded that he was willing to participate, but for a high, six-figure amount. Do you understand? We are gathering here to voice the truth about the catastrophic threats that awaits us tomorrow if we do not unite today. But these scoundrels, they only think about profit. Today, our planet is like a terminally ill person. Actually, it is already more dead than alive. And there is not much chance for resuscitation. 50 years ago, there were other conditions. Our planet, the patient from our example, was already limp, but still active. And now, we are squeezing all the last juices out of him. And if he dies, then all of us will die as well. Without him, we will not live. And any relocation to other planets is out of the question. How can we, people like us, be allowed on another planet that have life on them? We are like a disease, a deadly virus for any planet. As long as we behave like wild animals, we are a deadly contagion. But back to Earth, where we have made a consumerist hell. Previous example reveals the mess that we have created. But we cannot go on like this. Only by changing our values and uniting, we will be able to survive. Some of the artists we approached in preparation for the conference have many followers and can say important words and call for unity, but they referred to their busyness, saying that they didn't have 5 minutes and they were so busy. They're busy doing what? Destroying the world? So maybe it's time to save it. After all, it concerns all of us, our children and loved ones. But they had no time. Well, never mind. Very soon, they will all have plenty of free time. Today, when the question of humanity's survival and the life of every person on earth is being decided, we get this answer: give me money and I will come. Basic trade approach. Yes, there are things where you can make money, such as advertising sneakers, drinks, but here we're talking about survival of humankind and the future of our children. To ask for money for this is a complete disrespect for himself as a person and disrespect for all people. So the question arises, who are we taking an example from? Scoundrel who has a wallet instead of a heart? Are we supposed to look up to them? We have also addressed many famous politicians. Many of them are our friends. But their political advisors say to them, you have elections coming soon. You need to think about ratings. Whether you will pass or not, we do not guarantee. As a person, he wants to take part in a conference. But as a politician, political advisors hold their tongues. They say there is not enough time to calculate how the participation in this conference will affect your ratings. But this is nonsense. Even though they're our friends, they are still acting on consumer principles. But what kind of principles are those? It's a complete perversion. Why do we need such stars, athletes, and celebrities? Why do we need these politicians who are tied to numbers and ratings and forget about people? I appeal to all political advisors, politicians, coaches, producers. Please, pick normal people, even if they won't be an outstanding athlete. But let them be an outstanding person, not the scum that demands money from their fans. Today, we can see how many people are really working on the creation and holding of this conference. There are 72 languages in simultaneous translation. How many translators? How many people in the technical support? What a colossal work of people who spend their money, their time, and energy. Thousands of people are working tirelessly to bring the real truth to others. The truth that affects your life too, the lives of your children. This is a striking difference between those who act for the good of all and those who have lost their shame, conscience, and humanity. Therefore, a big human thanks to all those who are here today, who watch and support us, who share this information, who will share it tomorrow, to all of those who act. There are many of us around the world. We communicate with each other, and a common goal unites us. This is why our actions are effective, and we can conduct such magnificent and large-scale events. And all the stars and politicians should have been sitting here by now. This affects everyone. Some do not know what to do, Others are worried about ratings. Some have lost their shame and conscience for the sake of money. So are we going to wait for something to happen and some of them to become a normal person? We're not saying that they're all like that, but the vast majority of them are. But that's the kind of world we all created together. And that's exactly why we now need to change all this. We must leave consumer slavery and come to creative freedom. And we can do it together. Only together. Thank you for your attention. Speaker will be Professor Guy McPherson, scientist, Professor Emeritus of Natural Resources and Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Arizona. It would be very valuable to listen to your opinion. I pass the word to you, Professor.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Guy McPherson. I'm Professor Emeritus of Conservation Biology at the University of Arizona. We are so far down the road of dismantling all of the living systems on the planet that we can't just walk away. We can't just step away. We can't wish for humans to go extinct and think that nature will resolve all the issues. That can't happen. There are two major problems associated with that assertion. One, if we go extinct, we lose aerosol masking, and as a consequence, the very rapid heating of the Earth is way too fast for any organism to keep up with. That rate of environmental change is beyond which species that evolved at a certain slow rate of environmental change, it's beyond what they can handle. Secondly, and I released a video on this topic, let's see, June 29th, 2021 at GuyMcPherson.com. It's called Means of Extinction, Nuclear Facilities Implode. And there's plenty of evidence to indicate if we just walk away, then all those nuclear power plants around the world are going to go Fukushima and Chernobyl. And that's inconvenient, and that will destroy all life on Earth. And there's abundant peer-reviewed literature to support that idea. So we can't. We can't just walk away and leave the children in the room and think they'll grow up and take care of the planet. We cannot do that at this point, and we are the children in the room. We can't walk away. We have work to do. That work will require enormous creativity if we are to save some semblance of the living planet for the next few decades. Amazon rainforest has passed the tipping point many years ago. It is now what's called respiring collectively faster than it is photosynthesizing. So it is releasing more carbon dioxide than it is taking in carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And this has been going on for years, and it's one of more than 70 self-reinforcing feedback loops that we have crossed with respect to climate. And this is one that's hugely important and has been well studied for a long period of time. The Amazon rainforest is pointing the wrong direction. It is no longer providing the oxygen we need to breathe. What could be more important than that? If you think, the very oxygen we need to breathe, that's how far down the road we have gotten, so that we are destroying the air we breathe. It's inconceivable, and yet it's happening. I had a friend who had one of these placards in her kitchen. You know, we've all seen them. They have these catchy little phrases on them. And the placard in her kitchen said, "The ocean fixes everything." People believe this. People believe we can throw trash and oil and carbon dioxide and everything else into the ocean and the ocean will fix it. No, the ocean can't fix everything. If we kill the ocean, we kill ourselves. We might as well point a gun at our head filled with bullets. That's what we're doing with the ocean. We cannot. We absolutely cannot continue to treat the ocean as our garbage dump. You know, we've proceeded for so many years down this path. We've been throwing our trash into the ocean. We've been polluting the atmosphere. We've been doing all these terrible things. And most people think that we can continue doing them because, look, it's worked so far. We're still here. People do not understand the importance of their individual and collective actions, in part because they don't want to understand. I don't want to understand. I don't want to know any of what I just told you. It's horrible to know this. Listen, even if it's too late to act and make a difference, do you want to be the one who tells somebody, I didn't act because I thought it was too late? Of course not. We don't know when too late is. Probably until long after it's too late. Does that mean we should give up? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not. You know, I haven't been paid for a dozen years, and I keep grinding away because I'm a teacher, so I can't help myself, and because we're talking about the living planet here. There is nothing more important than that. All the dollar signs in the world do not add up to a living planet. Yes, if we're going to have a creative society, then we have to reward creativity in individuals. Let's look for every opportunity to do that. Think about that. It's not getting together at the bar drinking beers. It's people working together for the common good. If we can do that, wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be amazing? I want to do that. Thank you for the opportunity to have the conversation today. We're talking about the most important topic in the history of humanity. So I really encourage viewers and listeners to pay particular attention, not just to my presentation, but to the others that are going on here as well. Thank you so much for bringing on these important topics. I couldn't be more pleased about that.
Thank you so much, Professor, for participating. And what you have just described is awful. We must do something, and there is no one to rely on. I want to go back to what Robert has said. Who should be telling the truth now? Is it they who should? However, these bastards do not even consider it necessary to attend the conference. And later on, they are presented to us as great benefactors and philanthropists, claiming that we should look up to them. To whom? To heartless creatures who have wallets instead of the hearts? Here is the result of the consumerist format which we exist in. Despite our desire to have a different format, we still support precisely the consumerist one. Is it possible to do anything good in this format? No, it's impossible, because the format itself implies an inhuman attitude to each other. If you rely on such individuals, we, as humanity, have no hope. Look at what has happened to our home, to our planet. It's a living creature whose organs are no longer functioning through our fault, through our actions. It has become completely intoxicated and its lungs have been ruined. While we ignore this and continue to devour it, we have already destroyed it. We just do not see this yet. So we think everything is fine. I mean, let me give an example. It's like, imagine that we are all riding a dead horse, and it seems to us that it's alive, but only because we are riding it off a cliff into the nowhere, into the abyss. Now everyone is talking about carbon dioxide, CO2. But even if we stop these emissions now, how this will help? Will it be better? How does CO2 have to do with that? By focusing on it. We have killed everything that can be killed. We have cut down everything that can be cut down. and dug up everything that can be dug up. Our cynicism has gone to so far that we start to cut down in trees in cities and forested areas because they cost money. Was there ever a time where a human said no to money? Never, through the last 6,000 years. The trouble is in us, in people, in the consumerist format that we support. And before this too late comes, as the esteemed professor has said, we need to recall that we're all human beings, that our life is priceless. And our only chance to stay alive as a civilization is a creative society. That is why it's so important to speak about it, to speak up. Dear friends, there is no more important topic today. This is why we invite all reasonable people to next conference on December 4th, 2021. The name of it, The Global Crisis, A Time for Truth. We invite all sensible people to join and watch it. And now I kindly invite the next speaker, the distinguished Salwa Abdulaziz Zain, an entrepreneur, CEO of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi Group of Companies.
Hi, my name is Salwa Abdulaziz Zain, and I'm an entrepreneur, CEO of the private office of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi. I have successfully launched and managed several companies in Africa and the GCC and founded several non-profit organizations across the globe. Thank you to all the parties involved in allowing me to speak on this platform. When one is discussing the issues that are most critical to humanity today, that is subjective to that person's views and passions. I have always seen children as the most important. Today, there are an estimated number of 14 million who suffer from severe malnutrition. The numbers are staggering. Only 25% of these children have actually received life-saving treatment. My mission has always been aiding the future generation of our world from upsetting situations like these to the best of my ability. None of us are strangers to the difficulties children all around the world face, from poverty, malnutrition, lack of education, abuse, exploitation, and so much more. We as a society should then educate ourselves in how we can come together in helping these children. The most commonly asked question is, what will the world look like decades to come if we don't end climate change? Before COVID-19, one of the major issues governments were facing was the climate crisis. The world is getting hotter each day. We are heading for a world that will be more than 3 degrees warmer in less than 80 years. With the great melting of the Arctic sea ice, loss of forests and increased air pollution, these are merely a few. Studies show that with this neglect continuing in 5 to 10 years, vast areas of the planet will be increasingly inhospitable to humans. With so many countries already being overpopulated, we simply cannot allow such circumstances. The first step in acquiring change for the global issues at hand is spreading awareness. Lack of understanding of severity of conditions is what allows people to be so carefree and ignorant to the problems we face. It is our duty as humanity to be well informed in global affairs and encourage others to do so as well. Coming together in times of hardship and speaking out in the safekeeping of our planet is how we can create social change. We must speak up and speak out. What a creative society would look like in my eyes would be where people would know how to come together in times of hardship and understanding the meaning of true unity. My idea of a creative society wouldn't be where everything is perfect, but when we as a community would be able to come together in those times of distress and help one another. I believe we should take part in the process of transforming a society to enable a better future for our children. We must lead by example to form a better future for the next generation. I would like to thank the viewers and for all those doing their part in spreading awareness. I would also like to thank Alatra TV, who volunteer and work tirelessly to shed light on these issues every day. Let us be the change we want to see in the world we live in. Thank you.
So today, the power of Gandhiji's words they still inspire us to change the world by changing ourselves. So change yourself. You must be the change you want to see in the world, said Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you for reminding us of the value of life. Obviously, nothing is more important than that. And only by remembering this can we make a difference. That is why we must inform everyone so that people are aware of worldwide scale of problems. Participants of Creative Society project all over the world inform humanity in their spare time from work and study, so that all of us would be able to survive, everything that's happening. And everything begins with information. That is why people are interrupting today's conference, or it's been converted into 72 languages. So please record your feedback about the conference and send them to info@alatatv.com so that more people would learn about this extremely important event. Our next speaker will explain how information can affect climate. So dear Yasuyuki Nemoto, Doctor of Science in Cellular and Molecular Biology from the University of Tokyo, Director of IHM, General Institute, and manager of the Executive Office of IHM. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yasuki Nemoto. I'm now advisor of IHM General Institute and advisor of Office Masaru Emoto. He's author of the Message from Water and Hidden Message in Water. My job was international secretary to Dr. Emoto. I have a background as a biologist or a scientist, and so I was a kind of scientific advisor, and now I'm talking about Dr. Emoto's water crystal technology and the new science of water. My mission is to connect the science and the spirituality. I want to support, I want to help the humanity, including myself, actually, to spread the message for the future or for the creative society. I would like to say that the water is much, much more important than you may think right now. Every water looks very same, in appearance. But Dr. Emoto believed that the water can memorize information, the different information, for each glass of water, for example. And I believe also the good water shows beautiful water crystals, while bad water does not show any crystal at all. And here I used the word good and bad, but in this case, the meaning is good means very harmonious with nature. Okay, please understand it this way. And bad means it's not harmonious with nature. And water can be changed by music, images, words, and prayers. And please remember these 2 points about the water science. First one, water memorizes and transmits information. It's a relationship between water and information. Water memory, or memory of water. Okay. The second one, water stores and converts energy. This is based on the fourth phase of water research by Dr. Gerard Pollack. So water information and water energy, they are connected. I believe the climate change, the climate is basically depends on water. Even the earthquakes, I believe that the water in the rock or in the, formation, under the ground is playing a role, I believe. But anyway, I believe the climate changes is just reflecting the collective consciousness of humanity. So in this sense, everybody has the same, same significance, same importance for the humanity. Each person. Even you are on the lying on the bed, or if you don't, you cannot do any action at all. You are emitting vibration. You are emitting information like that, and you are affecting all the world. So if you have a life, you are changing the world. You have a potential to change the world.
Thank you, Mr. Nimoto-san. Today, climate is the most crucial subject for humanity. How do people survive in time of climate disasters? Does a human influence climate? We talk about climate changes and we will answer these questions at this conference later. But now it is our pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Dr. Amina Ali, Professor and UN Special Envoy.
I am Dr. Amina Ali, and I'm coming to you from the UN here in the United States. I represent the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights, which is the CSO. I would like to welcome all of the dignitaries, ambassadors, emissaries, and those in high positions in place in this this conference. I thank you so very much for also welcoming me to the Global Crisis Conference here. We are facing a global crisis. This crisis is undaunting. It is macabre. It has descendancy and legacy that is going to continue because our actions are continuing. Well, the capitalist approach is how much money we can leave, how much money we made in a lifetime, and how much money we can turn over to our people when we pass away. If my children are left with $5 million and all the access to all the resources in the world, but there is nothing left in the world, how can we measure that wealth any further? How can my children say that they're really wealthy when they have nothing to spend it on? If there are no natural resources that we are embodying, that we do the same way we do our wealth and our wealth planning, then what are we saving for? We're going to be in an environment where it's barren land. We have no oxygen, but yet we have $10 million in the bank. What good is that? You can't buy it. You can't purchase it. So if we don't see a need to continue with this environmental solution, if we don't see that there needs to be a pivot in our behaviors, we're going to be a cash wealthy environment, but we're going to be a marginally poor natural preserver. So there won't be any natural environments that we can go to. So we have to work together. And I think that's the only plan that can work. So I thank you so very much. I thank you all global partners and all of you that are here today on this conference. Thank you.
So thank you, Her Excellency Dr. Amina Ali. Indeed, the global crisis will continue as long as we act in a consumeristic format. Money won't buy us oxygen, and we have seen that, which won't be available. Nor will we drink clean water if all of it becomes poisoned. There are fewer and fewer resources, and the earth has no time to recover. Science should help us cope with the crisis. As a result, we have alternative sources of energy, but how safe are they for us and our planet?
Humanity and its appetites are growing faster than resources can be restored. The more of us, the fewer resources. What this leads us to? Just think how many wars there have been just since the beginning of this millennia, since the 2000s. And what was at stake? Resources. Will we act somehow differently when there are even fewer resources? No, never. The very format of the consumerist society dictate that we will follow the path of profiteering and domination. Maybe we should stop scientific development and also stop develop technology then? No. Then we are doomed. It will be our verdict. Science must develop and strive to solve the urgent problem of whole humankind, to survive. But what do we see now? Hypocrisy and deception. Instead, science serves economic and political goals. Yeah, when we talk about resources, you may also say that after all, we do have alternative, renewable, and environmentally friendly resources of energy. But is it really so? Let's see it in detail. Let's take solar panels, for example. Today, their efficiency is significantly lower than that of traditional energy sources. Their production requires the use of many hazardous chemicals. And among the byproducts are such chemical elements as arsenic, mercury, and chrome, and many, many others, depends on the technology. In addition, solar panels are crashing in the sun, and they pollute the atmosphere. Why isn't this talked about? And did you know that recycling of solar panels is a big problem? Many of the materials that we use for their production are difficult to recycle. And now it's much cheaper just to make new ones. And the very process of reuse requires a lot of energy. And we know when we calculate it, sum it all up, how profitable it will be to use them. What about wind power plants? The production of wind farm requires a lot of metal. And how it is produced? This consumes also a lot of energy. And we use it, again, it will be a problem later on to recycle it. So how do we benefit from these power plants? Wind turbines also produce noise, comparable to a car that drives at about 70 kilometers per hour, which affects people and animals. Another unexpected characteristic of wind turbines is infrasound noise. Wind turbines, this noise makes really inhabitable the area of this plant and the surroundings. So it causes many anxiety and many other bad feelings the people who live nearby. And we saw it as from experience of US power plants. And it's really another important question that nobody also thinking about is that where this energy comes from. You know, when these huge dynamos, enormous turbines are blowing, tons of winds are used to generate these kilowatts of energy. And when the winds do not blow away, and the winds that are not blow the way they should be. After all, the wind of the planet is responsible for what is in our bodies called homeostasis or internal balance. Like, for example, transferring the heat from the hot tropical parts of the globe to the colder, to the higher latitude. And in order to explain it, let's imagine that we will put microturbines in our human lymphatic system to charge gadgets, for example. And when the lymph stagnates in the body, there will be acidification and intoxication. And what does it lead to? Autoimmune reaction and death. Isn't that what we see now on our planet? It would seem to be nice to get wind powers, but only if we don't look on the other side of the coin. After all, everything is energy. Nothing just comes out of nowhere and goes nowhere. Does it make things worse on our planet? Of course it does. Another alternative energy source is being considered nowadays as hydrogen. It's portrayed in the media as a clean fuel because it burns, and when we burn it, we have just water. But in order to use it, we must first produce it. And the production of hydrogen also uses electricity, which is not extracted in an environmentally friendly way. Moreover, if we switch to alternative energy sources, we need to build additional energy storage facilities to store and redistribute the energy, like batteries for backup power or for seasonal energy storage. And at the end of their lives, will these wind turbines, solar panels, and these energy accumulators just disappear without any consequences? These new technologies should be aimed at improving our life. But right now, they aim at improving the life of those who make money from these existing problems. We are taking away the right to live from ourselves and from our loved ones because of self-centered people, for those for whom the good is paramount. It is time to face the truth. We inherited this planet like that. We inherited this format, but we didn't improve it. On the contrary, we made it even worse. It is true. And while we lie, deceive, and pretend that everything is fine and good, the world is falling apart. How much damage can be? And every month we are hearing about new records. And no one talks about the extent to which, how far we have broken the records in garbage disposal, pollution, ocean acidification. No one talks about that. But by all these actions, we shorten the life of mankind. Those are our real records. And why? Because there is a struggle for silly alpha importance, to be the most important, to be the most important alpha. So the only way out of this stalemate, of this issue, is to build a creative society. Because in it there are no conditions for alpha dominance and mutual annihilation, as there are now. But there are conditions for human. And that is why, in a creative society, the life of each person is important. And in it there is only one egregor of universal benefit. Today the most important thing is time. The time we have left when we can unite and do something. We can survive, evolve, save the planet and ourselves. But this is where everyone is needed, really everyone. Global problems can all be solved, but at the global level. We need to stop being divided. We need to change the consumerist format into the creative one. We need to decide today. We have now seen that alternative energy sources are not sustainable and therefore cannot be our future. But what do we have in the present? It's no secret that we overconsume our resources. Minerals are the energy of the Stone Age, and we get the 60% of our energy from them. In the process of using these minerals, we pollute our environment. Harmful emissions go into atmosphere, water, and soil, directly affecting people's health and the quality of our life. And this is all we can do if there is really no technology of the future. Our next speaker, Sean, will try to answer these questions.
Thank you so much, Alex. But before Sean, can I just answer one question we received in our chat? Just reminding, this conference goes live in over 70 languages right now, and people wonder, how is it possible? Who is behind the creative society? Who's organizing all of this? Well, the answer is people. Yes. Can you imagine regular people like me and you and everyone else? We have a regular job. We all make our living out of our normal daytime jobs, and in our free time, we contribute to this project because of understanding how much of importance it is for us, our children, and everyone in our planet. So the answer is nobody and everyone at the same time. This can be you. Yeah, exactly you. The one watching it right now can be the man or woman who is going to make a difference. And now Sean will follow up with a little bit more information about the possibilities of free energy in the future of our civilization. Thank you.
Hello. It is terrible to look at the facts of the many crises that we all face today. It should be clear to all sane people that we must resuscitate our planet by any means. But our consumer format does not allow us to do that either. Everything, unfortunately, is tied to the economy, while the economy is a race for profit and consumption. And as we've seen, we are simply ruining our planet by this. The fuel that we use also causes a big blow to the environment. Now, there are already fuel-free generators, abbreviated as FFGs, which are made by some American companies. For example, there's a company called IEC, which released the Earth engine that uses an inductance energy, which is a form of asymmetrical magnetic propulsion. Have you ever wondered why an American company has been allowed to produce these FFGs, but they are not allowed to sell them? Why is it only possible to buy their electricity? Why is it necessary to sell almost free energy in a consumer society? These are the realities of the consumer economy. Let's now watch a relevant video.
The projects of perpetual motors have long been developed. But why do these technologies remain inaccessible to mankind? Let's consider what would happen if, for example, the technology of fuelless power generators, the FPGs, which were introduced today, and what consequences would this lead to in today's consumerist format of society? FPGs are power generators with an energy conversion efficiency greater than 100%. That is, they produce more energy than they consume. A small FPG with a capacity of 100 kilowatts can fully power a multi-family residential unit. If you install such a device in an electric car, the car will be able to move without recharging for as long as you need. No more gas stations or wires are needed. The generator will be able to produce power on the go. FPGs can be installed not only in houses and cars, but also on helicopters, planes, even ships. The introduction of the FPG technology alone will allow mankind to discontinue using hydrocarbon fuels. This is a technology that can bring a lot of benefits. However, not in the consumer format of society. Today, we use solar and nuclear power, wind power, hydroelectric power plants, and the like. Each of these systems is very expensive and labor-intensive to maintain, since they require special servicing. Many people are involved in each stage of energy production and processing. Now, let's imagine that every person on the planet would have fuelless generators. This would mean that electric power would become free. However, millions of people would be out of work, including the workers who maintain power plants and gas stations' employees. Everyone, from director to janitor, will lose their jobs. All firms or companies related to the power industry will lose their income. And that includes logistics firms, as well as manufacturers of wires, pipes, and even all that machinery which was needed for the power plants. Manufacturers, suppliers, and sellers of solar panels will not be needed. Gasoline will also be out of use, which means the entire industries that produce and transported oil, as well as gas, will disappear. Hydropower, accordingly, will also be replaced by fuelless generators, which means that all the workers and professionals who keep the dams running will be left without work and a means of subsistence. Even engineers, architects, or builders who were involved in projects of building gas stations, power plants, and plants for their equipment will lose their jobs. Given the consumer format of society in which we live in, what do you think the consequences will be if 1 billion people around the world lose their jobs at the same time? Will they be of any use to anyone? Moreover, this situation will cause a chain reaction. These millions of people will no longer be able to buy goods and use paid services. Goods turnover as well as manufacturing plants will come to a halt. This in turn will affect billions of people who will lose their jobs and means of subsistence. As a result, labor will become cheaper all over the world. This will cause a dissonance in trade and production as well as social tension, increasing the gap in society between the poor and the rich. This gap will in turn cause an increase in crime, racketeering, conflicts, confrontations, and discontent with authorities. People will take it to the streets. After all, hunger is the strongest incentive to commit illegal and inhumane acts. Think about this. All this will lead to chaos. This crisis will affect all countries in general. They will begin to solve problems by force, and this will lead to the deaths of billions of people. After all, in a consumer society, the economy dictates everything. All in all, there is a paradox. The introduction of a simple technology capable of improving people's lives will lead to a worldwide catastrophe. However, it is not technology that is a problem, but the state of society today. In this way, we have considered the scenario of the outcome in the consumer format of society. But there is also another scenario. If we change the format to a creative one, this kind of technology will be very beneficial. In the creative society, the economy cannot become a threat to the lives of millions of people, because the value of human life comes first, and all conditions of existence are aimed at improving the quality of human life. Fuelless generator technology will help people take the first steps towards restoring the planet's resources and enable us to manipulate another kind of energy. It will make human expansion to other planets possible, and thus will lead to instant progress and an increase in the human population. But this is another scenario, a choice that has yet to be made by people.
As of today, yes, the issue is acute with that very artificial intelligence, which will take jobs from us. Yet, there are a lot of other issues. Introduction of FFGs in the creative society will be acceptable to everyone. From the environmental perspective, and again, no one will lose their job. And even those who don't have one won't become poorer. A simple point. That's why it is the creative society. But what do we get in return? In return, we will get energy sources that will exceed even the capacity of all humanity combined. The amount of power humanity has generated over its entire history is nothing compared to even one device. There are no such numbers. Why? Because an FFG is capable of extracting and generating as much power as we need at any point of the universe. I emphasize, not only on Earth. It was used. Well, that's already the history of the past. Let's not touch it. So, friends, it turns out that what is acceptable and favorable in the creative society is fatally dangerous in the consumerist format. That's why we say that building a creative society is the only option. But in order to build it, all of us need to unite. Even with those who criticize us, because without them we can do nothing. We need to unite with those who want to do nothing and lie on a couch, with those who shift responsibility. Well, let's say, with everyone. Why? Because we are all humankind. And in order for us to build one united civilization and really be able to withstand the present-day challenges, these catastrophic challenges, it's a problem which humanity has never faced before, and we must solve it and get through it. We have only two paths. Either we solve this problem, or we don't solve this problem. If we don't solve it, we cease to exist. This is no longer a fairy tale. This is already being talked about openly everywhere.
So, as we can see, The tragic situation is that the technology is extremely necessary for us, but at the same time, it's inappropriate in our current consumerist format of society. Because people will not only start receiving energy for free, but many will be left without jobs and will not have the money to buy goods and services. Meanwhile, in a creative society, free energy releases not only the resources of our planet, but also the priceless times of billions of people on Earth. In a consumer society, people are not valued. While in a creative society, every person is needed and every person is valuable. We as humanity have two ways to go. One with good prospects in a creative society, and the other option, well, it's better to avoid that. And there is no third option for us. We either live in a creative society or a consumer format. If we don't change anything radically, what will we arrive at? Not only are there the economic and all the other crises that we've discussed today, but also the forced reduction of the population. Plus, there are the external environmental and climate factors that we depend on. It's possible to influence these external factors, but we don't have enough energy today to accomplish that. We need a leap in development. Then everything will be possible. And the choice is up to us now. Also, dear friends, there's no more important topic than what we're discussing today. That is why we invite all reasonable people to the next conference on December 4th, 2021, The Global Crisis, A Time for Truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And it is a little ridiculous that we cannot have this technology right now, as this will totally destroy our economy. But the paradox is that we need this technology in order to move on to the next level of development and help us survive the upcoming global cataclysms. Think about this. Now, I would like to remind our viewers that we have already covered multiple vital topics, such as artificial intelligence and its prospects and threats. We have covered technological unemployment, also crisis in the consumerist society, as well as ecological crisis. And stay tuned, as we will be talking about one of the most vital topics, which is climate crisis. And next, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Her Royal Highness, Dr. Uba Iwunba, Ambassador General of World Aid Organization for Human Rights, Canada, and the Secretary General, World Accreditation of Human Rights.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Ambassador Dr. Uba Iwunba. I am an artist, music artist. Today, I'm on Creative Society on Alatra TV, and I'm sending out peace greetings to the world. First time I came on Creative Society, and then I read the Estes Foundation about the right to life, education, human rights, equality, everything that Creative Society stands for. I only want to use this medium to send out my call, as it is divinely placed in my heart, to call all humanity to come together and join Creative Society to make this world a better place. In every generation, God always sends a prophet. And through that prophet, God brings message to humanity. I see Creative Society as the voice of reason, as the voice of a prophet, as the voice to bring awareness to humanity, to wake up humanity. Do not be afraid to speak your truth. Today, I speak my truth for mission for peace and humanity my truth to be a part of creative society, a part of a vision to make a change, a vision to create awareness, a vision of truth, a vision to save humanity from crisis. I call upon each and every one of you to join creative society, unite under one umbrella. Every organization, every foundation, every humanitarian individual who is making a difference, each and every one of you need the umbrella of creative society to unite the world as one. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Dr. Uba Ivumba. Your support is really important to us. Now, I have a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Roshan Tagiev, Chairman of the Assembly of Nationalities of Ukraine and Chairman of the Assembly of World Diasporas in the United States.
Ассамблеи национальности Украины, приветствую участников международной конференции «Глобальные кризисы».
I'm Roshan Tagiev, the chairman of the Assembly of Nationalities of Ukraine. Greetings to the participants of the international conference Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. Today's topic is crucial and relevant for all mankind, as the world is moving in the direction where the death of humanity and civilization will be inevitable if we do not take drastic actions. Over the years, over the last centuries, a great technological process took place, during which there appeared a large gap between the population groups. We know that there were great wars, the First War and the Second World War, but the current situation is no less dangerous than the real wars that happened with the use of weapons, since the number of starving and destitute people reached up to 1 billion. Serious environmental problems are growing, and we know that the environmental disasters are happening all over the world. The global warming process is on because of the greenhouse effect, which is produced by factories, enterprises, and the growing amount of cars and other things. Ignoring environmental issues creates serious problems, and we have to do something about it. Of course, there are conferences in the world that discuss these issues, but the consumer attitude of human society today dominates over the common sense, over the reality, and it is only the movement of the creative society and the unification around the creative society and such international structures as ALLATRA that can give some positive impulse. I believe that the common sense of humanity, the civilization on the earth, should prevail over the mercantile interests of individual politicians, major global politicians who put geopolitical interests above the movement of people towards a new stage of civilization. And it is very important to talk about it. The fact that today the conference is being broadcast to all the countries of the world is great. It is good that we can also speak and transmit the messages to other countries and other communities. And this moment, this is the way of thinking should this way of thinking should develop. Today we see a large amount of injustice in the world. There is no justice in the world because the rich get even richer, while millions of people just live in poverty. I believe that the movement of people who bring positive ideas, positive thoughts, will always eventually overcome the darkness and weaknesses of those politicians who unfortunately live by their own ego and their mercantile interests of their political parties or certain states, because of which there are global wars, humanitarian disasters, millions of people die, tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people around the world experience it, because any war brings devastation. And today's problems are economical and political, environmental and humanitarian. These problems are the most important on the agenda of humanity. I believe that we will be able to cope with these difficulties only together, all countries united. There is also progress in industry. We understand We understand that there were stages of an industrial breakthrough. They take place periodically throughout history, and the so-called fourth industrial revolution, which is being declared today, can also bring both advantages and threats. We should talk about this, and I want to say once again that such conferences as the one being held today are very important, and they carry good messages for both interaction and coordination between people, because human life and human freedom are the most important values. But this should not in any case go against the interests of exactly the same people who are next to us. We people of different nationalities of our planet must unite for it.
Thank you, Mr. Tagiev. Your participation and support of today's conference is very valuable to us. And you are absolutely right that those topics that are raised today by our speakers needs to be widely publicized at the international level, at the global level. And we are so grateful for your support of the creative society. And the whole world will see today's event. Right now, millions of people from around the planet are with us. Thanks to people's initiative, the broadcast is being streamed on thousands of streaming platforms, local TV channels, and YouTube channels. These broadcasts, thanks to volunteers, has been translated into 72 languages, including sign language translation. Dear viewers, the information we hear now leaves us indifferent, and we are very glad to hear your opinion about the conference. Please send your video, your questions, and your comments to info@allatratv.tv. info@allattra.tv. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Jeffrey Long, Chief Technology Officer, Executive Director at Titomic, a Senior Executive and Technologist in R&D, Research and Development of Advanced Manufacturing Technologies and Implementation of Automated Manufacturing Operations in Australia, Europe, and Asia.
Thank you, and thank you, Allatra, and greetings, everyone. It's a great opportunity and privilege to be able to speak here about creativity and how that can actually work with industry and actually move towards a creative society for the world. Is it time to explore the sustainability of human life and creating the symbiosis with planet Earth? How do we collectively define the significance of human life and reevaluate the indoctrinated cultural and social ideologies that have limited the nobility of our human creative potential? These are thought-provoking questions that see the foundations to explore human creativity as a significant, noble virtue relative to experiencing human life. The world has changed a lot in the last 100 years, and with the current COVID pandemic and looming climate crisis, has the global economy reached its maximum economic potential? What humanity once endeared as significant metrics of a purposeful human life seem to no longer appease the yearning deep within our souls to fill the void of despair that trespasses our minds and limits our creative potential to experience the joys of human life. Traditional top-down hierarchical governance and management structures in our larger corporate and financial institutions are now incongruent with the basic pillars of human life. The corporatized governance of the global economy feeds the nefarious desires of parasitical consumption at the expense of the world's younger generations and their future. The vast majority of humanity is disillusioned by the notable disparity of global wealth and the inequality of debt that enslaves so many people to a life of hardship. As the broken global economy transitions to the United Nations low-carbon global economy, under the guise of a looming climate crisis, who benefits from the elevated debt, the readjustments in the value of assets? We only need to follow the money trail to know. G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors asked the Financial Stability Board, the FSB, to review how the financial sector can take account of climate-related issues. Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and the Finance and Bank of England Governor, stated, changes in climate policies, new technologies, and growing physical risk will prompt reassessments of the values of virtually every financial asset. Now is the time to ensure that every financial decision takes climate change into account. Humanity is facing the paradox of a transition from a broken global system of economic governance to a tyrannical, corporatized elitism under the auspices of the UN climate crisis agenda. Humans are born with free will. However, the vast majority face generational indoctrination to ideologues of limitation that reduce their potential significance to one of deluded enslavement with a simple reward system of monetized consumerism. We must ask ourselves, is the global consumeristic format which we have right now damaging our human potential to experience the yearning of our mind, soul, and spirit to explore the joyfulness of human life? The people of the world have all inherited the legacies of their ancestors, and with each new generation, the opportunity presents itself to create a better future for themselves and their children. The past years, we have witnessed the transgressions of global elite and their broken system of governance and economic control. No longer can monetized consumerism fulfill our purpose in life to explore our humanness beyond the limits of enslavement that our forefathers valiantly tried to transition from to create a better world. The amount of darkness historically created by humanity is enough to make it a metaphor for a noble path of creative empathy to realize humans are the infinite potential of this world. There is division within humanity occurring at an unprecedented level, and the grandest deception of all is that the minority of people with unequivocal trust in corporatized pseudoscience and dictatorial governments are the majority. All great cycles of empires end with destruction, and we are now witnessing the desperation of the hierarchical masters' blatant attempts to maintain control with whatever nefarious method they can. Humanity now has the opportunity to create a bridge towards all the possibilities of human life and to open our minds to the reality that creating all we do with empathy is unquestionably the most significant action of noble grandeur a human can explore and experience. Creative empathy is the most significant virtue of human intelligence, as through the collective observation and perception of reality, it defines a symbiosis that personifies unity. In 2021, as we explore new horizons of hope and the opportunity for humanity, we are seeding a congruence of collective intelligence to create new foundations for stability and sustainability through the noble intent of people's empathy to build a creative society. Each of you, individually, contribute to creating the potential for global change framed within the focus of your life's intent. Humans cognitively manifest their present reality and contribute to the collective reality by the intent of their actions that they have created. To create unity from division, we must not react to people's delusions of perceived significance and moral superiority, as they know only what they know. Human empathy lets one observe others' realities and not be entrapped into the vortex of reactive engagement, but instead express wisdom with the sole intent of unifying all of humanity. Creative empathy knows no limitations, so let's all make the effort in 2021 and in the future to focus our human intent to be the noble guidance that humanity yearns for but fears to create. Creative empathy does not react with limitation. It rises like a phoenix from the ashes of corrupted empires to build a creative society of unified noble grandeur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lang. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining this global event. And I would like to talk about this. One of the key problems of today is that not all the people on Earth actually understand that we can survive only through unification at all levels. Unity at all levels means that we, as humanity, should become a single whole. And it's important to realize that separately in disunity, we're not able to solve these problems. For example, let's take UN, showing that even this large organization cannot solve urgent problems, not to mention global climate challenges, which we will face in the near future. Let's look at the results of their activities together. We will refer only to some data. For instance, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals. They were adopted in 2015 by the UN General Assembly as a plan to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They committed to end hunger by 2030. This means eradicating malnutrition for all. And according to the report prepared by the experts of several UN institutions, including the Food and Agriculture Organization, UNICEF, the World Food Program, and the WHO, in 2020, the number of people threatened by hunger has increased by 118 million and reached 811 million. By the way, the UN declared this year, 2021, to be the year of hunger. And you can see this on the graph as well. Also, the UN chief stated that we have failed to enforce a basic human right. And according to him, even though food production rates have tripled since 1960, malnutrition remains the leading cause of shortening human life expectancy. Just think about this for a second. And now in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed, an international treaty on climate change. The essence of this document is to restrain temperature rise by 2 degrees. The objective is to limit temperature increase up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That said, the UN claims that the temperature is rising due to human activity and the fact that we are emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Now, in 2019, though, a NASA study was published in the authoritative scientific journal called Nature. It argues that changes in the tilt of the Earth's axis and the orbit of our planet's rotation may be to blame for the warming climate. So what then? Are the quotas paid for from the country's budgets, which we fund? NASA itself has said that the Earth's orbit is to blame, not people. So is the UN, for that money paid into the Green Climate Fund, going to put the Earth orbit back into place so that the temperature doesn't increase? Let's think about that for a second. In addition, according to the World Meteorological Organization, CO2 remains in the atmosphere and oceans for centuries. It means that the world is doomed to permanent climate change regardless of any temporary reduction in emissions. Also, according to the UN Declaration on Forests signed in 2014, it was to halve logging by 2020 and stop it entirely by 2030. But what do we see in fact? Deforestation has reached a level that in the next 9 years, we will be left only with 10% of forests. That is, the UN has not made any progress on this issue either. So in fact, we see that on paper, we declare one thing, but in reality, we see something entirely different. Another obligation was to prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds by 2025, in particular from land-based activities, including marine debris pollution. However, on this issue, unfortunately, we do not observe any positive developments. On the contrary, today the situation is highly catastrophic. And we have actually heard about the actual situation from the speakers here today, and thank you to them. And after all, the amount of garbage in the ocean is now the size of India, Mexico, and Europe combined. That's a real problem. Now, another goal is to reach zero CO2 emissions by 2050. To achieve this goal, global carbon emissions must be reduced by 45% by 2030 compared to the levels of 2010 and must continue to decline sharply. But as we can see from the graph, hopefully you can see the graph on the screen, the situation is fundamentally different. There is a rapid growth of carbon emissions. And according to the UN itself, it is predicted that CO2 emissions will reach 56 gigatons in 2030. This is twice as much as it is supposed to be. Now, let's look at one more example. The UN pledged to take urgent and significant measures to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt biodiversity loss, and protect and prevent the extinction of endangered species by 2020. Now, global diversity loss has accelerated in recent years, bringing us closer to unknown and irreversible changes in Earth ecosystem. So why are we reporting these facts now? Because even these couple of facts are already irrefutable proof that the solution to all the problems facing humanity today is not the job of any particular institution or organization. The situation is so severe that only by uniting whole of humanity can we solve these problems. And there's no other way around it. And we emphasize that we don't blame anyone because we all have polluted the planet altogether. And so we are all responsible for what is happening today. And these facts we have cited only as proof that we cannot cope with it all separately. And to think that someone will do it for us is silly as well. And proceeding from the understanding that only together we can solve these problems, we would like to mention that we have invited the UN representative to this conference today to talk about solving these issues. And one person, a representative of the United Nations, actually wanted to come and speak here today. But in order to represent his organization, he needed permission from the leadership. And unfortunately, he did not get that permission. What do we see? A man wants to speak, but they won't let him. The bureaucratic apparatus does everything to prevent people from knowing the truth. And do you think this is normal? People from all over the world are here today, representatives of almost all nations. There are 72 languages of simultaneous interpretation. This, right now, is an international conference when we have all come together to discuss a global problem that affects every human being on Earth. And the problem is, how can we all survive? But we were told the UN cannot be represented at this conference. It cannot be represented in a place where all countries have gathered to address an issue of vital importance to the entire planet. And then that makes one wonder then, whose interests the United Nations represents and protects. And after all, many people rely on the United Nations. Many believe that the United Nations will solve all the global problems. Well, here you go. Look who you're relying on. Thank you.
Hello, dear friends. Again, it's my honor to speak with you. We see the bitter truth, and you have come to understand why the world is in such a state. After all, if one of our biggest bodies of international interaction is essentially doing nothing and is only busy creating the appearance of action, then why is it anyone wonders we live in such a crazy world? The only thing the UN is good at is telling tales. Here, there was a real opportunity to tell the truth. Why not go out to people and tell it just like it is? But they say they can't. Isn't the UN, as an organization, supposed to represent interest of nations? So look, people have gathered. Look at all the platforms. You, people, the UN represents. And yet you, the UN, cannot be here. And there are far more United Nations here today than there are United Nations as an organization. And yet you can't be here. Who can we hope for? They say it's all not consistent with the UN. And you guys tell me, what and who is? We're nobody? Are we scum? Are we not worth talking to? And not even one representative can officially come and tell the truth. So what? Are they cool extraterrestrials? Oh, and we're the lowlives. You guys are familiar with this. Are we plebes? And this is the first chance in history for them to really perform amongst people. But they're scared. How will they answer our questions if they can only tell stories? They can't. In fact, they're just in business under a big sign. Simple, yet trivial business. A simple example, they trade in quotas and make a lot of money. And how does this affect our lives? The Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Protocol, has something stopped? Has it slowed down just a little bit? In fact, billions have gone down the drain, rather into someone's pocket. But we know this, and that's their problem, on their conscience. We have a simple question. What changed on this planet? Have you felt better? Is it easier for you to breathe? Your family? Has the crisis or destruction stopped? Has CO2 even been reduced? No. It's obvious to every single person. And what has the UN done with these funds? Planted more trees? No, guys, I'm an arborist. Their cutting has multiplied. Or maybe they want to stuff the mouths of volcanoes with money so they don't erupt. Because that'll work, right? Or with numbers in their bank accounts. Do they want to stop the glaciers from melting? Where are results from their work? Let's look at action, not empty talk. Simple, cold, hard facts. And the facts tell us that for them, it's just a way to make money doing nothing. It's an opportunity to influence businesses. We all get it, and we all see it. But the issue here is different. The issue today, as has been said by every single speaker, is the survival of all people on this planet. All of us. They make decisions. Working groups are created. They allocate a lot of money, adopt resolutions. But do these resolutions change anything? Give an example of at least one natural disaster, one extreme weather event that a resolution has stopped. Nature doesn't care about your resolutions, people. Where's the salvation of our planet? And what do? Us people, you, I, and everyone watching. We continue to litter more, dump more, consume more, and destroy our environment. But only internal factors. This is the order in our house. It depends on us. But there are also external factors, and we pretend that they do not happen. As if the cyclical nature of global cataclysms does not exist. As if these are all fairy tales. But these are not fairy tales. You've seen it today. This is the harsh reality of our days, and everything is just starting to gain momentum. And we are not at all ready, even for what is already happening right now, all around us. And this is just the beginning. Literally the beginning, guys. After all, while we were being lied to and told fairy tales, watching TV, we were losing the most precious thing of all time. And continue. And we were losing the most precious thing of all. Time. I had to say that again because that's how important it is. And we continue to ruthlessly destroy the planet. And now we can all see where this has led. What a stupid world we have created, where people themselves lie to themselves and lie to everyone instead of facing the truth and jointly solving a common problem. Here's a question, guys. Maybe it's time to grow up. Change the consumer format of this society and put not money, but human life first. And no one here is saying people are bad. Not at all. At the UN, they are just people like you and I. They want to survive. And they all also have families, just like ours. However, the situation is such that elementary greed forces them to act in this way. But there are no bad people. There's a poor system we've inherited, and we continue to actionalize. And that's the consumer system, in which a person finds himself forced to follow its laws. Otherwise, this system, it'll spit it out and replace it with another person. This is an artificial world, and yes, we inherited it. Like a broken house, leaking. But why can't we make a roof? Do we not have hands? Shall we blame someone who did this? Let's make our house normal, healthy for every single person. And let's build this creative society. We can still do it today and tomorrow. But whether we will have the day after tomorrow is a really big question. We are hostages of the consumer model we have invented ourselves. But this model has led to ruin. Therefore, the only way out is the creative society and the 8 foundations, in which human life must be protected as if one's own. Thank you all for allowing me to speak, and my apologies to the gentleman who couldn't come out and speak due to the consumer format of our society, and my love with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's been really a great answer. I think for the previous question that we brought up, that our viewers were asking, what about United Nations? Well, right now I think it's been answered. What exactly What exactly the reason why politicians and United Nations and also mass media, that's another question, why mass media is not showing information about the conference, about our today's conference, even though it's a really high scale? Well, not because it's not important. Everybody realizes how much important and unique it is. And in fact, if it was backed up by any politicians or anything, it would be everywhere. If anyone else could do anything like this, it would be on the media, but not this one. Why? Because topics we bring up here, they are not comfortable. They are really tough. They go against the agenda of many consumeristic organizations which are working just for the profit. And in this conference, we put life, human life, on the first place, not the profit, not someone's private small interest. And of course, we're not gonna see them talking about it until we gain the momentum big enough, then it's gonna be hard to keep it unnoticed. But we have to do it. We don't have to wait for any celebrities, United Nations, politicians to come and do it for us. Let's take personal responsibility. So thank you so much, Jason. Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you all the participants and all the viewers for your activity, your comments. It's really important. And now let me pass the floor to Robert Mikita.
Thank you, Tylee. And also thank you, Jason, on your information on the United Nations. Our following speaker, I believe, will also touch on this topic. I'd like to present to you Narsingen Hambirayan, Senior Law Academic at University of Mauritius. The floor is yours.
I'd like to greet all the participants for this conference. I think it is a very good initiative. We human beings, we are not drawing the lessons. The sort of space tourism is a big thing. So it's a paradox for me. At the same time, we are seeing that rich people, in spite of people suffering during the pandemic in developing countries, and even in the US, so many people have died. In Europe, so many people are dying. Unfortunately, we are not drawing any lesson. And this is very symbolical, where people right in the peak of a pandemic, in the peak of economic crisis, some people, the well-off, very well-off people, are going in space for tourism, still again abusing nature, causing a lot of pollution. The World Trade Organization. I've been attending these meetings as a negotiator for my country and also as a trainer for the WTO. It's very sad that there has been almost a sort of total collapse of the multilateral system at the level of the WTO. We've seen a collapse of the UNESCO. We've seen a collapse, almost a collapse of the WHO. In spite of the fact that the WHO has promised vaccines to developing countries, nobody is respecting their undertaking at the level of WHO. So it's very unfortunate. How do we expect a sort of world governance if the major players don't want to play the game? Unfortunately, very often the major players, they themselves, they are not complying with principles of international law, with treaties, with conventions, with the protocols attached to the conventions. So that's very unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Hambirajan. Yes, I'm certainly impressed, surprised, or whatever by these UN practices that we have heard about in previous speeches. But why should we be surprised? Many times we have witnessed how UN draws the wrong conclusions from scientists' data, legally defending itself by showing the reports on the basis of which billions were written off, and the carbon dioxide that explains the cataclysm is this false data. These are the scientists who are advising those who are making the UN decisions. It's a common system of lies that we all support together. So can we stop doing this? Maybe it's time to put an end to this stupidity and foolishness. After all, we will all die if we don't stop lying and pretending that everything is normal. After all, the globe is one, the planet is one. It's shared. One animal that we all ride together. The point is to deceive each other. And we have been doing this for centuries. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Lord Monckton. Lord Monckton was acting as one of the advisors in the cabinet of the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Lord Monckton, the floor is yours.
Good day to everyone all around the world. My name is Christopher Monckton, Viscount Monckton of Brenchley, and I've been asked to give you a brief outline of the reasons why you don't need to worry about rapid, dangerous, man-made global warming. The global warming scare is based on predictions of large amounts of global warming caused by our emissions of greenhouse gases. These predictions are exclusively made by giant computer models which try to simulate the behavior of the climate over the next 100 or even 200 years. Now, there's one problem with these models, however well constructed they are, and that is that they depend upon measurements that we take of the various aspects of the climate. In fact, thousands of different aspects of the climate are measured, and these measurements are fed into the models. And so in these models, some of these data uncertainties are very large. For instance, there's one such data uncertainty in the fraction of cloud that is 4 watts per square meter on average, up or down, every year. We don't know where it exactly is. And that one measurement uncertainty is 100 times larger than the average annual effect of all our emissions and all our activities on the climate. And because of that, if you use a standard technique to propagate that error through 100 years of climate predictions, then what you find is that the envelope of uncertainty becomes so large that the entire range of predictions made by the models falls within that margin of uncertainty and is therefore no better than guesswork. Now, this is a proven result. It's been published and peer-reviewed 2 years ago by Dr. Patrick Frank at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Laboratory. He's been there for 20 years. He's a great expert. And this was his conclusion. It was peer-reviewed by somebody who is a believer that climate change is a problem, Carl Wunsch, Professor Carl Wunsch, who thought that the result was accurate, albeit very embarrassing for climate scientists. And the paper has not been refuted in the 2 years since its publication. And that's very important. If somebody had come along and said, oh, this is all obvious rubbish, then there'd be a debate. But no, there is no debate about this. It's a very long established statistical technique known as propagation of uncertainty analysis. And the propagation goes in what's called quadrature. So that means that the climate models, however big, however expensive, however elaborate, however correctly constructed they may be, however faithfully they might in theory represent the climate, they cannot make any predictions whatsoever that are any better than guesswork. They can tell us nothing, and I mean nothing whatever, about how much global warming we may cause. So that is proven result number one. Number two is the research by my team, which includes, among others, the former director of the US Climate Change Global Program, and he's a professor at the University of Delaware. We have a professor of control theory, and the reason why we have him is that climate scientists in 1984 borrowed control theory, the theory of how feedbacks work in a dynamical system. That's a system that changes its state over time. And when they borrowed it, they didn't understand what they'd borrowed. This is a big problem in the sciences now. It's a catastrophic error at a vital point in their calculations. They forgot that the sun was shining. And so they thought that these feedback responses that they say account for between 3/4 and 9/10 of the enormous amount of warming they predict were all coming from the greenhouse gases, when very, very nearly all of these feedback responses were actually coming from the fact that the sun is shining. So we are at the moment putting forward our paper for peer review. It's been in the hands of a leading journal, and we chose a journal whose editor did not believe that there was any credible argument against the official narrative on climate change. So we went to him because if there is an error in what we have done, he will have a vested interest in trying to find it. But so far he's had it for 7 months and has not been able to refute what we've done. If the whole world adopted the British policy of net zero CO2 emissions by as soon as 2050, so in the next 30 years, how much warming that would otherwise have occurred not occur if we go net zero and the whole world does it? The whole world isn't going to do it, of course, because China and other countries like that are exempt altogether from these requirements. So let's suppose, though, that the whole world actually did this. It won't, but let's pretend. How much warming would we forestall? That is actually quite a simple calculation, and the answer is just 1/8 of a Celsius degree at a cost of $5 quadrillion. So economically speaking, it makes no sense to do anything at all to mitigate global warming because there will be so little of it, because whatever we do makes so little difference to it. And they did the same with the ozone depleting chlorofluorocarbon gases. They overestimated the rate at which those gases deplete the ozone in the upper atmosphere by a factor of 10. This was an enormous error. And that's why the Montreal Protocol, which was intended to stop the emission of these substances, that turns out to have been unnecessary. They could have just left it as it was, and we'd have exactly the same rate of ozone depletion as before. So it is important that we realize that the real environmental crisis now is a political one in which political factions have captured the environmental movement. They knew that the way to do that was to exploit our perfectly proper feelings for the environment by exaggerating some of the problems and then persuading us that we should effectively shut down large swathes of our economy. And as a result of that, we're now paying 6 times as much for our electricity as we were before. So there needs to be a proportionality when you're dealing with these environmental problems. We must isolate the genuine problems from the bogus ones and then work out what is the true scale of the genuine problems. If we approach these problems with a genuine spirit, not of seeking to profiteer, not of seeking to advance our own reputations, but of love for those who are our fellow men and therefore are worthy of that love, then and only then will civilization continue to advance as happily worldwide. So this principle of love is or ought to be right at the center whenever we are trying to address what seem to be the intractable and sometimes catastrophic problems that we appear to face. The moment we do this in a spirit of cooperation and of affection and of mutual respect and love, then and only then, these problems begin to fade away. They become more manageable. They become more solvable. Instead of having to have hideously complex, legally defined structures that require how we behave towards each other, you can depend much more upon the willingness of people to cooperate with one another once that principle of love has been properly instilled in the way they think. That's why movements such as ALLATRA are so valuable, because you reflect this.
Thank you, Lord Monkton, for sharing your opinion and shedding light on how the idea of anthropogenic global warming is being exploited to make money. And some of those who have realized that the CO2 story is a lie have begun to believe that climate change is a lie too. But in fact, it is not. Climate change is indeed happening, but not because of CO2. And if we are lied to about the causes, it does not imply that the climate is not changing. On the contrary, it is changing catastrophically and for reasons beyond our control, such as changes inside the core of the planet and cosmic processes. But unfortunately, this information is not being shared with people. So it is really tragic that people do not know the truth and thus do not understand the real causes. Thank you.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. Global climate change is the main crisis of our time because at the current level of development of civilization, a human is unable to control and manage climate processes. It's too presumptuous to say the opposite. It is suicidal. Climate change is already affecting the health, economy, and migration of people all over the world. Millions of people are dying. In Italy, where I live, the climate has changed dramatically. In recent years, in our country, climate records have been set one after another. We have abnormal heat in February, record of cold in spring, and heat in summer. There is no clear change of seasons anymore, and frequent water tornadoes are shocking. In Milan, in the middle of summer, giant hailstones fell. These are huge pieces of ice that break cars and roofs of houses. But what should people do if hail suddenly catches them in the street? It is not the first year that I've been actively studying the topic of climate, and I can say with confidence that climate anomalies are already affecting all people on the planet. Heavy torrential rains caused a tragedy in China, where people were killed in a flooded subway because they were simply locked in the carriages. Historic heat of 49.6 degrees Celsius hit Canada and provoked wildfires, destroying everything in its way, including settlements. Sudden temperature differences in the United States, when during the day a 30-degree heat turns into a frost and destroys the crops. In France, in the middle of summer, people were forced to take shovels, driving out snow-removing equipment and remove hail piles 60 centimeters in height. In Indonesia, more than 1,400 natural disasters occurred in the first half of 2021 alone. I would like to appeal to everyone who is watching this conference. Do you really think that nothing is happening with the climate? Or do you think that it won't affect you? I will continue. Tornadoes appear in the groups, even where there were no signs of them before. The area of forest fires is growing rapidly, and it's impossible to extinguish them. Seismic activity is increasing. Volcanoes that have been inactive for hundreds of years are waking up. There are dust storms that freely cross entire oceans and reach even remote tropical islands. Storms that are record-breaking by the number and strength make densely populated coasts uninhabitable. Improbable volumes of water pour out of the sky in a matter of hours. Endless floods, landslides, and mudslides, they wipe out entire settlements from the face of the earth. Mega tsunami hit hundreds of thousands of people. It is possible to list such events for a really long time, because sudden large-scale natural disasters occur on the planet on a daily basis, and there are fewer and fewer safe places. It often seems to us that economically developed countries are secured against climate disaster, but as we see, this is not so. There's confirmation to that the recent devastating floods in Europe that took lives of more than 100 of people. Before the forces of nature, all of us are equal, and we have nowhere to run. ALLATRA science researchers warned us as long ago as in 2014. The report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, was published 7 years ago, when we were at the first level of climate change. We had an opportunity and enough time to quickly take necessary measures and save human lives. But unfortunately, humanity had missed this opportunity. Now, we have already moved to the second level, when cataclysms synchronize and intensify each other, causing even greater disastrous ruin. Yet when the third level comes, it will be too late to warn anyone. A massive migration of climate refugees will begin. There will be billions of them. Those will be starving people, exhausted by thirst and long way, who will have neither home nor a territory where they can build a house. None of us is secured from this fate. And it won't be some people out there somewhere, friends, it will be us. The consequence of global climate change in current consumeristic format will deprive us of totally everything. What I learned during the preparation for this conference has just shocked me, and today you also will hear about this. Participants of this conference are scientists from various industries, eyewitnesses, representatives of different professions. All these people already realize that we have no time left at all, and how important it is to convey this information to every person. If we remain in consumeristic format of society, in a world of disunity and hatred, we will not survive, because human life in the present-day society is worth nothing. Only people themselves can now consolidate and change the format of society to a creative one, to build a creative society where human life is the main value. But this is possible only with participation of each person. Thank you.
Thank you, Alla. Now, let's take a look at the severity of the situation today. In the following video, you will see the facts, statistics, and truth about climate disasters which are happening worldwide and are only gaining momentum.
Summer of 2021. Fires, floods, hurricanes, and abnormal heat waves. What is happening to the planet? You are used to hearing that global warming on the planet is due to human activity. The truth is, the problem is much more global than that, and it is rapidly gaining momentum, and there is nothing we can do to control it. The reasons for what is happening are within the planet, which has entered a period of global cataclysms. Nucleus. In 1998, a drastic shift of the planet's core was recorded. After that, the GRACE satellites and instruments on the Earth's surface detected an abnormal expansion of the planet at the equator, as well as heating from the inside. Because of the displacement of the core, it is unbalanced. With its vibrations, it creates shock waves, which are manifested on the surface of the planet by increased earthquakes and cracks on the Earth's surface. Through these cracks, a large volume of water escapes into the bowels of the planet. Molten magma rushes to the surface and heats this water. The water evaporates and escapes into the atmosphere. These enormous masses of water fall down in the form of sudden torrential rains. As the planet expanded, new continental rifts began to form. The number of volcanic eruptions increased. Significant tsunamis, including catastrophic ones, tornadoes, tropical storms, and hurricanes became more frequent. Floods and wildfires have become part of the daily news. Since 2015, the situation has become even worse. And today, the deformation of the planet continues to escalate enormously. Earthquakes. Earthquakes with magnitudes greater than 8.5 have increased dramatically over the past 20 years. Since 2003, synchronization of seismic noise began, which means that the Earth is preparing for a mega earthquake. According to scientists, it will occur in the Japanese archipelago and will have a magnitude of more than 10, which is 32 times stronger than the 2011 Tohoku earthquake of magnitude 9. Entire countries could disappear from the face of the Earth at any moment. Volcanoes. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the number of powerful volcanic eruptions has doubled as a result of growing internal energy of the planet. There has also been a steady increase in the strength of eruptions and the amount of ash and lava that has been released. Today, about 600 million people live near active volcanoes, capable of destroying entire cities at any moment. And every day, the probability of these events is only increasing. Glaciers. Greenland and Antarctic glaciers are losing 3 times more mass than 30 years ago. We are told that global warming is the cause. We are not told that the glaciers are melting from the bottom up because of the intense release of heat from the Earth's interior. For example, Antarctica is only melting on the west side, where there is a huge magma chamber. Greenland's glaciers are shrinking for a similar reason. Obviously, man has no influence on what is happening. World ocean. In 2019, the temperature of the world's oceans rose 0.075 degrees Celsius above average. This may not seem much, but in fact, the numbers are catastrophic. The energy for such heating is equivalent to the explosion of 3.5 billion atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima. And this energy came from the very bowels of the Earth. Melting of the sea ice and expansion of the warming water has caused the sea level to rise by almost 15 centimeters in the last 30 years. And this is just the beginning. There has also been an increase in the number and power of storms, as well as a significant acceleration of currents. Hurricanes, tornadoes. The year of 2020 broke all records for the frequency of hurricanes and tropical cyclones on the planet for all time. Because of increasing humidity and rising temperatures, the intensity and number of tornadoes has increased. They have become more frequent, where they used to be rare. Since the 1950s, the number of tornadoes in Europe has increased tenfold and continues to grow.
It's freaking destroyed, Josie!
Temperature anomalies and records. According to the data prepared for the IPCC report on climate change, over the past 140 years, the average temperature on the planet has risen by 1 degree Celsius and by 3 degrees Celsius in the Arctic. and we can already see the catastrophic consequences right outside the window. The period since 2000 has accounted for 19 of the 20 hottest years on the planet in the history of meteorological observations. Despite global warming, cold records are growing. For example, in February 2021, in Texas, USA, there were more than 2,500 record low temperatures. And this has never happened before in the history of observation. Since 2000, more than 5 million people have died from extreme temperatures, with 4.5 million dying from the cold. Also, temperature extremes of up to 40 degrees have begun to occur with increasing frequency. Even machinery, not to mention humans, cannot withstand such surges in a short period of time. Snowfalls. Abnormal snowfalls pile up many meters of snow in just hours, literally burying cities and towns. They appear suddenly in uncommon places, such as rainforest and arid deserts. Hail. Hail has also become abnormal. Because of the temperature rise, hailstones become huge and spiky. A diameter of 2.5 centimeters is already considered large, but nowadays, during storms, chunks of ice the size of a baseball or larger fall from the sky onto people. Such pieces of ice can fall at a speed of up to 160 kilometers per hour. Hail destroys crops, damages infrastructure, and poses a direct threat to human life. Floods. Floods are one of the most common natural disasters that are also growing in strength. 60 years ago, only 8 major floods were recorded per year. However, in 2020, this number increased by 25 times and totaled 201 cases. Moreover, they began to occur synchronously, affecting several countries at once. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, the number of floods in the U.S. has increased by approximately 100% over the past 30 years. Between 1998 and 2017, floods affected more than 2 billion people worldwide.
There's so many people dead.
Lightnings. Due to the escaping of gases from the planet's interior and the rise in temperature, thunderstorms are now becoming an increasingly common cause of many wildfires. Under these conditions, lightning becomes an igniting spark. Lightnings have become more frequent beyond the Arctic Circle and even approach the North Pole. Over the last 10 years, the number of lightnings occurring above 65 degrees of northern latitude increased sevenfold. Recently, there has been an increase in rare dry thunderstorms, as well as deadly thunderstorm supercells, landslides, and mudslides. The frequency and severity of landslides and mudslides increases rapidly each year. Massive amounts of water erode the rock, resulting in millions of cubic meters of soil and rock rushing down the slopes, sweeping away everything in their way and causing the deaths of people. Today, the number of casualties caused by them continues to grow. In Japan alone, the number of these disasters has increased by almost 50% in the last 10 years. And more areas are beginning to be affected by this phenomenon. Sinkholes. The amount and scale of newly formed sinkholes is shocking. In Turkey alone, over 600 sinkholes formed in the Konya Plain in 2001. In late May, farmers in Mexico witnessed a field that collapsed and formed a huge hole the size of a multi-story building. Meanwhile, in Croatia, more than 100 new sinkholes were discovered, and they continue to appear all over the world. Cracks and faults. The earth is deforming greatly, getting covered with cracks and faults. Earlier, they corresponded to the places of tectonic stress, but now they appear in the most atypical places. Drying of rivers and depletion of groundwaters. Abnormal expanding of the planet along the equator leads to drying out of water bodies, lowering of groundwater levels, formation of sinkholes and reservoirs, and, as a result, reduction of freshwater reserves. For example, over the past 20 years, more than half of the rivers in China have completely dried up. WHO reports that water scarcity already affects 40% of the world's population. Drought and desertification are becoming increasingly frequent causes of hunger, poverty, dangerous infections, mass migration, and armed conflicts. Between 1998 and 2017, this extremely dangerous development, which already affects 1/3 of the Earth's surface, affected 1.5 billion people. Fires. Fires have reached a new level. Fires occur in areas of the Earth's crust where hydrogen, methane, and other combustible gases are released from the subsurface. Because of this, fires cannot be extinguished. They are expanding their geography. Even the Arctic is already on fire, where, according to the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, 2019 saw the largest and most destructive fires in the Northern Hemisphere over the past 10,000 years. Magnetic field. The rate of the North Magnetic Pole drift has increased sixfold. According to scientists, this is also a result of the most powerful energy emission from the planet's core. Over the last 200 years, the magnetic field has lost about 9% of the force and continues to weaken at an accelerated rate. Between Africa and South America, there has formed a gap in the magnetic field with an area of about 8 million square kilometers, and it is continually growing. Weakening of the magnetic field threatens not only to cause malfunctions in many technical devices, but it will also deprive us of our protection from the deadly cosmic radiation. Ozone holes and cosmic rays. The ozone protective filter of our planet is becoming thinner and thinner, despite the fact that 30 years ago, under the Montreal Protocol, nearly all CFCs allegedly destroying the ozone layer were withdrawn from production. For instance, in the ozone anomaly in the Northern Hemisphere, the ozone deficit in 2011 was 35%, but by 2020, it was already over 50%. In Antarctica, it is 70%. The reasons for its destruction are hydrogen degassing from the Earth's bowels along the faults and an increase in cosmic radiation. The disappearance of the planet's protective components, such as the magnetic field and the ozone layer, could lead to a complete disappearance of the atmosphere and of all life on the planet, similar to what happened on Mars. Synchronization. Before 2020, disasters occurred sporadically. Now there is a synchronization of cataclysms. This means that they occur simultaneously. Natural disasters resonate and become more severe, leading to greater destruction and spreading over larger territories. Today, the Earth is literally burning beneath our feet and collapsing right under us. We are already seeing millions of people who are not welcomed, forced to wander in search of food, water, and habitable land. And tomorrow, we will all be among them. Are you ready for this? Until now, humanity has been in a state of death-defying consumerist slumber. This is the only way to explain that while seeing the agony of our planet with our own eyes, we don't want to admit that this could be the end of our civilization. However, we still have a chance. One last chance.
Thank you for being with us. And despite the fact how serious these topics are, people feel inspired. We see it in your comments that you write. People are amazed that they found a community, such a large group of people who not only realized all the threats, but also came up with a solution. Why creative society? Because that's the only way to create conditions to unite all our technological potential to come up with a real high-tech solutions, to make our potential work for the benefit of all of the society. So please, everyone who's asking in the comments, and we see a lot of them, what to do, go to allotraunites.com, press join us button, and find a way to share this information with everyone you know. Thank you. For the next, before I pass the word to Alex, one more thing. For the next week, we're going to have roundtables, so this is gaining momentum. Let's share this and let's connect during the roundtables as well. Thank you. Alex?
Thanks, Tali. Yes, I would like to remind and just make a statement what you can think about. That as humanity, we have a great potential, real scientific potential, technological potential, but this potential can start flourishing only in creative society, because there will be conditions for that. There will be time and resources, everything will be created in order to use this potential at its highest level. We have intensively discussed it on ALLATRA TV video, so you can visit it and watch this topic in details. Thank you.
To, co jsme právě viděli, jsou reálná fakta. Tak jak je tedy možné, že vědecká obec nekřičí na poplach?
What we have already seen are real facts. And is it possible that the scientific community is not raising an alarm about it? How can anyone make the decision to be silent? Why are we not being informed of the real reasons of cataclysms? Who benefits from it? Who benefits from people not knowing the truth? Yes, there are a lot of questions. So let's answer honestly what the reality is that is hidden from people. According to research by scientists, since 1998, our planet has been expanding along the equator, but not along the poles. Do you know something about this? Despite the melting of glaciers, the entire planet is losing fresh water. Where does it disappear to? The Earth is bursting at the seams. Huge cracks appear across the planet through which this water disappears. We can compare it to an inhalation, when the body becomes larger, followed by exhalation. And what will happen when the water returns? A gigantic flood, from which you cannot escape even in a bunker. Another fact that is hidden from us is the fires. Now, we are not talking about fires caused by high temperatures or human factors. We are talking about fires along the faults, which are very numerous and cannot be extinguished. They burn constantly in the same places. For example, California is all burning along the San Andreas fault system. In Australia, New South Wales and Victoria, fires are getting worse every year. Why? Because degassing occurs, that is, the release of gases from the bowels of the earth, hydrogen, methane, radon, etc. Degassing destroys the ozone layer. What will be the consequences? We will be exposed to the strongest solar and cosmic radiation. And at the same time, the magnetic field weakens, we lose all protection from the sun and space. Information about the melting of glaciers is in the public domain, and it would seem there is no secret there. But the truth is different. Glaciers do melt, but from the bottom up. And what does all of this mean? The increase in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, hurricanes, abnormal snow and hail, tornadoes and typhoons, global warming. All of this is a consequence of the heating of the Earth from the inside. This is the result of cyclical, astronomical processes that unfortunately are inevitable and are happening right now. The media and governments constantly present us with highly distorted information, which explains nothing, and most importantly, it gives us no complete view of the picture of what's going on. When information is given in fragments, when the person who is now far from these events takes no information seriously, he thinks, well, it certainly doesn't concern me, but the problem is that this already concerns everyone. Because this is a global, interconnected process. We are deliberately told that everything is still not so bad, that nature will come down, that volcanoes have always been erupting, that floods are not so terrible, that earthquakes are not so strong and, of course, not so frequent, and so on. Many might think that politicians and multinational corporation owners are to blame for this. However, this is not the case. This is our common responsibility, my friends. Our indifference to the misfortunes of other people, our unwillingness to go beyond our own complacency, our disinterest in changing anything. This is due to the pandemic of fear that dominates us, the consumer format of relations. We stopped appreciating life, not only the life of other people, but also our own. After us come deluge. Oddly enough, this saying is not far from the truth. We, all of humanity, no longer have time to deceive each other, so we will speak directly. Climate change is on the rise. It is rapid. What are our chances of surviving these planetary cataclysms in the current consumer format? No chances. There are 3 stages in the development of planetary cataclysms. Unfortunately, we have already passed the first stage and are now at the second. In it, the cataclysms began to synchronize, and all graphs show an accelerated increase in the destruction of our planet. What will happen next? The situation will worsen sharply. Further, with the climate, it will only get worse, and this will happen very soon. This is somewhere in 100 years and not even in 5. Can you count? Count it. It will be a meat grinder. Everything will be destroyed. And now we, in our egoism and blind belief, we believe that someone will come and do something for us. We do not even want to admit that it concerns us. We don't even give a damn about our children. And what will happen to them? Every day the moment is getting closer and closer when the line comes, after which people will have no power to change anything. Then we will all understand that we had time to change everything, but it will be too late. Now we can still do something, and when the third stage comes, it will make no difference whether we unite or not. Everything will come to an end. Therefore, we need to unite and act together, now, while we still have this time and opportunity to change the situation. We need to survive the cataclysms together. Why do you think so many speakers in front of me today have repeatedly spoken about the importance of building a creative society? Because it is really the only way for all of humanity to survive, and it's everyone's business.
Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely. And this is the day of facts. Facts will prove and will show us that we have to act, we have no other choice. And now we will hear about the anomalies of lightning and hurricanes from Professor Colin Price. Professor Price is the head of Potter School of Environmental Studies at Tel Aviv University. Dear Professor Price, can you please share with us about the increase of lightning and hurricanes in the world?
How many days in the month do we have thunder? You can hear thunder. So it can be either from 0 up to 30 or 31 days. And so this has been measured around the world for maybe 100, 150 years. And with this data, there are many places where we are seeing an increase in the number of days when we have thunderstorms. So it could be one thunderstorm or 20 thunderstorms, it's still one day. So it's not a very good parameter, but there is evidence that thunderstorms have been increasing over the last, say, century, not everywhere, but globally. Well, when I said it's driven by the sun, basically the solar heating of the surface, which you can think of as putting a pot of water on the stove and you're turning up the heat and you start to get the bubbles boiling up. So in the atmosphere, we have air, pockets of air which heat up like thermals, and they'll rise up. And as they rise up, the water vapor there will condense as the air gets cooler and form clouds, and if it's strong enough, thunderstorms. So the sun is the trigger. And so have some link, indirect link of triggering lightning. And there have been some statistical studies showing that some solar parameters may be linked to the amount of lightning, especially in higher latitudes, like in the United Kingdom. There's been 1 or 2 studies. But these are all statistical studies, and we don't know the physical mechanism of how they're actually related. So the solar activity is basically the heating of the sun, which causes convection and rising motions in the atmosphere. Everything else is secondary or very minor, but it still may have some connection, the cosmic rays and particles. And we don't really see any link with the solar cycle. The regular lightning is definitely, we're seeing changes in the patterns, especially the further we go north. So, for example, in the Arctic Circle, in northern Canada, in the tundra, we're seeing lightning now, which we didn't see 10 years ago in the summer months. And so getting fairly close even to the North Pole, we're seeing lightning. So things are moving northwards, which is a sign that the climate is changing and warming. Again, we need the heat of the sun in the summer to produce the rising air and produce the thunderstorms. And we're even seeing fires for the first time, for example, in Greenland, in the summer, when things are melting, that fires start there. So we're seeing a shift of the tropical storms to more intense, stronger winds, more damaging storms. And the same with thunderstorms. We may not be seeing a change in the number of the storms, but the intensity of the thunderstorms is also increasing because there's more energy in the system. And you know, there's conservation of energy. You can't get rid of energy. So energy goes from solar heating, heat energy, to electrical energy eventually in the lightning. So it just gets converted from the heat into eventually into the lightning. And so we have more lightning in the thunderstorms. But these waves mean that on the other side of the wave, like in Alaska, the temperatures can be very warm in the winter. So they kind of balance each other out. But the overall predictions for the future is that weather will become more extreme on the both sides. So you'll have more dry weather in some areas, more heat waves, but you'll also have more flooding in other areas and maybe even some more intense winter storms in other regions. And things will just going to become more extreme.
Thank you very much, Professor Price. And yes, we see that the increase of lightning and hurricanes is a serious problem, and we understand that it's just the beginning of the problem. And let's continue to know more about the facts, and I give the floor to Kevin Hester, researcher, environmental and climate crisis activist, co-host at Nature Beds Last. Kevin is currently living on Rekino Island, New Zealand, where he is currently monitoring the unraveling of the biosphere and developing of a proposal to create a marine reserve in New Zealand. Please, Kevin, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. I'm very glad to be here on this conference. Global crisis? This already affects everyone. End quote. That's a perfect description of your conference. My name is Kevin Hester. I'm an abrupt climate change researcher from Aotearoa, New Zealand. My background is in engineering and ocean sailing. The situation in the Arctic is catastrophic. The statistics and the amount of melt that's going on is unprecedented. And one of the problems that we have with what we are seeing in the Arctic now is inertia in the climate system. There's a 10 to 30 year lag between when emissions go into the atmosphere and when the full effect of those emissions manifests. So the chaos that we're watching now was baked in last century. This is a very, very dire predicament we find ourselves. One of the problems that we have is we have unleashed a multitude of what the client's community calls tipping points or feedback loops. I'll give you a couple of examples. The loss of the Arctic sea ice means you lose reflectivity. So what happens is when the ice was there, the incoming solar radiation would bounce off the ice and go back into space, only leaving a minor fraction of the warming behind. But with the lack of sea ice, all of that light is absorbed into the oceans and the warmth is contained. That's one feedback. As we broil the planet, for every 1 degree C we heat the atmosphere, we get 7% more water vapor in the atmosphere. And water vapor is an enormous greenhouse gas. It's actually the most prolific greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. So at the rate that we've warmed the world now, we've increased the loading of water vapor by over 10%. That's a massive feedback. Okay, another important feedback that I'd like to talk about is methane. As the permafrost melts, and until recently, 24% of the Northern Hemisphere was covered in permafrost. People don't get how big this Arctic region is. And methane is something to upwards of 100 times more powerful a greenhouse gas than carbon. So you can see why that becomes an issue. And then I think probably the feedback loop that we're most concerned about, the Arctic researchers that I know, is the potential for destabilizing the methane clash rates, which are stores of methane that are held in a chemical cage at the bottom of the ocean. And that methane is kept stable by a combination of pressure, by the water pressure above it, and temperature. And as a result of warming the planet, the water is getting warmer, so that takes us closer to a tipping point with the clash rates. The problem with methane is that the difference between methane and carbon is the warming from methane is almost instantaneous. Whatever methane gets released, within weeks, that warming will be felt in the atmosphere. So what I expect to happen when we get these increasing levels of methane is that it'll get hotter faster, and the main danger that poses is for crops. You know, Ukraine is one of the bread baskets of the planet, and it's warming up. And this is the same thing that's happening in the United States and Canada. Crops are just failing already because of the heat, the amount of warmth and the attendant droughts that go with it. So we're already seeing the crop failures taking place today. We don't have to wait a long time to see this chaos unfolding. I think that could happen this decade. What people don't get is non-linearity in the climate system. That's why people think that myself and Professor Guy McPherson and John Boyle from the European Commission, Sam Karana from the Arctic News blog, we all believe that we're heading for double-digit warming. And people call us alarmists, but, you know, it's an alarming situation. So now that we've just thrown our arms in the air and we're rushing headlong off the cliff, and there's no slowing down. All the talk about emissions reductions, it's talk. Even with the pandemic and all the planes grounded and no one traveling around the world, emissions went up last year. There's our feedback loops. Well, I think very soon it will crash industrial civilization. You know, with industrial civilization and the dominant economic system on the planet of capitalism, it's all about credit and it's all about borrowing from the future. We've been borrowing from our children's future all my life. And what I think will happen is industrial civilization will crash. And that could happen very soon because people will see that we've lost control. Not that we ever had control, but we've driven the system into a whole new paradigm. So I think very soon we'll see industrial civilization collapse. I think everyone should they should follow their hearts and do what they think is right. But there's no turning this ship around. We've already gone off the cliff. It's sinking. What we can do is we can prepare psychologically and personally within our own circle with our families and our friends, and we can tell the truth, and especially to the youth. It's really important that the youth understand how dire the situation is. People say, oh no, we can't tell them. That's bullshit. If you want to lie to the youth, lie to the youth. But I'm not going to do that on my watch. I'll go to my grave telling the truth of what I believe is happening. And, I'll reiterate, I don't for a second want to be right. I would love it if you guys could call me in 12 months and say, Hester, come on the show again. We want to rubbish you about all the things that didn't happen. I would love that. I'd love that more than anything. So I think we're going through this extraordinary learning curve now about how all the models have undershot. And an important detail to think about when we're talking about these targets that have been set by organisations like the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Their predictions for the future include carbon capture and storage at scale. They calculated that we would have come up with a solution. Their whole representative concentration pathways have a factor of fantasy technology factored into them. It's lunacy, complete lunacy. But the problem with this predicament is it's not a problem, it's a predicament. We can't fix this. We can mitigate, we can take our foot off the accelerator, we can do the right thing, but we can't fix it. And it's important for people to understand that, or else they'll frustrate themselves to death trying to fix the unfixable. I'm very happy to be a part of this project, and thank you for including me. Good luck with what you're up to. I admire you enormously for doing what you're doing.
I hope everyone who's watching right now heard this. The researchers are saying that our ship is sinking. And dear Mr. Hester, we would like to thank you for what you do and for sharing this information. We are moving towards the point of no return at a very, very fast pace. And we agree that this situation is alarming. And those people who today are being called climate alarmists are the true scientists and researchers who are really trying to save this planet. And creative society is our only chance. And you are correct that in the consumerist society, it is impossible to save our planet and to survive. And dear viewers, as you're watching this conference, we would love to hear your feedback. So please send us your feedback, your video feedback, and your understandings to our email address, which is info@allatraunites.com. We would love to hear your feedbacks, your understandings, what it is that you think about the conference and the topics brought up here today, because they are vital to all the people. And also, we would like to remind our viewers that on December 4th, 2021, another global international conference will take place called Global Crisis, The Time for Truth. And now all of us remember the tragedy that happened in Japan in 2011. It was an earthquake of the magnitude 9 called Tohoku. And it is great honor for me to introduce Professor Lyubushyn. This is the scientist who predicted this earthquake 3 years before its occurrence, and he actually published several warnings, but his warnings were left without any needed attention. So now Dr. Lyubushyn is predicting an earthquake of magnitude 10 in Japan at the Japanese archipelago near the capital of Tokyo along the Nankai Trench. Now we will watch a video with the respected scientist who is a doctor of physics and mathematics, professor, head of the Laboratory of Physics of Oscillations of Test Masses of Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth.
Greetings to all participants within this conference. Global crisis, this already affects everyone. If we take the largest earthquakes in the so-called instrumental era, that is, when seismic events started being recorded with instruments like seismographs, it started in the early 20th century. So it's been 120 years since then. What is interesting here? There hadn't been any earthquakes stronger than an 8.5 magnitude from 1965 to 2004. At the end of 2004, on December 26, a well-known earthquake occurred, referred to as the Sumatra disaster. This Christmas earthquake caused a strong tsunami in the Indian Ocean and killed 300,000 people living in the surrounding area. A powerful aftershock followed right after. Neither before nor after that time has there been a single earthquake of this kind. Since then, nowadays, only about 10 of them have occurred. We may say that since 2004, the intensity of major earthquakes have increased. There were no earthquakes like this before, and for 40 years. And now, there's about 10 of them within this time frame. These are the facts. What is so interesting about this graph? What's interesting is that until the middle of 2003, we observed a slight drop in seismic noise readings around the globe. But since 2003, it started to increase. From 2003 to the present time, there has been a steady increase in synchronicity correlation and synchronization of global seismic noise. Why is this important? The fact is that synchronization, the phenomenon of noise synchronization, in a complex system is a sign of approaching drastic change in its properties. The approaching earthquakes can be determined by synchronization of seismic oscillations in the area where the earthquakes are expected. But it's not just synchronization, it's also the noise itself. Before an earthquake, it becomes simpler, let's say more noise-like, so to say, uniform. But what's interesting here is that the same thing was discovered in the early 90s when studying the heart rhythm of sick and healthy people. The preliminary stages of an earthquake, just like the preliminary stages of a heart attack in people, entails simplification of the structure of random fluctuations. There is a loss of healthy chaos and an approach of unhealthy orderliness. This is what I got when processing the data from Japan. In Japan, there was an increase in correlation and a decrease in healthy chaos. First, we discovered that 2003 was characterized by a certain surge of that response. The Earth, while rotating, just kind of flinched a bit. So the idea immediately came that this is an anomaly of an irregular rotation of the Earth, and it was provoked, or was a trigger for triggering an impact that provoked not only the increase of seismic activity, but also the increase of correlation. So what I'm saying is that the Earth, the irregularity of the Earth's rotation, the seismic noise, and these seismic events are all connected. And the breaking point is when it all started in 2003. I can't imagine this trend disappearing, you know? This trend went up way too much. I mean, sooner or later, it should go down. Or this descending trend must start after some strong, significant geodynamic event. A geological event. You could say it would be a supervolcano explosion, like that of Yellowstone, for example. Or it could be a very strong earthquake. The Tohoku earthquake, just like an earthquake off the coast of Hokkaido, in 2003 was a foreshock of an even more powerful earthquake. What could be more powerful than that 9.1 magnitude? What could be bigger? Based on trends of increasing seismic danger in Japan, everything points to the fact that it's going to be south of Tokyo in the Nankai Trough, with a magnitude of 10. Since there was already a magnitude of 8 and a magnitude of 9, so the next earthquake most likely will be a magnitude of 10. They were all foreshocks, which means each previous one increased the magnitude of the next one. If there is a magnitude of 10, it is possible that all these trends indicate that this will actually end with the great catastrophe in Japan.
Dear friends, dear viewers, did you hear it? This information is crucial, and people of Japan and that region need to be warned. How can this information not to be voiced already now on all channels? The lives of 130 million people are threatened. That's very important now to start to talk about it. And thank you so much for your comments and questions you are asking below this video. And to answer your question, in order not to forget about this conference in 2-3 days, in order not to forget about this crucial information, please, let's start speak right now. Share this conference on your social media networks. Talk to people. Don't share only tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Share every day, every second day, every third day, so that we reach as many people as possible, because we are talking about people's lives. And all about the world today, people are facing global cataclysms. And we are talking from the point of knowledge and research, as every day the volunteers of ALLATRA TV conduct a large-scale monitoring of climate events and bring information to people. Now, let's watch a first-hand video of eyewitnesses to these horrific events.
The climate is changing before our eyes. People are losing their lives. Each of us can be left homeless at any moment. Are you ready to hear the truth from eyewitnesses of the events?
And Texans statewide was reported over 2,500 of the highest low record temperatures ever recorded.
This summer, Western Canada has faced extreme heat, and many cities have reached record high temperatures. The Canadian Rocky Mountains have been burning more than they have in the past 2,000 years.
There was an anomalous, catastrophic event in Cuba when a strong tornado struck some municipalities in the city of Havana.
azotó algunos municipios de la ciudad de La Habana.
This sudden and violent event caused great horror and anxiety among the population.
The people of Tabasco are now very afraid because the season of rain and hurricanes is damaging a lot of houses. Everything is flooded. In an instant, the downpour causes people to lose everything they worked for.
There have been some violent storms lately that are changing people's lives. They not only affect people's lives but also deprive them of their means of subsistence, leaving people stranded and terrified, not knowing where to go or what to do.
So it was from one extreme to the other. We were on fire at one point and then we were underwater.
Till March 20th, we had 40,000 aftershocks, the largest of which were of magnitude 5.7.
Unprecedented frosts have blanketed much of France. There hasn't been a cold snap like this for decades.
Really, I imagine 2019, I hear I have a cyclone in Fani in India. I seen it in my own eyes. I witnessed to myself. So I really lost to my paddy fields. I really lost to many animals also. And I hear many people destroyed their home and they are also homeless.
Several flooding occurs every 4 to 5 years and covered 60% of the land mass. The condition of vulnerable people during natural disaster is just unthinkable and undesirable. It's always difficult to describe how miserable their life was.
People are worried because they actually don't know what to expect or what to hope for.
最初の計画から10年以上経過したにもかかわらず
Decades have passed since the original flood control plan was developed, but it has never been implemented. People are still in danger.
避難指示が出されたのが堤防が決壊する4分前だったということを話を聞きました。
There was a freezing rain in Vladivostok. Trees and cars were covered with an ice crust. Many people were left without electricity, without water, without heating.
We were cleaning it all by hand. And one man said, "I'll help you with the first bridge. Then I'll go get the tools I have at home. I'll take my tools and we'll help finish the job." The man returned with his tools in his hands. I asked, "How is your house?" "I don't have a house." He kept on cleaning because what else did the man have to do?
Part of the country is flooded. What is happening in Belgium now is a huge tragedy for its residents. In some areas, the river level has risen by 2.5 meters. Houses are flooded. Cars are floating along the streets that have turned into rivers. People climb onto the roofs, waiting for rescuers. But the water is coming up, and no one knows what to expect next.
Deadly volcanic eruptions have been experienced in other parts of the continent, and the latest ravaged parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which caused severe damages and casualties, and also forced thousands of people into evacuation and also into terrible living conditions.
At times it's really extreme. There's flooding, so sometimes people are affected, like people end up drowning, but mostly people have to move with their families. They lose property.
Trees and so many agricultural products destroyed. This is the first time we've seen such instances happening in this country.
So when I witnessed the disaster of the climate, about the migration of the farmers from the riverside to the around the town and lead their life on the roadside because of the climate change disaster or the overflooding of the river affected their area, their agriculture, their home.
Local media do not report on some events which is happening in China right now. So A logic question arises. Why are people not given the true information about what is happening with climate right now?
Now we have to start to solve this problem intensely, because soon it may be too late.
I also witnessed the storm that hit us in Saarland about a week ago. Apart from flooded basements and fallen trees, we were not as badly affected as people in neighboring regions who face severe flooding, landslides, and mud, lava-like flows that buried entire houses and much more. People are still without water, without electricity, without means of communication, without food. They are still trapped on rooftops and cannot cross some roads because the roads are no longer there. We were predicted that climate change would be tangible in 50 or 100 years, but now we know that it is very close and very real, even here in Germany.
Doch jetzt wissen wir, dass sehr nah ist und sehr real, auch hier in Deutschland.
Hello, I'm David from Germany. Just recently, we had severe flooding. People were shocked and not ready for this. Suddenly, we saw how just a few hours of heavy rains caused flooding that washed away cars and houses. This was really shocking to all of us. We were in a state of shock as something that seemed to be very distant was right here at our door. If we take a look a few years back, we must note that extreme weather events occur due to climate change. We had a severe drought in Germany during the last 3 years, and now suddenly there is such a flood. There is no doubt that the climate is changing, and because of this, the frequency of these extreme events is increasing. Even such an industrialized country as Germany was not, in my opinion, properly prepared and proved to be quite vulnerable and susceptible to such events. People were not warned and were not evacuated in advance. Obviously, the disaster management service did not work. If we take a look at the climate situation in the world, we see that new record-breaking droughts, flooding, and forest fires occur everywhere. Human life is in danger more often, and now it has affected Germany. Many people lost their lives, and more than 1,000 people are still missing. We, people, feel that we need to do something. Only by uniting, we have at least some chance to cope with such situations, which are becoming more frequent. Creative society is a solution for change in the society, exactly in which a human life will be the highest priority, in which necessary conditions to protect human life throughout the world will be created. Just imagine what the least developed countries will do. These countries have no opportunities whatsoever to overcome extreme climatic events, and human life is not protected there. I think that in recent days, we, Germans, have realized how important it is for us to unite, to stick together, and not to let anyone divide us. Only together do we have prospects for the future. Exactly such a prospect is what the creative society offers. It's our only way out, because only in unity can we protect human life and ensure a future for us and future generations.
Breaking news on Alatra TV is an international project which is created by volunteers from all over the world with the purpose of informing about large-scale, anomalous, and uncommon natural disasters. This is daily comprehensive analysis and monitoring of information about the state of the planet. People break silence in order to convey the truth about the climate crisis and the way out of it. To survive, we need to act together today. Otherwise, tomorrow will be too late.
Everything that we have now seen is a shock, and the fact that we people most remain indifferent is an extreme form of madness. Therefore, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in the conference. Global crisis, this already affects everyone. Today, on the 24th of July, 2021, we have gathered together not in order to divide territory or build fences of a skyscraper height to separate from each other, but to understand that the situation is critical. And this situation affects every person. Today, some of us watch news channels showing human misfortune and helplessness, where nature is raging. They believe that it doesn't concern them, and they continue thinking this way. That it is happening somewhere far, not with them. Or like Dushan was saying today, that it happened 100 years ago already. But the truth is that we all of us are living on one giant volcano that can erupt with fire or water at any moment. Yet, when all of us will be falling into the abyss together, it will be too late to change anything. We should make changes now. In any situation, there is a point of no return. We are already very close to it. Facts that are presented today have shown that everything is growing exponentially. Today, we still have an opportunity to save ourselves. But the truth is that this requires unification of the entire humanity's potential. Aspiration and desire of every person is necessary. But what do we see now? Thousands of invitations going back to Robert's speech. We can say that there was a great number of invitations to this conference. They were sent to famous people, to leaders of opinion, those whom many people listened to, but they remained unanswered, although our letters were read. And these leaders are not with us today. Some of them, again, as we mentioned, they asked us about the amount of money they will get and named numbers with 6 zeros after number for their participation in this conference. Others didn't consider it prestigious enough for their personas to speak on the platform that unites millions of people. And there are even those who openly stand in the way, because their main goal is to fulfill themselves as a mega alpha. This is actually the essence of consumer society, which we've been talking about so much today. As long as this is happening, as long as there are those who are too lazy, who are unwilling, who simply don't care, as long as there are those who cannot put together objective facts and don't want to see the truth, as long as there are those in whom human feelings and compassion have atrophied, we will not be able to change the rules of the game and implement the only way out that we are now discussing. After all, the creative society format is the highest form of humaneness, and aspiration to direct all forces, the entire potential, to direct it on salvation and protection of the most important thing on this planet, human life. Your life, the life of your son or your daughter. Now, many people have a question in their heads. But what can I do? You can do a very simple thing, which is at the same time very difficult, to speak. You can speak, tell and notify everyone around. You can convey this information, knock at every door. And you can begin right now. From what we heard and seen today, it is clear that the countdown for our civilization has already started. Although we have even failed to become a civilization, there cannot be dozens of civilizations on the planet. There can only be one. Yet, in order for us to become a civilization, we need to unite based on the only thing which is the real essence of every human, based on humaneness, and take this saving step together into the creative society. Once we become a civilization, we will be able to survive, because in such a case, technological progress and mega artificial intelligence will help us. But we should succeed in uniting as one big human family before we reach the point of no return. Because in this unity of people, the unity of intellectual, scientific and spiritual potential of all humanity, not only salvation is possible, but also an evolutionary leap. What should we do in order to unite? We should understand, realize and feel that all of us are dear and near people. As long as we divide each other into friends and foes, us and them, nothing will work out. Just imagine, if we do understand this, but it will be too late to change anything, it means we will lose. We will lose our lives and the lives of those whom we love. Today, we, as the participants of Allatra movement and the Creative Society project, we often hear, we see how important this is for you. You are so motivated. But let me ask you a question. Is it not important to you as well? Or do you think that if someone dies today, you are alive and everything is fine? However, tomorrow, there might be nothing, no future, no house, no tree in your garden, no opportunities and no resources. So what will you do then?
Спасибо большое, Алина.
Thank you so much, Alina. Thank you. Thank you for your sincere words, touching my heart. Dear friends, hello. Now you have probably a question. Why is this all happening? Why are the cataclysms increasing? The reason is that our planet has a cycle of cataclysms. Every 12,000 years, cataclysms occur on the planet. And now we are entering the active phase of this cycle. Why haven't you heard about it yet? Why isn't it taught in school? Because the information about cyclicity was carefully hidden by those who hope to write it out in a bunker while the rest of 8 billion people will be destroyed by cataclysms. But it will not work to hide out. And thank God, there are honest people among scientists. Look at the screen. Here you can see those scientists who came to the understanding of the cyclical nature of cataclysms happening approximately every 12,000 years. All of them, independently of each other, came to the understanding. Each tried to describe it in his own hypothesis, but the essence is one. This is a catastrophe of planetary scale that our civilization had not yet experienced. 12,000 years ago, there were sharp climatic changes on the planet. planets, which ended up with global warming and rise of the world's oceans. In geology, there is evidence of catastrophes, not only of the last cycle, but also of the 24 and 36,000 years ago. These evidences are layers of coal, volcanic ash, traces of flooding of territory, and changes in the magnetic field, evidence of paleontology and archaeology. Right here on the slides, you see the information of Professor Douglas. Geologists have been thinking in terms of millions of years, but if we had joined our efforts and conducted an interdisciplinary study together with astrophysicists, we would have studied this cyclicity very well long ago. Every 12,000 years, our solar system crosses the region of intergalactic interactions in the Orion Arms at the near and far interaction points, which means that there are a large cycle of 24,000 years, the near point of interaction, and small one, 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, more catastrophic destruction occurs. Now it will be the near point of interactions, which means that the cataclysms will be many times stronger than in the past 12,000 years. Getting into the points of intergalactic interactions, our planet Earth comes to the region of increased galactic radiation. And right now I suggest watching the video that will demonstrate that the cyclicity of 12,000 years are connected with the cosmic processes of galactic scale, and at this stage we have no way to influence it.
Cyclicality of climate disasters. 12,000 years ago, there was an era of dramatic climate change. Rapid sea level rising, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, and lava rains from the black sky. According to geologist John Embry, a climate revolution occurred around 11,000 BC, accompanied by accelerated sedimentation and a sudden rise of Atlantic water level. Overall, the objective evidence strongly suggests that a great cataclysm occurred in the 11th millennium BC. It had such profound implications that it became a particular watershed between two very different eras in the history of our planet. Further evidence of the cataclysm was the fact that animals died out most intensely between 11,000 and 9,000 BC, when violent and inexplicable climatic fluctuations occurred. Despite the explicit taboo in science, many scientists today speak that everything on the planet happens in certain cycles, including global climatic events. A logical question arises. What kind of cycles result in global cataclysms? The report by Smotrin on Geostrategy 21 website reads, "The current stage of the planet's and civilization's existence is characterized by the fact that at the turning of the second and third millennia, the Earth passes through almost simultaneous ending of several rounds of individual evolutionary spirals of the galactic solenoid at once. They include its cyclic revolutions of about 2,000 years, 12,000 years, and 370,000 years." Vladimir Vasilyevich Bubanyunkov studied the cycles of the Earth's evolution: astrophysical, geological, biological, and historical. They all turned out to be subject to the great cycle of the change of epochs, lasting 11,911 years. This number is a multiple of the periods of revolution around the Sun of all its planets, with precision down to 1/100th of a terrestrial year. Alexander Mikhailovich Botern. I maintain that the planets also revolve around their center of mass, in the direction perpendicular to the plane of its orbit. As a result of such rotation, the planet Earth occasionally flips over in space by 360 angular degrees, thus triggering a cyclicity of global events. The global catastrophe, with a periodicity of 12,166 years, the entire appearance of the Earth and natural conditions periodically change, which directly affects the historical development of humankind. Igor Petrovich Kopolov and Vitaly Vasilyevich Lushiev. The small 13,000-year galactic half-cycles are also related to global climate changes and other catastrophic events, but they proceed without the magnetic field polarity reversal. The boundary of these cycles is distinctly defined by the rise of the ocean level and global climate changes. These events have received the name of the World Flood. Concerning the fact that the World Flood had occurred, modern science has no doubts about that. The true cause of global climate change on Earth is the cyclicality of intergalactic processes. The galaxy is a single electromagnetic system interacting with all objects in it, including the solar system. Any small changes in the galaxy is reflected in the Sun, and as a consequence affects all processes, not only on Earth, but also on other planets of the solar system. The Earth is not the only planet in the solar system undergoing climate change. The increasing amount of Pluto's black spots, polar shifts on Uranus, changes in Neptune's light intensity, and melting of ice caps on Mars make it clear that changes are underway throughout the entire solar system. The fact that other planets and moons in the solar system are also warming, and apparently there is no anthropogenic emission of greenhouse gases there as such, proves that CO2 is not the main driver of our planet's warming. Mars, Triton, Pluto, and Jupiter all show signs of global warming. Thus, there are many factors influencing the Sun and the solar system. These factors need to be taken into account as they affect climate change. As stated in the report of scientists from Alatra Science on the program and consequences of global climate changes on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems. The mistake was that many scientists in the past did not consider the impact of the increasing acceleration of the universe cosmic factors and astronomical processes on the global climate system of the planet. The scientific paper by academician Nikolai Petrov, Solving the Problem of Earth's Climate Change from the Position of Laws of Life Preservation in Space, says, during one period of orbiting around the center of the galaxy, the solar system makes more than 8,000 zodiacal turns along the spiral trajectory. Due to this, the polarity of the external magnetic field is rhythmically changing with respect to the moving solar system. This means that the information magnetic field of the galaxy adjusts the energy condition of the solar system in general, and the rhythmic climate change on the Earth in particular. Global climate change on Earth is mainly a derivative of astronomical processes and their cyclicity. This cyclicity is inevitable. The geological history of our planet shows that the Earth has experienced such phases of global climate change many times before. Today, we see how climatic disasters on the Earth are intensifying day by day, and each inhabitant of the planet will come to face them one way or another. As we already know, these events will only keep increasing because it is the next 12,000 cycle that we are facing. Thanks to the knowledge from Alatra presented in the scientists' report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, we understand that it is not only the Sun that causes climate change, but it is the cyclical processes in space which are continually occurring and as a consequence affect the planets in the form of climate disasters, and we, as humanity, have just entered the active phase of this cycle. To date, scientific and technological progress does not allow us to influence global processes in space and on Earth. As a result, we cannot oppose these changes. So, the only chance to survive is to unite and get ready for the coming catastrophes that keep increasing with every passing day.
As you have seen, these processes are taking place in the entire solar system. I emphasize on all planets of solar system. Will you still continue to believe that it is our anthropogenic carbon dioxide and methane have reached other planets? It would have been very funny if it weren't so sad, because the media is imposing on us the lie that climate change is allegedly caused by carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, and people without truthful information believe these lies. So what is happening to the planet now? As a result of the cyclic galactic interaction, in 1998, there was a jump of the inner core. Now the iron core of our planet is displaced to the north. It beats in the process of rotation and is discordant. Because of this dissonance, the electromagnetic field of the planet, which is generated by the core, decreases inside the planet. And now we see the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field and the abnormal drift of the North Magnetic Pole. The interaction of all spheres of the planet, which was precisely attuned, is being untied like a knot. There are failures of the rhythms in the Earth. Due to the displacement of the core, the Earth began to spin a little bit faster and its volume increased. Therefore, the sensors detect its expansion. The centrifugal force of the planet is increased. The water began to disappear deep into the bowels. Therefore, rivers and wells are becoming shallow all over the world. As a result of the weakening of the Earth's electromagnetic field, the atmosphere is discharged and its pressure decreases. It is the magnetic field that holds our atmosphere. Without it, we will lose oxygen. There are scientists who say that it is the winds and currents caused by human dioxide emissions that allegedly accelerate the rotation of the planet. This is, pardon me, idiocy. From the fact that dry winds float faster on a soap bubble, the planet will not rotate faster. Now we already know a lot about the structure of the planet, more than enough to create a model for it, a model of a solid body with a liquid content and a solid core. The microvibrations of the core are precisely at dissonance. The Earth is not in resonance with the Sun right now. The most important thing for us is the Sun. We interact with it and it protects us, and now during the solar minimum, the Sun's protection has sunk. The beating of the core creates microvibrations, a shock wave. Microseismic manifestations increase, vibrations increase. There is a ridge of 1,000 microvibrations in half an hour. Because of them, microcracks are formed in the lithosphere. The pressure inside the planet increases, the magma rises higher and higher, and now we see that heating of the lithosphere is higher than it was, precisely that very heating that melts the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up. The same heating that warms the oceans, the same rise of magma is now increasing volcanic activity. And you know what else? There is much more water inside the Earth than on the Earth's surface. Now the hot contents inside the planet are rising higher. It won't be long till magma approaches the deep water reserves. Then its evaporation will begin. Already now we are seeing the same greenhouse effect, which mainly consists of water vapor. Have you noticed how the number of floods have increased over the past decades? Now we will see, when the water starts to evaporate massively, what is happening? What will happen? The exhalation of the planet will manifest itself in the fact that all the water will return to us in catastrophic showers. The biblical flood no longer seems like something that has nothing to do with it, right? I appeal to those scientists who have already understood the danger of the whole situation. How long will you be silent to know about the fact that in the next decade all the humanity will be swept away by cataclysms, to see it on all of your charts, devices, and be silent? Are you all insane? You are being silent allegedly to not frighten people, not to raise panic, and simply being idle, to pass a death sentence to all humanity, whereas now, knowing the truth, we can still change everything and we can survive. People rely on you, but you are just cowards. They believe that everything will be fine and sleep in ignorance while our planet is falling apart. For saving them, you just need to simply step over yourself and start telling the truth. You are still afraid for your reputation, big-name scientists of the world. Those who know the truth are being silent, and the rest are just not seeing the whole picture. global picture. A true scientist is a person primarily, human from the capital H. He realizes that the lives of billions of people depend on his decisions and words. And thank God there are such people among scientists, and they are no longer silent. People need to know the truth. And we invite you to join the new conference on December the 4th, 2021, Global Crisis, Time for Truth. Join us. Together we will be able to convey the urgency of the whole situation for building the creative society. It's time to tell the truth.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you from all people and from all sensible scientists of the entire world. Thanks a lot for this vitally important information. I have a question for everyone who is listening to us right now. Tell us, please, whom can we lay hopes upon? Already now, right now, at this very second, global cataclysms are taking place. While people mostly don't know their true causes, and don't know the way out, which they still have today. Now, we are having this live broadcast. We are being heard in 72 languages. These heroes who are voicing the truth, who really care about people, they are here with us. They are at this conference. And the entire world is listening to them now, because people from all over the world themselves want this and implement it. But there could have been more of such scientists who would be here telling the truth. We people from 180 countries, yes, that's 180 countries, actually tried to reach out to a great number of scientists, the most famous ones at that, to those who give advice to that very UN. Has everyone used this chance? As we can see, many of them have preferred, given preference to silence. But don't you understand that by your cowardice, you are depriving of life from not only yourselves, but every single person? It is your responsibility. Here's just one example of how one of the so-called serious scientists responded to us. We contacted a very famous scientist who also consults and writes reports for the United Nations. However, to our invitation to speak openly and tell the truth at this all-human conference, he said it straightforward. Breathe, guys. That they pay him for talking about carbon dioxide, CO2, and he cannot talk about other things. Although he does know the truth, and he said it straight during the telephone conversation. I have a question for such scientists. Has CO2 seriously ruined your brain? Is this even funny? People, I have a question for you. Whom do you rely on? Do you hope that those people at the very top or somebody else will warn and save you or your family? Those who have wallets instead of hearts and common sense. We understand that there is no point, none at all, in relying on such scientists, because they're not scientists. Therefore, all honest people have gathered here in order to convey this truth to others, so that even such mercenary individuals would have a chance to voice the truth and purify their conscience that will visit them at night. Just think, you who believe that this doesn't concern you, because of your silence and inaction, you and all of us will die Friends, in YouTube, comments, emails, and our other platforms, you ask a question. Here's the answer for all of us. It's plain for all to see. Here is what causes our death: indifference, soullessness, laziness, cowardice. When a person knows the truth and takes decisions to be silent, he deprives others of a chance. After all, he leaves this truth only for himself and pretends that he doesn't know it. But what is next? Next, we see climate refugees who are being undressed and raped. We see people who were not warned. Precisely in order to unite all together and jointly speak this truth, we invite all sensible people to the next conference. If you want to tell the truth, here is your one and only opportunity. And here is the Alatra platform, a platform for all people, all 7.9 billion people. Here, honest people speak about the real situation, and every single one of them do their very best to reach out to everyone. But in order to reach out to everyone, our endeavors here are insufficient because every single one of you is needed. Yes, we need everyone. No jokes. We need you. Let us now do something before it is simply too late. Today, we can still build the creative society. Today, we have time. Tomorrow, we may no longer have it. Thank you again, Lisa, and thank you to all the scientists that stepped forward, all the diplomats, all those who hold important positions, all the technical support, and every single person that truly strives to build this world. Thank you.
Lena, we don't hear you.
And Alina, we cannot hear you right now. Thank you very much. I don't think we can hear you right now, Alina, but thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your courage, for the fact that you, being such a fragile woman, are not afraid to stand ahead of the entire scientific community and speak the truth in the name of saving humanity. Thank you very much, Jason, for speaking up. And now, you have voiced what all the greatest eminent scientists in the world should have been shouting about since 1998, but so far they're silent. Thank God that we have opened our eyes now. Until this moment, this information was fully covered and now it's revealed to the whole world. Many of us have learned this shocking truth for the first time, which completely changes the human perception of climate change. This is shocking and sobering. What we will do next with this knowledge, sit on the couch pretending that nothing happens, or wake up and start acting, is our choice. And now I would like to introduce Douglas Vogt, a researcher who has also talked about cyclicity.
Hello, my name is Douglas Vogt, chairman of the Daiho Foundation. a nonprofit science foundation here in the United States. And our objective is to explain and discover the causes of the Ice Age and geomagnetic reversals throughout time. And thank you very much for inviting me to your lovely conference. So the reason why this reversal happens has to do with a clock cycle that runs through time. It has nothing to do with a comet or meteor hitting the Earth, because that would be a random event. This is not a random event. By carbon-14 dating and other dating methods, it happens every 12,068 years. The evidence for the geomagnetic reversal as a timeline, as a clock cycle, is due to the research I did, and I collected a lot of information that showed the carbon-14 dating by geologists in various sediments around the world. And those tables, I included some of them in my Series 4, Part 4A, and you'll see some of the database tables. And in those tables, you'll see clearly about 6 or 7 cycles, roughly every 12,000 years, you had this reversal happen. And where you have a magnetic reversal, but the carbon-14 dating shows that's where it was. And that's one way I found it repeatedly. And in fact, I had so many, I had to cut down how many would be in the book. Otherwise, I'd have literally hundreds just for carbon-14 dating. The other dating method was organic material like logs found in glacial till. And they also showed 4 cycles every 12,000 years back, and it's the material that's found in the glacial till, proving the Ice Age did happen. And then finally, on volcanic material, same thing. Logs and stuff like that were burned underneath a lava flow, and they also carbon-14 dated in cycles of every roughly 12,000 years. For this polar reversal and cataclysm happening, it is a clock cycle. It is independent. It's this dihole that creates our reality has this clock cycle, and this is what happens during it. For the planets and the stars nova and the planets, the increased heat in the center of the planet is like what's going on in the center of the star, and we're going to have more earthquakes before the event happens. We're going to have more volcanoes going off and things like that. You can't stop it. And we are, in fact, having that going on right now. A lot of volcanoes going off all over worldwide. So it's a mechanism. What government is currently trying to tell everybody or brainwash everyone to think that CO2 emissions caused by mankind is causing global warming. You have to have a very low IQ to think that. The only heat source for the surface of the Earth is the sun. We, as little ants on this thing, we do not cause anything like that. There was an Air Force report, or government report back in the 70s, and University of Washington had it. And they did a study exactly of that. And they found that the sun was the main reason. It was not CO2 at all. So the federal government did the study a long time ago. They knew the truth. And so that's it. It's a lie. I was lucky to figure out the drop dead date, the date this thing's going to happen. The North Pole a magnetic North Pole, or the new pole, which will soon be the South Pole, will be roughly around Nova Zembla north of Russia. And I think that's also roughly the longitude that's going to be high noon when that sun novas. It's going to get worse. The climate's going to get worse. There's going to be more rain, more storms, because the sun's output's going to cause more evaporation in the oceans. And you in Europe are going to get dumped on, as well as us too. And there'll be more volcanoes, more earthquakes, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll know something bad is about to happen. The UV, by the way, the UV exposure also is going to be going up. It's been going up here in Florida. The sun is, in fact, expanding and producing more energy. That's the truth. How does it start? Well, it starts like what's going on right now, the decaying Earth's magnetic field and the movement of the field. Those are the signs you could set your atomic clock to this cycle when it happens, literally. What actually happens at the day of the reversal? Okay. It's a collection of disasters almost all at once. At the time this thing happens, you'll have the oceans, in Europe, if you're in England or in France, immediately the ocean would be towards you real fast. I don't know if it's going to be 300 or 400 miles an hour, but you're going to have the Atlantic Ocean come and visit you. So first you get the ocean coming towards you. In 8 minutes then, you'll see the sun nova. If you're outside and you're anywhere along that longitude, I suspect you'll be dead within seconds, because the heat from that nova could be 3 or 4, even 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in one shot. And it causes a tremendous amount of ocean water to evaporate on that side. And at the same time, when that happens, it creates a shock wave that's caused by water. When it goes immediately to steam, instantly, it creates a steam explosion. The cosmic rays will nail you and kill you. The ocean water of the Atlantic will be rushing across Africa and the European continent. A lot of it will be evaporated as the sun's heat heats it up and evaporates it. And so everything, the plant life on the side of the earth that gets the sun treatment gets cooked, burned. That's actually the source of coal. And the ocean water basically saves some of the plant life. It'll deposit this burning logs and stuff like that along the Ural Mountains or any kind of mountains that run north and south. As it goes around for about 100 days or so, it's going to be the worst. I think I answered the total disaster. I want everyone to understand this. Extremely few people survived it 12,000 years ago. Very, very few. So it's a lot of water is evaporated, as I explained earlier. It's like 450 feet of ocean water the last time got evaporated. All that water comes back to the earth in the form of first hot rain, then snow. And that snow piles up, and you have a colossal ice age. So, I mean, these are some of the things that are going to be happening. I mean, it's a cacophony of disaster. It's not like anything that man is used to, except those who survived it 12,000 years ago. We'd be all back to the Stone Age, what few would survive. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to give up the cell phones, the computers. You know, we don't want to give these things up. And I don't want those things to get given up either. But I'd like to be able to make it so many hundreds of thousands or millions of people can survive this thing. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of sad, but nothing we can do about it other than to work towards saving our ass. You got to be constructive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vogt. It was a true pleasure to meet you, and we're glad that you did all this research and you're openly and honestly talking to us today about cyclicity and the cataclysms of 12,000-year cycle. And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan, and currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stops. And but we'll still be here and we'll continue the conference. Thank you.
Yes, I also would like to sincerely thank Mr. Vogt for his efforts to warn and save humanity from destruction and cyclical cataclysms. Your tremendous work in comparing and analyzing the materials truly deserves respect. It is important for all humanity. And we want to discuss the topic of cyclic cataclysms in more detail on the roundtable, and we will do it after in next days. But right now, what is most important to mention, that back then, the situation was much better. During the last cycle, we have the people did not destroy planet to such an extent. There was the ice was there, the permafrost remained, and we can study it. We can drill the well and study these analyses, study the soils, and prove it for ourselves, because there are really a lot of evidence for these events. And now this is really a very hard situation for all of us, and there are a lot of questions appears. What will happen next? And really, to answer this question, we can think that maybe without building a creative society, making these conditions, it will be really, even like in best case scenarios, only few people will survive. But what then? What is the purpose? And it's really hard to say, but people, even if they will survive, they will have question how to live. And the alive ones will envy the dead. Thank you, and I pass the word to Dusan.
Děkuju. Velmi na mě zapůsobila informace, kterou přednesl jeden z našich řečníků ohledně eugeniky.
Thank you. I was very impressed by the information about eugenics voiced by one of our speakers. And I would like to add that indeed a small bunch of people will not be able to withstand these global cataclysms. Even if there were 500 million of us left today, as some so-called experts suggest, it would still change nothing in the situation. If this had been done about 200 years ago, it could have prolonged human existence and humanity would have had another 100 years remaining. But today, it's already too late. And what is happening to the world right now? Now, we are almost 8 billion of us. But what is the use of such humanity where people hate, kill and destroy each other? Yes, our potential is enormous, but we can actually unite. Can we actually unite? In this consumerist world, we have been separated and turned into idiots and fools, and to such an extent that even when you tell people obvious things, there are those who don't believe you. Now, open your eyes, look at the world, look at what a progression of cataclysms is going on. So you think that we should just sit and wait until everything collapses? After all, this affects you too. You too will cease to exist, just like your relatives or any of us. But today, each person is important. After all, we cannot do anything without people. If we as humanity do not unite, then all our efforts will be in vain. Maybe we should have done some severe eugenics back then, so that those who are left would have saved human civilization. Or is it better to have a huge crowd of 8 billion who cannot save their own asses? What is the use of us if we are like animals to each other? The rule of 6 handshakes did not work. Of course, many people were inspired, but we have not yet achieved our goal of informing the entire humanity. Why? Because there is a lot of selfishness in society. People take care of their immediate personal interests without thinking about tomorrow. Is it really hard for you to tell others about the creative society? To tell people about the only way out? You keep telling everyone, collapse is going on over there. And the answer is, they deserved it. Isn't it crazy when one part of our planet is happy that another part is collapsing? Why is there such an attitude? because the worst prevails in us. It illustrates the state of our society today. It shows that we are degraded morally in all human aspects. Some are preoccupied with their personal problems, improving their own lives, while others are dominated by the lowest moral standards. Still others are totally insane in general, and this is our modern society. We have been brainwashed to forget how to think, love, or respect each other. We are sick consumption machines. We are slaves of the consumerist format. All we want is a new gadget or clothes. What are our dreams about? What dreams do people have today? There was a poll. How do you envision the future? More advanced cell phones, smartwatches, and so on. This is what people answered. Isn't this crazy? That's all that most of us are capable of? If we do nothing about this now, if we keep silent, if we don't force morons to become smarter, then we're doomed. People do not think about themselves. People think nothing about their loved ones, their children, or anyone else. They just enjoy themselves. Other people need proof, sort of convince me. This retard cannot even connect the dots, let alone more. So, what is our perspective as humanity? That's a simple question. Really. Isn't it scary? How can we do anything in this kind of society? Yet we must do something. Because our lives depend on these morons too, and not just them. Isn't that so? It's a brutal reality. And now I have a question for everyone who is listening. Are you happy with this reality? Or are you willing to act, to change things for the better?
Rochon, thank you so much for this information. It's so important to understand now that neither population reduction nor any other means will help us to survive, except the building of a creative society. We have no time to lose. And indeed, the question you asked at the end of your speech, should be answered by every single person. Friends, let's stop for a second and think, and then answer that question. Are you satisfied with the reality, or are you ready to act in order to change things for better? And we still have hope, because today's conference was initiated and implemented by volunteers from 180 countries of the world. It's been simultaneously translated into 72 languages to give an opportunity to millions of people to hear. This is life-saving information. And for the first time in history, we hear the truth about the real situation on Earth, scientific truth of facts. And this information is given to us in order to help us make the right choice. And now I give the floor to Dr. Gayal. He is a member of the National Tourism Advisory Council with the Ministry of Tourism in India. Also, he is a founder and chairman of STRS Travel Group. Mr. Gayal, the floor is yours.
Greetings from India to all the people on this beautiful planet of ours, because we are a generation who have become aware of the crisis that is there, and probably will be the last generation who have the opportunity to save it. That is the reason why I am participating, and I'm grateful for giving me the honor of participating in this international event. I think what all of you are doing and what the movement you are doing of saving the planet is a very, very great initiative. And on behalf of the Indian people, the Indian tourism and aviation industry, and I would like to assure you my fullest cooperation in making this movement a grand success. Friends, it is now or never. Either, we will all die and we will, this planet will be finished unless we wake up. Global warming is going on. We are seeing our glaciers, melting. We see floods taking place. There are flash floods recently in the Himalayan mountains also. In the state of Uttarakhand, there was another flash flood. So these things need to be prevented. We need to have a linking of our rivers because there are areas where there is drought. You see, we are trying to, find life on the Mars and on the moon, but we are not taking care of the life that is there, in Africa and in various slums in India and also in various countries of South and Southeast Asia. So I think that movement should go all over the planet. And I think if this is done, then we hope that your movement, which initiative you people have taken, will become an international revolution, because it is not just for our survival. We probably have lived most of our life, but it is for the survival of our children and grandchildren, so that this planet remains alive and it is not destroyed, self-destroyed by the greed and short-sightedness and narrow outlook of this generation which is inhabiting this planet. And I hope that this planet will remain full of life, not just human life, plant life, animal life, and will not end up rotating like a ball of fire aimlessly around the sun. I hope that we'll be able to succeed, because it is now or never, and we hope that we all shall overcome. God bless us, and God bless our movement, and I hope that we can and we will be able to save this beautiful planet of ours. Time is short, so we need to all wake up, and I appeal to all the people who are attending this conference that please take a pledge today that we have to do it now, and let us not leave it for tomorrow what can be done today, because the hour of decision has arrived and it can no longer be ignored, because to ignore it will be a complete disaster of mankind, complete destruction of the planet. So let us save it and let us not destroy it. So this is my appeal to all the viewers of this conference and historical conference. And I hope that this conference will be the turning of the tide. On behalf of the Indian tourism industry and the people of India, I can assure you that we will leave no stone unturned in order to make this movement a grand success. Thank you. God bless you. God bless all of us. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное, господин Гаял. Очень сильные слова. Вы абсолютно правы. Нам пора проснуться.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayal. You're totally right. We need to wake up. Next, shocking information will be announced about the destruction of the ozone layer, the weakening of the magnetic field, and the enhancing of cosmic radiation. All these processes are the result of the cycle of 12,000 years, and I'm pleased to introduce you the next speaker, Doctor of Geological and Mineralogical Sciences, leading researcher of the Department of Petrology and Volcanology of the Geological Faculty of the Lomonosov Moscow State University, Savartkin Vladimir Leonidovich. He has been studying the problem of the destruction of the ozone layer as a result of natural degazing of the surface for more than 30 years and found that the ozone layer is being destroyed over tectonic fault zones and volcanic regions, and also the changes in the ozone layer are one of the most important climate change factors.
The international conference, Global Crisis. This already affects everyone. I'm happy to welcome you. My name is Vladimir Savartkin. I'm a doctor of geological and mineralogical sciences, a leading research associate at the Geology Department of Lomonosov Moscow State University. Let me begin our conversation with today's weather. Abnormal heat and the ruined ozone layer are the real causes of climatic anomalies that no one talks about nowadays. People on the planet talk about carbon dioxide, anthropogenic impacts. Something about methane is being mentioned now. Cows should be hung or slaughtered. But on March 22, 1985, the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer was signed, where weather and climatic anomalies were mentioned as the second threat to the ozone layer, following the biologically active ultraviolet light. The Vienna Convention was signed by 196 countries. Can you name at least one scientist who would start with the ozone layer when speaking about climate anomalies? I've brought you straight to the point that we must discuss the ozone layer. Nothing will work without paying attention to the ozone layer. We can, so to say, set aside and just forget what we were told that the ozone layer is being destroyed by technogenic gases, such as freons. Those freons, which were most blamed for destroying the ozone layer, were almost entirely withdrawn 25 to 30 years ago. And the mistake of modern science is that problems of both climate and the ozone layer are studied by, let's say, laboratory chemists and laboratory physicists. Although, when we speak about the change of atmospheric composition, then in both cases, in the ozone layer problem and in the climate problem, it is us. Geologists and geochemists, who should be the first to speak. So, I'm not a white crow in this problem, but I'm its major and legitimate participant, because if we study reactions in test tubes and then try to input them into the general system of our planet Earth, nothing will work, as we already see. We can see that freons have indeed been withdrawn under the Montreal Protocol, which regulates production and consumption of 100 chemical compounds. Let me disclose a secret to those who don't know. The ozone layer continues to go to ruin. Moreover, the degree of ozone depletion steadily increases. We will now present to you 3 maps of average monthly anomalies in the total column ozone in the Northern Hemisphere. In March 2011, we can see a 35% average monthly ozone loss. 4 years later, in January through February 2016, as you can see on the map right now, there is a loss of 40%. The numbers I'm voicing are crazy. They are insane. It's the average monthly loss. In the previous year, 2020, in the month of March, the loss was already 50%. So we can see that the ozone layer in the northern hemisphere is experiencing enormous damage. But nobody really cares about that. Moreover, the pace of destruction starts in January and can last until May, as it was in 2020. At that, we know, and the Montreal Protocol was actually adopted due to this, that every percent of ozone loss over our heads between 1 and 10% means an increase in the so-called photogenic diseases and all other diseases as well, because one of the effects of ultraviolet rays is a widespread decrease in immunity. Nowadays, we have to remember that. Yet, there is another threat associated with hydrogen, particularly that hydrogen which reaches us from the sun, solar rays, or more precisely, proton particles, as well as galactic hydrogen, galactic cosmic rays, which are also hydrogen in nature. The danger is that the Earth's magnetic field is pulsating. It is getting sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker. Now, it is actually weakening. And in this case, it stops being a good impenetrable protection for those very cosmic proton rays. Now let's go back to the study of ozone depletion. As the Vienna Convention signed by all nations tells us, the cause of the ozone layer depletion is emission of hydrogen from the Earth's core. Hydrogen is an ozone-depleting gas. Therefore, the ozone layer is ruined where hydrogen is emitted. We can do nothing but predict. We know where the most vulnerable places are in terms of ozone depletion, and if we study the causes affecting the rhythm of these emissions, while the emissions are rhythmic, at the peaks of hydrogen coming out of the ground, we can read the cosmic rhythm. It is still unclear how the core of our planet is arranged and according to what laws hydrogen is emitted from it. It's just that from cracks in the Earth's crust, hydrogen is emitted and it burns. Hydrogen and methane often go together. You see, this lie about the cause of ozone depletion has now been added to another lie about the crucial role of anthropogenic gases, carbon dioxide. I studied this problem, and I can say that in the group of gases that possess a greenhouse effect, water vapor plays a major role in the greenhouse effect on our planet. Roughly 80%. 10% are trace gases. What are they? These are the very freons, ozone, methane, and carbon dioxide gases that everyone is talking about. 10%. But of those 10%, only 10% is anthropogenic. Hence, the total contribution of anthropogenic carbon dioxide to the greenhouse effect on our planet is 1%. Now let's proceed right to the processes which are indicated as evidence of anthropogenic global warming. First of all, it is well documented that in the center of Antarctica nothing is melting from top. On the contrary, ice is building up there. Antarctica is melting from below. The heat flux that has been intensified or is being intensified by emissions of that same flammable hydrogen gas oxidizes to release energy and begins to melt the ice. And water flows in the subglacial tunnels and is discharged around the entire Antarctica into the polar seas of the ocean. The same is in Greenland. In 2020, there was the severest ozone layer depletion on the planet in the history of observation. Due to what? Due to the increase in hydrogen emissions, as we can see on the ozone maps. So what happened in 2020 that confused everyone, so to say? Thousands of birds were falling down from the sky. Whole flocks of them died. Fish were dying in rivers and seas. Whales were suffocating and threw themselves ashore. Why? In every case, they come up with a theory. In one case, they say that birds were frightened by fireworks. In another, they had supposedly pecked fermented berries, and so on and so forth. However, this mass phenomenon should be considered in a general context. Blowdown of seas and oceans with reducing gases kills aerobic biota, meaning those living organisms that live in the seas and oceans and birds that fly over land and breathe oxygen. Volley emissions of hydrogen, methane, and other gases cause mass deaths of living creatures. Now let's make a brief summary, a geologist's point of view. The most powerful geological process I mentioned is the emission of hydrogen from the core of the Earth, which is related to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and the death of biota. It is escalating. We have recorded this in the ozone maps, which show that there is a powerful step-by-step destruction of the ozone layer. Therefore, we have the entire trail of cataclysms associated with ozone depletion, epidemics, including all sorts of pandemics we have now. People are being massively exposed to ultraviolet rays, which reduces immunity on a massive scale. No one is talking about that. I'll say it again. Earthquakes are associated with hydrogen emission, whereas volcanic eruptions are that hot degassing of the Earth. All these are weather anomalies related to ozone depletion, including floods. Strange as it may seem, floods are all over our country at the moment. You see, colleagues, it's our lot to live in such a difficult era. Dear colleagues, I would like to end my speech by saying that my experience in studying natural processes resulting in disasters has led me to a very sad conclusion. That many of our native scientists, especially in the field of atmosphere and climatology, are not interested in real causes. That's from my experience, and I am ready to assert this. Just like it is all over the world, I mean, nobody cares about the ozone layer and what is happening to it. Now, the influence of the ozone layer on weather and climate, as stated in the Vienna Convention, is not of interest. Hence, in our climatology as science, when we discuss the climate process, planetary scale lies predominate. And here, I find such a chance to win. If participants of ALLATRA international movement aim to pursue the planetary scale truth, I think it will be the most powerful and most serious investment in the development of our entire civilization. Because civilization is being killed. And now they are even trying to arrange some kind of civilizational counter-revolution, making a diversion in order to remove one thing and impose something else. It's not ready yet. So colleagues, let's fight for the truth hand in hand with the whole world, with the whole planet. And then on the basis of this truth, when we are all convinced that I have told the truth today, I've said things that are believable, that explain a lot, well, someone else will elaborate. But the main thing is to tell the truth, not a mercenary lie for which you are well paid or for which you will get something, but the truth, which a person must speak simply because he is a human being. So with that, I say goodbye to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Syrotkin. Another topic that's not being paid enough attention in today's world is the geomagnetic field. We have a huge dent in our magnetic field just above South America and South Atlantic. It's called South Atlantic Anomaly. And this is where, just flying over this part of the Earth, sometimes satellites are collapsing, but we don't hear about any threats to human life. What's more terrifying is that just since 2015, it's expanding tremendously fast, and it formed a different epicenter just above Cape Town, and now it's two different zones. This was out of any prediction. No one could predict anything like that, even in the best forecasts. So we see that even the best forecasts scientists were making 5 years ago were not expecting anything like this. It just proves what Lisa said in her speech, that this is caused by the changes in the core of the Earth, deep underground, which is not being talked about enough because apparently CO2 is much more profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tali. And next, we will learn with you even more about the dangers of cosmic radiation. So right now, let's watch a short video.
Shocking news of 2021 that you will not find in the headlines of world mass media. Air and water are disappearing from our planet. Unknown radiation from outer space is slowly killing people. Slowly? Not really. In 2021, scientists from the LHAASO Observatory discovered ultra-high energy cosmic accelerators within the Milky Way. Short-term, but very powerful outbursts of radiation occur when dense neutron stars collide with each other, supernovas explode, or when stars or planets disappear in black holes. Such hard radiation is rapidly destroying the ozone layer in the Earth's atmosphere. It can trigger acid rains all over the planet. In the absence of the ozone layer, intensive UV radiation, along with abundant acid rain, will be able to destroy all life on Earth in the shortest possible time. This is happening because the sun's magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous cosmic rays, has significantly weakened as the sun is now at its minimum. At the exact moment when deadly radiation flies to us from the depths of space, the sun protection is minimal. Galactic cosmic rays reach the upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere and destroy it. This is accompanied by increased volcanic activity, earthquakes, and extreme weather events. But worst of all, we're at risk of losing oxygen and water. After all, it is the atmosphere that keeps the conditions for life on Earth. And the situation gets even more serious due to the fact that the Earth's magnetic field, the protective dome that protects us against threats from outer space, has begun to burst at the seams. There are already huge areas where the protection has critically weakened. Thus, the Brazilian magnetic anomaly, in fact, an energy hole, has increased to an unprecedented size. It is already reaching the west coast of Africa and continues to grow. The strength of the magnetic field over the Western Hemisphere is weaker than over the Eastern Hemisphere, and it continues to destroy itself. It is also anomalous that at the moment the drift velocity of the magnetic North Pole has increased sixfold. In addition, the magnetic field itself is rapidly weakening. This indicates that the magnetic poles are beginning to invert, during which the magnetic field may even disappear completely for a period of time. Solar shielding is minimal. The Earth's electromagnetic field is weakened, and the stratosphere, which preserves oxygen, has decreased by 400 meters because of our activities. What is the danger to us? A little more, and cosmic radiation will kill us all. Doesn't this news deserve front-page coverage in every publication in the world? Does it not deserve that we all pay attention to it? While our attention is directed to making money, the race for alpha superiority, conflicts, the destruction of life and atmosphere is taking place. Even a child understands that we will not survive without air. Many people dream of flying to Mars, a planet without atmosphere and life. Very soon, Martian landscapes could be seen on our planet. To save life on Earth, or to remain indifferent to its destruction. Life or death of all humankind. This is the choice every one of us is facing now.
Indeed, all inhabitants of the earth are in mortal danger. And you know that soon all vegetation, oxygen, and water can disappear from the surface of the earth. Direct gamma rays are headed straight towards our planet right now. And this is connected to the solar minimum dip that renders us absolutely helpless against the deadly radiation. This is related to the position of our planet in outer space. At the moment, the solar system and the Earth are moving throughout the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. And this destructive force are influencing the Earth, which leads to the destruction. Inside the Earth, eventually, there is an energy which heats up volcanoes, oceans, and awakens, causing earthquakes. This radiation destroys the heart of the Earth, the Earth core. Besides this destructive effect, it also affects the atmosphere. Atmosphere is the only defense, and the volume of the atmosphere lately decreasing, and it means that the air decreases as well. It means that cosmic galactic radiation, in essence, destroyed our Earth from the inside, as well as it affects our outer shell, the atmosphere. And the result of this impact you see outside your window. And that is exactly what takes place right now when all protective mechanisms of Earth are weakened. We are influenced by this deadly rays, and the consequences of this rays are almost irreversible. We can talk for long about what might happen, and many people believe that they can save themselves in shelter underground, but the situation as follows: that air and water can disappear from the surface of the planet. So how people will be able to survive? People, think about it. What are we doing with our planet? The air is disappearing, and we continue to fight for territories, power, and influence. The influence, the impact of galactic cosmic rays, this is a serious global problem. We need such technologies of completely different level. The time is precious. Let's use it for searching solutions, developing technologies. I choose creative society and the conditions in which we can implement it. And what do you choose?
Thank you, Anastasia. This is a very acute question, and every person needs to answer for himself. Now, let's watch a fragment from a video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, which will help with the answer to this question.
Either we, all together, really begin to understand that the world is on the brink. Nowadays, everyone is already talking about this. We are not talking about economics, geopolitics, wars, and so forth. We are talking about our planet, which we, as humanity, have eaten, destroyed, poisoned, and basically killed. But we can still do something. So, either we take it on and do something, but all together, or let each of us mind our own business. There is no other alternative. Let's solve our unresolved problems. Someone hasn't planted a tree yet. Someone hasn't finished building a house. Well, let's finish building it. Let's plant trees. Let's finish building houses. I don't know for whom. Maybe for tardigrades. Well, surely mold is likely to survive. Yet, not for long. Well, when they fly to Mars, they will tell us what is there. And we will find out what is there. But there are no houses or trees. That's for sure. You know, some people are jealous of those who want to go to Mars. That there are heroes who will see another planet, a dead planet like Mars. They shouldn't be jealous. Soon, we will all see it together if we do nothing. We don't have to fly anywhere. We're killing our planet, our own planet. Isn't that so?
We see how serious is the situation today. And if we don't change the format of of society to creative society, we have no chance to survive. And dear viewers, I'm very happy to introduce and to give a floor to our next great speaker of honor. It's Mr. Satyajit Patkal, who is a well-known Indian television and film director, specializing also in TV shows focused on social projects. And Mr. Patkal, he is working together with Mr. Amir Khan, and the work you are doing with the whole team of the Pani Foundation is really admirable, because you are bringing people together and helping them deal with the consequences of the drought. And this is a local example of people overcoming challenges together. So it's our honor. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Satyajit. I live in Mumbai, India. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to have the opportunity to speak at the Creative Society Conference. No external agency, no technology is going to be able to solve our problems unless and until we are able to solve for the basic problem which faces mankind, which is that of social fracture. That unless we are able to realize that we are essentially all one, yet all of us today are divided. We are divided, along multiple axes. And that is the fundamental crisis that confronts us. If we are able to solve that, we'll have a fighting chance to solve for everything else. If we are not able to solve that, science and technology, I don't believe is going to be able to ever, lead us out of the crisis, absolutely the edge of the cliff that we find ourselves on. So I think it's wonderful what is being attempted, and it's a privilege to be a part of this conversation. The central concern at a very immediate level is climate change. I think climate change is the elephant in the room. It's going to, it is already unraveling very, very rapidly. It's not something which is going to happen in the future. It is already happening. We are literally like you must be familiar with the story of the frog and the water. So the story is this, that essentially you put a frog in hot water, it immediately jumps out because it knows that the water is hot. But you put the frog in water which is at room temperature and you gradually boil it. It's enjoying the temperature of the water, and by the time the frog realizes that the water is dangerous, it's too late. It doesn't have the ability to jump out. And I think that we are very close to that boiling point now, and it would take all the ingenuity of man to pull us away from the brink of the abyss, because that is where we find ourselves today. So no matter whom we might consider powerful, the greatest military superpowers of the world, also at some level
ironic as it may seem, perceive themselves to be helpless. And that's true, because here is therefore a crisis in which unless all of mankind comes together and has agreement at least on this, we are really not going to be able to extricate ourselves from this crisis. But as human beings, our wiring has not taken place commensurate with that. So we have kind of conquered the laws of nature, but we do not know our own natures, our own beings. Who are we? As a species, we are already on borrowed time. Now we are seeing how climate change is passing the tipping point in many countries. We can see how the environment which each of us lives in deteriorates and turns more and more unpredictable. It doesn't only deteriorate, it turns unpredictable. We have hurricanes in Bombay, which we never had. So at multiple levels, I think every person everywhere in the world can feel that we are living in a period of uncertainty, which is unprecedented. All national solutions are failing. And they will fail whether this happens as far as health is concerned, whether global warming is concerned, whether it's as far as the economy is concerned. And whether or not people are able to articulate it, I personally am deeply convinced that the entire survival of our species depends on us coming together, on us finding a way based on dialogue, on kindness, on love, on overcoming fear, of embracing differences. We are either able to do that and survive, or we will certainly perish as a species. And no doubt, this is not something which is at all unpredictable. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to predict that. I mean, obviously the role of media is heightened because media has the ability to reach many more people in one go. This level of urgency can only be acquired if it becomes the dominant emotion of civil society. We have not been able to give it that level of urgency, that level of awareness in the public consciousness. Certainly, one part of it is the role of the media, but it is obviously the power of every section of society. It is what parents need to do. It is what schools and colleges need to do. It is what politicians in power need to do. It is what every single one of us needs to be doing. This is my first interaction with creative society, and I'm absolutely I love the idea of people across all kinds of so-called divides coming together in order to open up a conversation about the common problems that face us as humanity or as part of nature or existence, whichever way we choose to look at it. So I think it's a extremely important initiative.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bhatkal, for supporting Creative Society, for being part of this amazing movement. And now I would like to give a floor to Her Royal Highness, Queen Nadia Harihiri. Queen Nadia is Ambassador at Large for UN Affairs at the International Human Rights Commission, World President of Ada Dona Nurir, the Pro-Counsel of Rockfield College of Science, and founder and CEO of Success World One.
Greetings, everybody. Aloha, salam alaikum, namaste to everybody. I am Queen Nadia. I wanted to participate to Creative Society because, first of all, they are very dear to me. The team is a wonderful team. All over the world, they are making a great job, and their goal is to bring all people together and to be united and to treat the causes of humanity and to build a sustainable change for everybody. And because it is also one of my fights, I found in Creative Society a family to join. All together, we are strong. You know, when I look at this world, I can see that there's only crisis everywhere. We have problem of poverty, problem of violence of human rights, non-respect of human rights, problem of this COVID, problem of aggressivity, we have created a consciousness based on ego. And because we have created that, we have completely changed our environment with our attitude, with our corruption, with our violence, with our judgment, with our aggressivity. We have just destroyed this world. Regarding the climate change, if we are not bringing love to this planet, if we are not bringing solidarity and unity together, the scientists can do nothing. Because if we continue like that, it will be the extinction of humanity. We are destroying one another. We are killing one another. Because we have not understood exactly what is our real identity. I want to thank everybody in Creative Society for the great work they are doing. So to bringing everybody together, bringing peace, sharing love, and fighting for justice. This is what our world needs. What I love in Creative Society is that everybody is answering present, because everybody wants the change. Everybody wants love and peace in this world. And Creative Society is making it possible, because we understood that without this unity, nothing is possible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Queen Nadia Harahiri. It is a pleasure to have you here with us today. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Sir Patrick Bajot, who will talk on the importance of unification. Sir Patrick Bajot is an UN Ambassador for World Peace Tracts, Senior Banking Redemption Judge for the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, an investment banker, fund manager, and author.
Thank you for the support that you and your organization is giving to the world at large with respect to this wonderful mission that you have about creative society. And I've seen, so much that you've done, and I applaud it, no doubt about that. And I'd like to welcome everybody globally to the Creative Society today. I'm an ambassador for the UN, as you know. I advocate this right across the board with all governments, as I speak to prime ministers and presidents too. I advocate this with respect to the International Court of Justice. I don't think people are actually understanding the significance of the danger with respect to climate change. So you've asked the question, what's the position legally with migration in view of a disaster or the potential of a disaster? The answer legally is that you simply cannot go and pick up yourself and go to one country to the next because you feel that your country has famine or your country has a plague. It is going to be, the legal position is that if in the process of a destructive force, whether that's actually provoked by man, or whether that's initiated by should we say, an act of God, should we say nature, we will have to open the boundaries so that people can escape from one catastrophe and free themselves and get relief in another zone. At the moment, the law doesn't allow that. The question is that is a disaster, that is a world crisis, yet borders are shut for countries' own unification, for countries' own safety, and so on. They isolate themselves. I would like to see that change. I would like to see us having open doors in moments of crisis to support all of our neighbors. Because the human race fundamentally is one human race, irrespective of race, culture, creed, and so on. And we're there to support each other, especially during a moment of crisis. And humanity would simply just be a distant memory. It's a shame that people want to put monuments up about themselves, when in reality, there would be nothing there ultimately for them to be remembered by. Give our children's children a chance to live in a world, on a planet that we once enjoyed and we could have enjoyed. Let's not destroy their legacy. Do something about it now. Now is the time, not tomorrow. Right now is the time to do something. It has enormous destructive qualities. If people are not paying attention to climate change, I don't know how many more times I've got to say this to scientists, to the United Nations, to governments, to wake up. Wake up quickly before it's just too late. And, you know, they can't turn around and say they haven't been told. They can't say they haven't been warned. Some things I've said are quite profound. And I want your creative society to continue on with its remarkable movement, remarkable mission statement, and keep growing so that ultimately, by virtue of by significance of number, we will change the world. I appeal to everybody to do something about that. Become part of the creative society. Join their mission statement. Listen to what they are saying. It has an adverse effect if you don't. These people are doing this. They're not being paid for doing this. They're doing this because they care about the world. They want to see a change. They spend and dedicate their whole time for this cause, so that governments, judges like myself, will take heed from a legal point of view. And my position as a UN ambassador, people will listen to that position. They will listen to the fact that even people with my position can make a difference, with my colleagues too, in the UN, as it is also with my fellow judges. I appeal to governments. I appeal to leaders. I appeal to you, mankind, to take the stand now, before it's just too late. Why are you not understanding this? Why are you not getting to understand the significance of this? It is absolutely detrimental to the humankind if we do not take heed and follow the direction of the creative society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bijou, and thank you for your appeal and for being with us today. Dear viewers, thank you for being with us, for your comments and for your support. And let's watch together the next video. And I'm sure it will not leave any one of us indifferent.
Have you ever thought that there might be circumstances when you will suddenly have to leave your home, your apartment, or your town? Leave forever. And the reason for this would be neither traveling, nor vacation, or a planned moving, but the necessity to survive. Refugee. You have probably heard this word from the news. But have you ever thought that sooner or later you may become a refugee yourself? After all, climate disasters know no borders, social statuses, or schedules. In 2020 alone, 82.4 million people were forced to leave their homes. This is equal to the population of such countries as Germany or Turkey. This is more than the population of Great Britain or France. Refugees are people who are fleeing a deadly threat. But today, there is no place for them to run to. Their lives are exposed to danger and risk wherever they get to. Among them, there are millions of people, climate refugees, who have no protection of the law. Neither the Refugee Convention nor the international law oblige countries to accept climate refugees. On January 21st, 2020, the UN Human Rights Committee ruled that countries cannot send people back to their home country who have faced climate changes. It ruled, but actually rejected the world's first complaint filed by Loan Tessiota against New Zealand, which violated his right to life by being deported to his home country of Kiribati. After the deportation of Loan's family, one of his children suffered from a serious case of blood poisoning. Climate refugees are one of the most disenfranchised categories of people. The laws of many countries provide for penalties regarding inhumane treatment of animals, but they give absolutely no protection to the people who miraculously survived a natural disaster and ended up on the street without means of sustenance. Every day, one child dies among migrants or refugees. Mark Lowcock said, "I'm getting daily reports of babies and other young children dying in the cold." Imagine the grief of a parent who escaped a war zone, with their child only to watch that child freeze to death. We build shelters for homeless animals, but we refuse to help people in need. Not only do we refuse to help these people, all kinds of violence against refugees are permitted. Many countries began a containment policy, trying to prevent refugees from entering their territories at all costs. According to the UN, thousands of people were pushed back by the border control authorities in Europe using violent measures. The pandemic worsened the situation for refugees. According to official information, tightening of border crossings did not let hundreds of thousands of people leave zones of armed conflicts, economic crisis, and environmental disasters. Meanwhile, the number of business trips abroad remained practically at the same level. Since 2015, border violence has become more sophisticated. Moreover, since 2020, the number of tortures has increased compared to the previous year. A special report prepared by Border Violence Monitoring Network on tortures in 2020, analysis data from 286 testimonies of violent pushbacks, prolonged beating for up to 6 hours at a time, Police dogs being released and encouraged to attack. Forced undressing. The burning and destruction of clothes and forcing people on the move to cross borders in a complete state of undress. Groups of up to 80 men, women, and children were forced to undress completely and placed inside the detention room. Severe beating and throwing victims into water, resulting in their disappearance. Here are just a couple of quotes from the victims. They even fired shots close to our ears for the purpose of intimidating us. They didn't ask us anything, just started the beating. We had mayonnaise and ketchup in our bags, which they rubbed on our wounds. In December 2020, the Black Book of Pushbacks was published. A 1,500-page book documents the horrific violence suffered by over 12,000 people at the hands of authorities on the external borders of civilized European countries. Oxfam International published a similar report in 2018. Police detain children as young as 12 in cells without water or food and removed SIM cards from their mobile phones. Changing their birth date on statements, illegitimately pushing them back across the border, cutting the soles off their shoes so they wouldn't try to come back. There is clear evidence of an increased sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls, both during and after disasters. Multiple cases of sexual abuse of children have been documented. Elderly people are also at increased risk of violence, exploitation, and abuse. In our society, a person loses their property, their place of residence, loses the right to protection and life. Refugee camps have appalling conditions. Fabrizio Carboni, Near and Middle East Regional Director of the International Committee of the Red Cross, says about the refugee camps. Tents plagued by rats, water sources contaminated by feces, and inhabitants suffering from tuberculosis, scabies, and post-traumatic stress. Hundreds of children, mostly boys, some as young as 12, are detained in adult prisons, places they simply do not belong. These are the realities of our consumer society we live in. Considering the trend of escalating climate disasters, are you sure disasters won't come to your home tomorrow? Are you prepared to be in those people's shoes? Or shall we change things together? Nobody values human life in a consumer society. But in the creative society, human life is of the highest value.
Нет, это не голливудский фильм ужасов.
It's neither a Hollywood horror movie, nor a perverted result of a writer's or director's sick imagination. It is reality, a bitter, devastating, heartbreaking reality. What kind of society's degradation have we reached? Would any of us, watching this conference in our warm rooms, want to be in their shoes? Or do we want our children to be in their shoes? Undeniable scientific evidence has been preserved to us today, indicating that what is happening to climate now is only the beginning. Right now, climate migration, to be honest, is not so large-scale. The planet has started collapsing, but it will collapse even more. What kind of a world are we going to find ourselves in if we don't change anything? Think of this yourselves. All of us are sensible people. You can get together facts, collect them. More and more people will get into such inhumane conditions. As the scale of climatic cataclysms is increasing, as we already see on TV, even in June and July of 2021, the number of climate refugees will increase in proportion. Therefore, the horror will increase just as much, the one which we've seen right now. It's not difficult either to see the conditions for refugees with the current format of society will only get worse in all respects. Aggression, inhumane conditions of survival will only increase exponentially relative to the number of casualties and the scale of infrastructure ruin. If what we have just seen is a horror, it is extremely painful for every single person who cares, for mothers and parents. Then what words can be used to describe the prospects? Apocalypse. The most dangerous thing now is to think that nothing like this will happen to you. We are actually in the same boat, and don't you think that refugees will come to you? It is quite possible that it is you and your children who will have to migrate. And on our planet today, there is no single place that is guaranteed to be safe, not a single one. When we understand this, we will be able to stop playing and doing foolishness. Then we will be able to unite. Because today, as never before, we need the entire scientific potential of our planet to be ready to save people. But we should be ready for that in advance. In advance, but not when it is too late. And this is possible only in the format of creative society. And this is clear to everyone already.
Hello. After what I've seen, I have the following association. If we think of our society as a single organism and compare it to the human body, it is like cutting off our left hand in the hope that there will be more room for the right one. This is absurd. Instead of solving the problem together, we fence ourselves off from the people facing the tragedy in the hope that we will live more comfortably. A false system of values was imposed on us and we supported it. And that's what it leads to. The situation in Haiti was a shocking example for me. On January 12, 2010, there was a massive earthquake there. The most terrible thing is that a lot of people died not because of the disaster itself, but because of the struggle for the piece of bread and a sip of water. I visited this country 3 years after the cataclysm, working on a sea vessel that delivered rice there. I will always remember this picture of hungry people trying to get under the cover of night for this rice, while armed guards were driving them away. We brought in rice, while neighboring ships brought tanks to contain population. It was impossible to leave the port because you would simply be kidnapped. At the entrance to the port itself, a huge number of people were crowding, hoping to get a job for food. And this was already 3 years after the cataclysm. There are cases when people killed each other for rice. Looking at them then, I could not even imagine that all of us would be like that soon. At least they were provided with rice, but no one will provide it to us. Having lost everything, In the lack of food and water, we will also be like that, and we will cut our organs from the stomach and eat each other. Are there any doubts? Look at the examples in modern history. There is an opinion that the trouble will unite us all. But the truth is that extreme conditions strengthen in a person what dominates him every day. Take a look around and pay attention to how we behave today. What prevails in us every day? The issue of climate refugees is not new, but there is still no legal regulation on the issue. Even today, there are no complete statistics on the exact number of people who require immediate help. Despite the fact that there are statements about the need to accept climate refugees, in fact, they and their families are being deported back to their home country with unsuitable living conditions due to climate change. Who should raise these questions? Shouldn't we, the people ourselves? If we agree with the way other people are treated, then we agree to be treated in exactly the same way. Our biggest crisis today is a crisis of humanity, and our lives are at stake. Therefore, we should make every effort. You and I are responsible for the format that we currently support. It is worth noting that when people speak of refugees, they always mean someone and somewhere far away. But today, speaking about refugees, given what is happening with the climate, I'm talking about you and me. Yes, you've heard everything correctly. Have you ever lost your home? Have you lost all your familiar life? Lost the comfort of your surroundings and your usual rituals like family dinners, internet surfing, hot showers and costly baths? So imagine that having lost all these, you and your loved ones will be forced to go in search of a safe place to sleep, food and water. And you will find yourself among strangers. It is good if they understand you, but if they don't, here is the question worth asking. What will happen to us if the current examples of refugees' life are shocking? What will happen to us in a society where a person is just a figure in a report? So, before it's too late, we should look each other in the eyes, understand that we have nothing to divide, and shake hands. Yes, these are difficult times, but we are able, discarding prejudices, to unite in a common goal and build a creative society, to strengthen the foundations of real values, to put everything back in the right place, and prepare to jointly face these times with dignity and safety. Only in this case, nothing will threaten you, regardless of the conditions in which each of us will find ourselves due to global climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. It is very important that people do not remain silent. And after the information that was voiced today, how can you still be silent about everything that's going on with our world? But we have long been taught to follow someone else's absurd decisions and believe the lies imposed on us. On top of that, to never ask any question. But the time has come when the truth must be told. And now I would like to give the floor to Arman from Kazakhstan. Arman, the floor is yours.
Yes, friends. What has just been said is shocking. What we have heard is a serious reason that gives all of us a pause to think about it. Because it really affects everyone on planet Earth. As has been said many times today, we have destroyed the planet so much that we can only assassinate it, and the planet will not recover on its own. The situation will not get better. Some people might think it's okay, there will be some life, even if there are no people. If you rejoice that tardigrades and some infusoria will survive, and you don't feel pity for 8 billion people, then there is nothing else to say except that only an idiot can think like that and be happy about it. Only infusoria and mold will survive. What? Are we mold? Such people are worse than Judas. They are not even Judas, they are the ones who sold out Judas. What an idiot has to be to allow this to happen. People who talk like this should be sent to the place where everything collapses. Will they think like those? Will they think like that they are rejoice? For some reason, they rejoice when misfortune affects other people, but not themselves. Let's address Mr. Musk together and send such human mold to Mars. Let them rejoice there. So either we do something and either we do nothing and sit and wait for mankind to collapse, and then there will be no need to go to Mars because we'll have Mars here. Or we consolidate and change the situation together, reanimate the planet and start living as humans. The problem is that we didn't consider the situation holistically, but I'm sure this conference will really help people to see a big picture. And what I want to draw your attention to is to the fact that many years ago we already talked about it. Much of that we have heard and will yet hear today. For example, in 2014, the ALLATRA movement published a report on climate called On the Problems and Consequences of Global Climate Change and Earth Effective Ways to Solve These Problems. And what was said there is already happening. It's a fact. Even the most skeptical people who laughed at it back, even they already acknowledge this fact. And many scientists have already started talking about it. They're talking about what was said in the ALLATRA climate report years ago. Thanks to those for whom science, honor and dignity are not just words, and for whom all this is more than grants or any degree in the scientific community. Also, I would like to say a little concerning those who laugh and troll at this truthful information, or who sit on the sofa doing nothing else but only criticizing or making fun of those who act. The so-called couch critics, couch scientists and couch smart Alex. Today the fact is such that these men of little faith and fools have nothing much to stand up for their lies and they are laughed with. Why do you use the word lies in the first place and in fact call them liars? Because only those who are ignorant of all this issue of the highest importance for the entire humanity, but their unbelief, they don't care attitude, I don't care attitude other people as well. But this is the most serious issue. It concerns no less than the survival of all humanity. Today must sound the truth from everyone, from the priests, from politicians, that if we don't change, we will start killing each other, we will be eating each other. Isn't it said in the religions, in our religions? It was said by those who knew the truth. That's why the truth blows up their power. In the second surah, ayat 10th, there is sickness in their heart. And only Allah lets their sickness increase. They will suffer then a painful punishment for their lives. Because they deny truth. And today, more than ever, it is important that we unite and become a single organism. This is the sense of ALLATRA, salvation of the whole humanity. In the face of common disaster, the catastrophe that awaits all of us, if we do not change anything. The problem is that for centuries we were not taught how to believe in us. But we're able to change everything. Isn't today's conference is an example of it? As we, people ourselves, organize this conference, such a conference that cannot be organized by anyone else in the world, even if they have a budget over billions of dollars. But we, together with our own efforts, organized it because we understand the truth and we understand what is happening now. We understand the importance of our unity and the importance of building the creative society. And also we understand. And we also understand the importance for people to hear this truth. So even those who are disorganized, so that even those people understood the fact that even after this conference, even after this conference, people will continue to destroy, then in the end it will not lead us, it will not bring us to anything positive. But if everyone will share this information with his colleagues, with his friends, with his members of the family, then we all become part of this process of changing. Because there is only one way to resolve our problem. Is to change the format of our society, and then all technological advantages start serving the society.
И смотрят на нас, как на рабов. А всему человечеству служить. Простой пример.
But to serve the whole humanity, we should not go far to see the examples. We've seen that the pandemic situation showed that millions of people were left behind the level of poverty. Isn't this scary? Isn't this shame? The whole problem is that people are fighting to be alpha, to be the most one. But the human is not a hypo. He cannot eat 10 loaves of bread. Say some so that grandchildren can use them. But what kind of grandchildren? Grandchildren are tardigrades or grandchildren mold. What will happen to the grandchildren if everything continues to roll the same way? In the fact they don't really need that money, they certainly won't see any benefit from it. That's why today every person who really wants to do good to their children and descendants must do everything possible to build the creative society. If we don't change the format of relations in society, if we don't change the values, everything will eventually lead to the fact that humanity will perish. Now I'd like to pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Arman.
Спасибо, Арман.
You're absolutely right.
Вы абсолютно...
If we take an honest and open-minded look at the state of affairs today, the dead end of the consumer society is obvious. We are rolling down the mountain into the abyss, and no one wants to stop. We see, we understand, we know, but we keep on rolling. And we remain silent because it is not acceptable to talk. Not acceptable to who? Look at what is already happening. Calculate the progression of destruction that is building up. Everyone refers to the fact that the authorities don't do anything and don't want to do anything. But who are the authorities? They're ordinary people. We elect them, so we are responsible. What can they do? Even if the rulers of all nations got together, they would do nothing. Let them stop at least one catastrophe. Will they stop earthquakes with money? Will they collect dollars and fill the volcano with them? This is nonsense. What do they want us to do? Stop producing carbon dioxide? Plant the trees? What good would that do? These are all fairy tales. The ocean already produced CO2, and the rainforest is already starting to produce carbon dioxide as well instead of oxygen. They are mutating faster than we are. Can we breathe carbon dioxide? We can't. Can we live with radiation? No, we cannot. How we will survive? We have reached the point of absurdity. We focus on the fact that we need money to survive. We forget that we cannot survive without fresh air, without clean water. We destroy and consume the planet's resources without thinking about what we will leave to our children. We leave them a legacy of homes and money. Will they drink money instead of clean water? Where will those houses and homes be tomorrow if planet is destroyed? The Indians of North America have a saying, if you notice that you're riding a dead horse, it is important to change it. We are now riding a dead horse. It rolls down the hill by inertia. The dead horse we are all sitting on. In a desire to squeeze the maximum out of it for personal, short-term gain, we can lose our last chance. The trouble is, we all know this, but we keep doing it and don't want to change anything. Out of habit, because of money, sold out. Everybody wants to arrange somehow better for themselves. That's what keeps us from being humane. As soon as money appeared, consumerism began to grow rapidly, and it took everything human out of us. In the consumer society, everything is built around this. If you don't have money, you will die. And you can't do anything while money gives you benefits. Just a little longer, and everyone will see what those benefits really are. Soon, everyone will be hungry, barefoot, naked, because of consumerism, when everyone wants to be the strongest on the dead horse. And this absurdity is on everyone's minds. Everyone can see what's going on, but they keep doing stupid things. If we come our senses too late, then nothing and no one can stop the catastrophe. We are the broken trough on a dead horse. Are we going to fight for a piece of bread on this dead horse? After all, we are the generation that will see it through. Either we can stand up to it, or it will end with us. Everyone's talking about it behind the scene. Thank God we can talk about it openly. Why should we hide it? What's the point if it affects everyone? If there's still something we can do, should we keep quiet for the benefit of the consumer society? We don't need wars and disasters. We will simply die because the planet is dying out. That's one of the options. Another option is that at first, we will all end up on the street because artificial intelligence will do our work. A beautiful world will be lived only by the few, who will be allowed by L, those who are less than 1%, and the rest of us will wish they were dead. This is the reality that awaits us now. You don't have to be an idiot not to see it. But there is another option, a creative society, in which the highest value is the life of every person. And this is not a new idea. Zarathustra, Buddha, Jesus spoke about it 6,000 and 1,500 years ago. All the prophets dreamed of a creative society and said what it should be. There is no alternative to the creative society. Prophets taught us that human society must be based on love and respect for one another. And there is nothing more precious than human life. So what will we choose? Thank you, and I would like to pass the word to Irina.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. I speak to you, the inhabitants of the planet. The bell is already ringing. The time has started counting down. Do you hear it? When terrible images of what we've seen and the pictures of the present and the expected near future for everyone pass before us, where there will be no chosen ones, the planet is in agony, but we have forgotten how to hear our planet and how to hear and listen to each other. We are indifferent to each other, but have we been always so indifferent? Or the existing system made us like this? For a long time, we were taught to be slaves, but we are beginning to, we start to wake up, to understand if what we expect will happen, who will survive? No one. The elite will be wiped out of the face of the planet by the global catastrophes. And we have one way of salvation, in unification. But in the current consumeristic format of society, we won't be able to solve this problem, as everyone is in fight with each other. But who are fighting with each other? They, the world writers of evil, imposing fatal posts on us, those who dictate to us how to live, those who hide the truth from us, divide our earthly goods, our income. They can't be satisfied with what they have, and they will never be satisfied in the consumer format of society, where money is first and the best value. Only this truth will help us to see the reality as it really is. This is the end of the human race, the end of another failed civilization, the end of planet Earth. Isn't even this sobering up? Wake up, because all our quarrels, insults, misunderstandings are just nothing compared to what is coming. And when we realize that this is really the case and we absolutely have no opportunities to survive in consumer format of society, only then we will have a chance of salvation. And the truth is that only one saving model. There is model of society, and it already exists. It really solves all the problems. It is real and working model, and this is called creative society. And any attempts to kind of like cross creative society with consumer society will fail, because in the consumer society, we won't take care of our society. We will just take care of our greed and alpha ego. This is the root of the evil. This is the reason of our self-destruction, the main cause of it. And we cannot wait no longer, because we will fail. And here we have to choose between life and death. As a hero from the movies, you know, wallet or life, this is not the movie show. This is trouble that is coming very soon. So let's not choose the path of the old world, of the illusionary comfort that is trying to take us all away into abyss, lying to us in the fact that everything will be okay. But no, friends, nothing will be okay. And let's abandon the old, dying world, and let's choose the new world without fear, giving us life and salvation, common sense and the law of conscience as the main spiritual instinct for our worldly existence. As people who are not destroying, but people who are creating, because we deserve it, now, today, and always. Thank you so much. And right now, I would like to ask your high attention before presenting the excerpt from the video, Future, This Affects Everyone, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. We are right now in different parts of the planet, in different time zones, but please tune in and resonate with this excerpt, because right now the most important words will sound.
I'll just give a simple example so that everyone understands, even those for whom the environment is very poor and there is too much CO2. I'll put it in layman's terms. In the consumerist format, the highest value is money. But in the creative format, the highest value is human life. Yes, my friend, human life, yours, your children's, your mother's, and our lives, the lives of all people. And that's what it is built on. We begin to approach things in a different way. We will be able to think in a different way. We will be able to distribute everything in a different way. We will be able to produce everything in a different way. And we will have a chance that we will be able to implement, but we will be able to implement it jointly. That's the point. Or again, everything remains as it has been. We will live as we used to. The sun is still shining. When you go outside, the sky is blue and the grass is green. Why change anything? We can do it this way too. Again, it's up to us to decide. Friends, our choices will define everything. But remember one thing. We, who are living now, are the last generation. We're either the last generation that exists in the hell of the consumerist format, and the first generation to enter the paradise of the creative society. Or we're the last generation that lived in the paradise of the consumerist format and will enter the hell of that reality which awaits us tomorrow in the same consumerist format. It's up to us to decide whom to be, friends. Do you know what I would like to say? That in the future, regardless of the course of events, no matter which path we choose, there will be neither poor nor rich among us. All of us will be equal, but in one case, there will be a wonderful world, while in the other case, all of us will be equalized by the fate that we will determine. Exactly we, ourselves, through our indifference and inaction, and all of us will be equal. It's up to us to choose and to decide which path to follow. The choice is up to us, but the choice is up to everyone. If we don't convey this and do not awaken the entire humanity, we will not solve anything. We won't be able to do it on our own. In order for us to be able, let's say, to sail away along our river in our boat from that waterfall, we should all row together. This is important. The time of egocentrism has passed. It's time to unite. It's a wonderful time. It's time for everyone to mature and treat one's life responsibly. It's time to choose who you are, a human or an animal. If you are a human, you are a part of our entire civilization, the entire humanity. If you are an animal, then without you, we will become animals too. And the choice is up to everyone, whom to be, and whether we will live or not. You know, like in the classic, to be or not to be. And everyone makes this choice now, every one of us. Or doesn't make it. But the outcome will be according to our choice, according to the choice of each of us.
Dear friends, today, an event of global significance has taken place. The International Online Conference, Global Crisis. This already affects everyone, where many acute problems of our time have been highlighted. In addition, we discussed the cause and effect relationships between disasters and crises that are already taking place, and those that will all inevitably face in the near future. The world is standing on the brink. The mindless consumerism of our ancestors have destroyed our future. We have practically killed our planet with our excessive consumption. We humans, like a cancer in the body of our planet, continue to destroy our only home, our planet Earth, faster and faster. Right now, our planet is in the process of a global climate change, which we, as humankind, are no longer able to influence. At the same time, the world is on the threshold of a technological revolution. It would seem that technical progress is the expected necessary leap in the development of our civilization. It opens up infinite opportunities for human beings. But, as we have heard today, if the consumerist format of relations in society is preserved, the development of that very superintelligence will turn out to be the global catastrophe for humankind. Artificial intelligence will replace everything and everyone. The consequences will affect everyone. The loss of jobs, the loss of a possibility to provide even basic needs, the loss of security of tomorrow, as well as the loss of a chance for each of us to exist, will be inevitable. Survival like animals, total distrust in each other, and frightening uncertainty. This is what awaits us in the consumerist format. In order to better understand where this will lead, it is enough to have a sober look at the reality of today with open eyes. Already today, during the global crisis, the issue of unemployment is extremely acute. Crises in society always have been accompanied by social instability, growing chaos, social unrest, riots, and mayhem. Let's recall the large-scale protests in the United States that led to mass riots. Yes, eventually they were forcibly suppressed to preserve public peace. But why do they happen? Is it not because of that very hopelessness, the instinct of survival, racial discrimination, and dissatisfaction with living standards force people into the streets to be heard in order to survive when they really want to live? Harsh conditions of existence contribute to people's lack of objective perception, narrowing their thought process to the point of their own survival. As a consequence, an initially peaceful procession of people turns into an aggressive animal herd that destroys everything in its way. After all, you and I have repeatedly observed this. So what can we expect from a society with a consumerist, selfish worldview, when in the near future everyone will find themselves in a situation of survival, on the brink of life and death? Who will be able to stop not thousands, not even hundreds of thousands, but many millions of aggressive people who have been robbed of the future, robbed of hope for tomorrow, and the last piece of bread? You may ask, who is going to take it away from us? I'll tell you, those who are now sitting idly by, those who take no action. They are not stupid. They see and understand everything. They have the right to speak up, and yet they do nothing. They remain silent. Our future is being taken away from us right now by the passive citizens of our society. To date, there is no greater harm than indifference. Such people don't care about humanity. They don't care about their planet. These egoists disregard even their loved ones and their children. These Judases sell our future for 30 pieces of silver. But we all remember how Judas eventually ended up. Their selfishness has obscured their vision, and they do not see now that in the near future, with their today's indifference, they not only kill themselves, but also become killers of billions, killers of all humankind. I'm appealing to you. Think about it. Do you want to deprive your children of a future? Do you want your own loved ones to die? Do you want to kill our entire civilization by your inaction? Think about it. Why this influences an inaction bordering on suicide is prevalent in our today's consumer society. You have to admit that if this continues to prevail in our society, then the negative outcome for all of us is absolutely fair. It means we deserve it because we are choosing such a destructive path right now by our indifference. Do we want such a course of events for ourselves? Or do we want to build a society of peace and creation? Every sensible person should ask himself this question. Only together can we resist what is already happening and what will happen if we want a future for our loved ones, our children, and first of all, ourselves? So are we going to continue to be slaves of the consumerist thinking and hide like cowards in the crap of our own selfishness, pretending that it doesn't affect us? I say no. The time of lies and empty hopes is over. The sun of the truth has risen. The time has come for everyone to take personal responsibility for their choices. The time has come for us to become real people, heroes, men of honor, conscious, and dignity. We are humans. Together, we can do a lot. Hard times awaits us ahead. But we must remember that we ourselves shape the outcome of our events and create it at this very moment with our own choices. It is in our own power not only to overcome the coming misfortunes, but also to build a true civilization, a civilization of peace and goodness for the prosperity of future generations. Everything depends on our choice, on the dominant priorities in our heads, and on our fortitude. However, we are human beings first and foremost, and we can each reach out to each other and unite in creative interaction now. Then we will endure, we will survive, we will be reborn. We can create a better society peacefully without any victims or losses. We can create, not destroy. However, an objective look at the present-day state of society says a lot to those who are able to look ahead. What predominates in our society? That which predominates in our heads. Conflicts, wars, confrontation, desire for power and money. Already now, we can observe an aggravation of social, political, military, economic, interethnic, religious, and other conflicts in the world. This is simply an anthropological disaster. It is a destruction of everything humane in a human. It is clear to intelligent people that considering the development of a new technological era, new strategic risk and threats to the entire humanity will also arise, which are incomparable to the previous challenges, and it will simply be impossible to overcome them if the consumerist format is preserved. Thus, in the end, humanity will destroy itself. For this very reason, I consider it essential to emphasize that the problem of our wars and conflicts is quite serious and requires from us global rethinking of their true causes. Just think, over a short period of the 21st century, already more than 50 big military conflicts are taking place in the world. And the geography of such conflicts and local wars which destabilize our world is only expanding. To this, you can add global statistics of daily robberies, murders, and assaults. Plus, there is a fear of terrorism, loss of jobs and social status, racial discrimination, and racial violence. Racial violence. Just think of this. In the 21st century, if you have a different skin color, skin color. Somebody may kill you without any punishment for that. Is this what we call civilization? Is there any morality and compassion left in us human beings? Or has money corrupted the minds of us all? Look at what is happening in religious organizations that are seemingly our last hope for justice. More than once in history, we have seen how greed and arrogance of just one man, a representative of a particular religious organization, can destroy peace in a society and lead to bloody armed clashes between entire nations. Unfortunately, the struggle for power and domination does not cease in religious organizations either. Even though all prophets called on people to live in peace and love, meaning in the creative society, yet the consumerist format still rules our minds due to religious contradictions and the exorbitant greed of priests. A great mass of people has already died. And up to this day, people keep dying. All of us should ponder over what kind of slaughterhouse of conflicts we now exist and what awaits us all tomorrow. Yet, what is the cause of all these wars and conflicts? They respond to us. Business. It is merely business. In other words, it is somebody's private interest. That same Judas desire to sell the future of civilization for 30 pieces of silver and spend them on nothing but junk. But who has begotten these Judases? We, the consumers. We have created a world of consumerism where business dominates over common sense. We do everything possible to earn money, not thinking about the consequences. We ourselves create conditions that destroy humanness in people. We, the consumers, have divided the world into poor and rich. We, the consumers, stimulate greed, pridefulness, avarice, an endless pursuit of a profit in some people, and envy, hatred, struggle for survival, and narrowed thinking in others. As a result, all this sows in our heads as an indifferent attitude towards each other and to the future of our civilization, and makes us deaf and blind before the upcoming global disaster that will sweep away everything and everyone in its path, both rich and poor. Today, we reap the fruits of the prevailing consumerist format of relations. Just think, is each of you actually happy? No. We think that someone else is happy, the one who lives better than we do. But is that person really happy? Go and ask him. Talk to him in a human way. And both of you will understand how the world has rotten through and that something has to be done about that. If today we don't start acting and coming to an agreement with each other, we will lose our future once and for all. It is time for all of us to forget grudges and claims towards each other. It is time for all of us to open our eyes and take a sober look at what is happening in our world, at what's happening in our common home, if we do not agree all together now and do not make a decision to change the format of society from consumerist to creative, if we do nothing about this now, tomorrow, we will face the very least a 95% population cut down. No matter how terrible and inhumane this might sound, this means that all of us, I emphasize all of us, our families, our friends, and people around us, all of us will no longer exist tomorrow. You will say that this is not fair. But in the consumerist format, given the current ongoing technological revolution, the replacement of human labor with robots, a population cut down of 95% is a forced measure to prevent disastrous consequences. Otherwise, who will stop revolts of billions of hungry, aggressive, destitute people thrown into the streets? People, you and us, who will remain without jobs and livelihood. Do we really agree to such a course of events? Yet, who will remain among the 5%? Who will make this selection, and in what way? And what skin color will predominate among the remaining living people? Aren't we, the 95%, humans? Aren't all of us people? Aren't all of us, regardless of nation, skin color, gender, religious beliefs, and social status, are we not people? No, we are people, and we have the right to live. And each of us must prove this exactly now by our actions in building the creative society. For the sake of our shared future, for the sake of the future of the whole society, I emphasize, for the sake of survival of the whole society, not just the 5%. The consumerist format itself creates conditions for dividing us. Very few people understand that this attempt to decrease the population will not save anyone. Neither will it save the 5% remaining alive, because the main cause of our destruction will be the preservation of the consumerist model of society. In the end of having lost the common egregore of civilization, the survivors will simply devour each other like rats in a barrel. After all, the egregore of civilization is people, not money. It is our common energy. It is our combined potential that cannot be replaced with any robot or any artificial intelligence. Even the most powerful one. However, our all people's egregore manifests itself only in solidarity and unity of all of us. It is no accident that right before the impending global cataclysm, nature gave birth to 8 billion of us. Despite wars, violence in society, this is precisely the number thanks to which the common human egregore of civilization can make an evolutionary breakthrough and withstand the upcoming global cataclysms. Let's be honest. We do not know nature. We do not know the earth. We do not know outer space. We cannot predict their actions. What will happen tomorrow and where and what kind of cataclysm will occur? Everything that science possesses is guesswork based on hypotheses that collapse like a house of cards when facing reality. After all, if something happens in nature, it has its own underlying causes and consequences. Yet, in the era of global crisis and natural disasters, no one will survive alone. Reasonable people understand that the only way for humanity to survive the hard times without resorting to population cutdown and self-destruction, while preserving and increasing technological and intellectual achievements of civilization, is to build the creative society. Creation of a better future is possible only worldwide with the participation of the majority of our planet's population in building the creative society. The time of slavery of the consumerist format has come to its end. Now the time for conscious choice of every person is coming. It is the beginning of a new era of our all-human creative interaction. It is the beginning of our true acquaintance with each other. Many people talk about a better world, but they merely talk. At the same time, being idle. After all, over the 6,000 years of consumerist format, no one has ever moved further than making promises. No one has built a wonderful world for people, but only improved one's own well-being at the expense of taking other people's lives. And today, no one but us will do that. Today, no one but us will save the world drowning in its lies. You will agree that there is nothing simpler than making empty promises. It is much harder to tell the truth, not only to the world, but also to yourself. It is much harder to step over your selfishness and unite. It is much harder to take responsibility and begin to act for the sake of our shared future. To awaken and inform those who are still zombified and blindfolded by the consumerist format. This is the only way for all of us to survive. Only true heroes can act this way. You have to admit that in our consumerist format, almost everyone lives in fear and selfishness, caring only about themselves. People do not see the cause and effect relationships and remove themselves from solving important all human problems of all humans. They shift responsibility onto others, like little children onto their parents, while they themselves stand on the sidelines. Whereas the Alatra people are mature and responsible human beings. We, volunteers from all over the world, members of the Alatra International Public Movement, unite in order to survive. We do it for humanity, for all of us, for the benefit of everyone, in a peaceful and civilized way only, not through destruction, but through creation. It's impossible to build peace through destruction. Everyone is important now. The Alatra people do a lot, but without you, my friend, our opportunities are much fewer than with you. Only together Can we withstand the impending disaster if we want a future for our children, for our loved ones, and first of all, for ourselves? Only together, only in consolidation, can we become a truly united civilization. You know, kids once asked me, what is a feat? And I wondered, what is actually a feat in a consumer society? After all, the term feat in the history of humanity refers to many battles, to events of various wars. How much blood has been shed? How many lives have been lost? And all for what? History recounts multiple examples, but their global essence is the same, reinforcing the power of the consumerist format to our human blood. Maybe we no longer need such feats, and at such a price. Maybe we should stop calling the history of the past written with our human blood a feat. Maybe it is better to do the feat of eliminating any precedents for violence, starvation, and killing of people, of restricting vile qualities and reviving everything humane in people. We can accomplish the feat of uniting and building a normal, healthy society, a creative society, where no child in the world will ever become an orphan, and mother will never have to suffer the heartbreak of a loss. Today, in the consumerist format, the highest value is money, while in the creative society, the highest value is human life. Remember this, people, the most valuable thing is the life of every human being. People's lives, including yours and mine. The first foundation of the creative society states, there is not and never can there be anything else more valuable than a human's life. If one human is valuable, then all people are valuable. It's time to reclaim our true goals and values. Our choice is peace and creation. Our main value is the life of every human. Our pillar is humanists. Our focus is the future of our children. Our goal is creative society. Allatra is the last stronghold of humanity. That's the purpose of Allatra, so that we all survive. That's the essence. That's what Allatra was created for. Not for someone, not for something, but for the entire humanity. That's the point of the Creative Society Project. It is the only way of salvation for the entire humanity. Allatra is a unique example of the global unification of humanity. Representatives of different races, nationalities, and religions have united here. Those who understand the whole current situation have a sober look at the world and the impending disasters, and are active in building the creative society, no matter what. True people have come together here, true heroes indeed. They strive to convey the truth to people. Unlike others, they see the future and are now doing everything to save humanity. The people of Allatra selflessly act for the benefit of others, disregarding their own personal interests. They spend their own time, their own money, and I emphasize their own money, They do not squander public money. They do not demand any privilege or grants, and do not make any profit out of it. They do not seek to profiteer from cataclysm, from the human grief. Instead, they spend their time and money to really save people, to save our civilization. And I'm talking about you, about those who participate in building the creative society. Volunteers from all over the world, people of goodwill, all of you. After all, the people of Alatra are people in whom honor, conscience, and humanist prevails. These are all those who refuse to be zombies of the consumerist format, stopped being animals and became humans. The people of Alatra are progressive humanity. They are the best of the best, who have joined focus to save our world. This is an example of true care for people. The people of Alatra are the real heroes of our time. After all, real heroes are not those who kill each other, but those who save each other's lives and the lives of all humanity. And that is the meaning of the Alatra movement itself. To move toward life. The International Online Conference Global Crisis, this already affects everyone, has become possible thanks to you, the people of Alatra, thanks to the participants of the Creative Society Project, thanks to the intelligent and progressive people who understand the need to act now for the benefit of the future of humanity. Their great merit is that they are not silent. They act. Today, thanks to them, you, friends, have learned the truth of today, and the inevitability of tomorrow. I would also like to express tremendous gratitude to all progressive visionaries. I thank everyone who listens and understands. I thank everyone who, through their own efforts, opportunities, and means, is trying to save humanity. To save not a few individuals, but all of humanity. These are the people who do not sleep at night, who spend their energy, money, and time to make sure that tomorrow dawns for everyone, and that all of us have a tomorrow, so that we can see the sun rising, the sun of the truth, which shines for all. Today, the world is divided into those who destroy our world by their own influence, silence, greed, and inhumane attitude. And the people of Alatra, those who save our common home and their utmost to ensure that our civilization has a future today. The world is divided into black and white, and there will be no more gray. We, the people of Alatra, devotedly follow the path of saving humanity, all of us, and we will follow it until justice rises out of the storms of misery of our time. Until the whole world is safe, we are trying to shout out loud to be heard by the deaf and to the heartless with our own heartbeats. We are trying to give a chance to those who refuse it, because only together can we survive. Only together can we all become a united civilization. Today, everyone must make a decision. Either we leave everything as it is, come what may, and with our indifference derail the train called humanity. destroying ourselves, or we make every effort to save our planet, our dear and near people, relatives and friends, our children, and ourselves. If we don't do that, or if we leave everything as it is, if we let things run themselves in the hopes that someone else will do that for us, our days are numbered. No one will make this choice instead of us. No one but us. If our hearts don't ache for every person in this world, for every destitute child, then who are we? First of all, we need to answer ourselves, looking into the eyes of our children, looking into the eyes of our mothers and our loved ones. Should we save this world? To answer this most important question, which all of humanity faces today, but every one of us must answer it. So should we save this world or not? I'll speak for all reasonable people on our planet. Yes, we should. And now, I would like to address you, my friend. The salvation of all humanity is in your hands. Yes, my friend, precisely in your hands. You already know that the current state of the world is more than critical. And it's impossible to save this world without you. This is a reality today. When the choice is inevitable, either death or life. Our strength and our salvation is in the unity of our self-organization. Only by building the creative society will we defeat death and gain an opportunity to live. But without you, my friend, we will build nothing. And we will save no one, neither you, nor ourselves, nor humanity. We are human beings. We deserve the creative society. It's worth building. It is the future of our children, our descendants, and for the future of all humanity. So, friends, let us finally unite and allow the era of justice, the era of the triumph of life to come. It takes all of us.